Chapter 2067. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Fengzi, why don't you bring Buggy along as well?" As he spoke, he saw Du Go, who had dodged to the side, and hurriedly said, "And Dabing, why don't you bring all three of them along?" The moment he said that, Zhang's son Wuji shuddered. He knew how dangerous Jiangnan was. Although it was known as the land of fish and rice, with countless talents and beauties, there were also many clans. If something happened to his son, what would he do? Especially since Zhang's son Chong was the only son of the Zhang Sun family. If he was gone, then the entire Zhang Sun family would be gone. At this moment, he really wanted to refute, but thinking that this was what Li Shimin had said, he held back. He could only look at Zhang Feng with a pleading expression, hoping that he would not let his son go to Jiangnan. Du Ruhue, on the other hand, did not think much of it. This was because the Du family had always been very strict. If his son was useless, he would be too embarrassed to meet others. However, Du Go was a little disappointing. He hung around Cheng Chumo and the others every day. If he went to Jiangnan with Fengzi, it would not be a bad thing. Moreover, the Du family had more than one son. Du Go still had an older brother. What was there to be afraid of? However, Zhang Feng waved his hand and said helplessly, "It's not that I don't want to bring Tai Niu and the other two to Jiangnan, but I can't. If too many people go, it will easily attract the attention of the Jiangnan clans. If Tai Niu and the others stay in Chang'an, they can help me attract some of the clan's attention. Moreover, they won't be of much help even if they go. Most importantly, I've given them an important task." Li Shimin frowned and glanced at Cheng Chumo and the others. He asked in surprise, "What task did you give them?" "Steam engine." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd, but when he saw the puzzled look on their faces, he could only explain, "It's a machine that uses steam as the raw material and can generate power. In the future it can be used on cars and ships." Li Shimin turned to look at Du Ruhue and the others, but the latter acted as if they had never heard of it before. However, he had never heard of it before, so he could only ask, "Fengzi, can that thing you mentioned really work? Using steam as a raw material? Why haven't I heard of it before?" "I can't explain it to you in a short time." Zhang Feng curled his lips and helplessly said, "All you need to know is that this thing will be used on ships in the future. Right now, Iron Bull and the others are working on it. That's why I asked them to stay." Hearing this, everyone was confused. However, they finally understood why Iron Bull and the others could not go. They had to stay in Chang, and to research something important. "Fengzi, if you don't bring Tai Niu and the others, who will you bring? Who can keep you safe?" Li Shimin turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked with a puzzled look, "Didn't you see it just now?" Zhang Feng glanced at the front yard and smiled. "Those training guards in the front yard are the people I'm going to bring to Jiangnan, as well as Yu Yao and Jing Shu." Hearing this, Li Shimin understood. No wonder this kid wanted to train these guards to death. It turned out that he was going to bring them to Jiangnan. However, why did he have to bring Zhang Yu Yao and Jing Shu with him? Needless to say, Jing Shu had a special identity, so it was fine to take her with him. However, Zhang Yu Yao was a little different. This girl was a lady from a respectable family. If she went to Jiangnan with Fengzi, thinking about this, he looked at Zhang Feng and said solemnly, "Fengzi, I don't mind if you let Jing Shu go to Jiangnan with you. After all, she has a special identity. However, how can you let Zhang Yu Yao go with you?" At this time, Zhang Feng really wanted to shout out that he was wronged. It was obviously the two girls who wanted to go. He quickly explained, "It's not that I want them to accompany me. It's these two girls who want to accompany me. I tried to persuade them for a long time, but it was useless. These guards are here to protect them." Li Shimin was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. It turned out that the two girls wanted to go with him? Did Zhang Yu Yao not care about her reputation? She was not married to Fengzi yet. If she went to Jiangnan, she would definitely be ridiculed. However, this girl was so infatuated that she would rather be ridiculed than go with Fengzi to Jiangnan. However, what Fengzi did was too honest. Even if this girl wanted to go with him to Jiangnan, he had to make some arrangements. At the very least, he had to give her a status. Thinking of this, Li Shimin put on the look of an elder and said solemnly, "Fengzi, even if the girl of the Zhang family wants to go to Jiangnan with you, you can't just accept it like this. At least give her a status. Otherwise, when she goes to Jiangnan, how much ridicule will she bear? How about this? Before you go to Jiangnan, you have to get married first. As long as you two get married, no one will gossip. That's right. I think it's okay. Chen Yaojin grinned. He liked these festive things. He smiled and said, Fengzi, you have no parents. Let us make the decision for this wedding for you. Chapter 2068. Everyone present nodded. They were all people who knew Zhang Feng better. They were his relatives and friends. They had been worried about Zhang Feng's marriage. They had thought of many ways to make him get married, but Zhang Feng always found an excuse to refuse. This time, Li Shimin was present, so they naturally had to help. Besides, Zhang Feng was not young anymore. Children of his age were old enough, but he was still a virgin. It was really troublesome. Zhang Feng naturally understood everyone's thoughts, but as a modern person, he had always been disgusted with arranged marriages. It was not that he did not like Zhang Yuyao. After getting along with her for such a long time, even if there were no feelings, there would be feelings. It was just that he really did not like this. There was also the system. From the beginning until now, the system had not been awakened. He had been looking forward to the day when the system was awakened. When the system was awakened, it would not be too late to get married at that time. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, I know your good intentions, but I have no intention of getting married now. The Jiangnan clan has not been eliminated, and the Zhang family has not been promoted. I really have no intention of getting married. He did think so. Now the clan regarded him as a thorn in their flesh. If he got married, it would harm Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu. Moreover, he also wanted to revive the Zhang family. Now the Zhang family had some reputation in Chang'an, but it was not enough in the Tang dynasty, so he still did not want to get married. However, Li Shimin was not willing. He looked at Zhang Feng with a serious face and said, Fengzi, think about it. Zhang girl is not afraid of being ridiculed by others, but she still wants to go to Jiangnan with you. If you don't give her a status now, won't you disappoint her? The most important thing is, if you leave, how can Zhang Yuyao's parents establish themselves in Chang'an? Their daughter going on a long journey with another man is not pleasant to hear. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by others? Zhang Feng was speechless for a while. He didn't want to hurt Zhang Yuyao's feelings, because the two of them were previously engaged and could be considered as an unmarried couple. Even if they went to Jiangnan, it was okay to attract some gossip. Anyway, he didn't care. But Zhang Yuyao might feel a little uncomfortable. But since they had decided to go to Jiangnan, it should be fine. However, he really didn't think about Zhang Yuyao's parents. If he left, what would happen to Zhang Yuyao's parents? Although the people of the Tang dynasty were much more liberal, there were still some conservative ideas. If they left, the people in Chang'an would definitely point fingers at Zhang Yuyao's parents. The only way was to take Zhang Yuyao's parents away, but this method was obviously not suitable. Then, he could only settle them down when he went to Jiangnan, visit them first, and fix his and Zhang Yuyao's status. After thinking about it, he turned to look at Li Shimin and said helplessly, I really didn't think of it just now. But fortunately, you reminded me. Li Shimin was delighted. This kid finally understood. It seemed that he was finally getting married. Just as he was about to ask if they were going to get married, Zhang Feng's words surprised him. When I leave, I'll help Yu Yao's parents settle down. I'll also fix my relationship with Yu Yao again. I promise that Yu Yao's parents won't worry. Li Shimin really wanted to curse at this moment. Lao Tzu wanted him to get married. After thinking about it, he held back and put on a sincere expression. Fengzi, do you really not understand or are you pretending not to understand? I said this because I want you to get married as soon as possible, preferably before you go to Jiangnan. Among all the people present, he and Zhang Feng had a deep relationship. It could be said that they were friends despite the difference in age. Therefore, he hoped that Zhang Feng would get married and leave a bloodline for the Zhang family. However, this guy didn't understand no matter how he persuaded him, which made him very annoyed. Zhang Feng naturally understood Li Shimin's intentions, but he already had a plan in mind. He could only say, Lao Li, I understand your intentions, but I don't want to get married now. Besides, getting married now won't do me any good. No good? Li Shimin was a little confused. How could there be no good in getting married? Getting married could carry on the family line. You could also do some things that you didn't want to do but had to do. There were so many benefits, But this guy said there were no benefits? He laughed. At this moment, he thought that Fengzi was really a child. How could he say such things? However, he didn't get angry. He only asked with a playful expression, "You just said that getting married won't do you any good. Then tell me the reason. If the reason is sufficient, then I won't force you." Zhang Feng smiled. He picked up a bowl of wine and took a sip before saying, "First, I am now on the opposite side of the 5 surnames and 7 expectations. In other words, I am now their enemy. If I get married now, the people around me will definitely face more or less danger." "What kind of bullshit*T reason is that?" Chang Yaojin glared at Zhang Feng with an indignant expression. How powerful can the people of the 5 surnames and 7 expectations be? Lao Tzu doesn't believe that they will dare to touch the people around you after you get married. Chapter 2069. He had always disliked the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes because they bullied others. Of course, part of it was because of the tigress at home. His wife was also a woman of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, and she was a top surname of Cui. For various reasons, he did not have a good impression of the clan, especially the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Li Shimin glanced at Chang Yaojin with disdain. He was obviously afraid of the Cui family at home, but now that he was out of the house, he began to boast that he was not afraid of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. But disdain was disdain. In fact, he still agreed with Chang Yaojin. No matter how bold the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were, they still did not dare to enter Chang'an. However, if they were out of Chang'an, it would be different. So, Zhang Feng's words were somewhat reasonable. So he could only say, "Fengzi, continue. Don't pay attention to this fool." Zhang Feng knew Chang Yaojin's temperament, so naturally, he was too lazy to care. He lit a cigarette and continued, "Second, I am now in the development stage of my career. It is not suitable for me to get married at all. Otherwise it will distract me." Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng. "What kind of reason is that? Continue." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. In fact, this was something that he had forcibly put together. Otherwise, he would have to face Lao Li's forced marriage. In fact, his real reason was the system, but how could he dare to say this to everyone? So he had to lie. "Also, I want to glorify the Zhang family. Now that the Zhang family is in decline, I can't go on like this. Most importantly, I want to create a perfect world for the world." "Perfect world?" Li Shimin was interested and asked curiously, "What does the perfect world look like?" Zhang Feng picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. There was a trace of a proud smile on his lips. "Last time, I told Xuanzang. Since you want to hear it, I will say it again. It is that there is no dispute in the world, no difference in culture, no entanglement between people. Choose the virtuous and the capable, and speak of faith and harmony. Old friends do not only have relatives, but also have children. So that the old have a purpose, the strong have a purpose, the young have strengths, the lonely and disabled, all have a purpose. There was a place for men and a place for women. Evil goods should be discarded from the earth, and should not be hidden from oneself. Evil strength should not come from the body, and should not be hidden from oneself. You are deliberately keeping your schemes closed and not prospering, stealing and rioting but not doing it, being an outsider but not closing your doors." Li Shimin felt that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Didn't you say Elysium last time?" Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He had been seen through by this guy, but his face remained calm. That was just to fool Xuanzang. "Anyway, the meaning is the same. I'll only get married after I've completed all of this." Li Shimin's eyebrows jumped, and he hurriedly said, "When will this be completed? If we don't complete it, won't we never get married?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, "Yes, we won't get married if we don't finish it now." It didn't matter whether Lao Li believed him or not, as long as he didn't force him to get married. Li Shimin naturally saw some clues and didn't want to continue to force him. He could only say, "Forget it, I don't want to care about your marriage, but you must take care of the matter of going to Jiangnan. Don't let the Zhang family be ridiculed." Zhang Feng nodded. When he was talking about Zhang Yuyao's parents, he already had a plan in mind. Naturally, he wouldn't make things difficult for Zhang Yuyao's parents. "Master. Master." At this moment, Du Ziting's voice came from outside the door. Zhang Feng looked up and saw Du Ziting running in quickly. "Master, There's a worker outside the door asking to see you. He said that the potatoes you planted are ripe, and he brought a bag over. Really? Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He suddenly stood up and wanted to run out of the door. In a moment, he was outside the door and saw a worker carrying a bag. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, "Open the bag and take a look." Hearing this, the worker hurriedly opened the bag because he knew that this was the boss's house. He saw the bag open and the round potatoes inside appeared in front of him. Zhang Feng's eyebrows raised in joy. He grabbed a potato and weighed it in his hand. This potato was at least 8 taels to 1 caddy. It was basically the size of 3 fists. Such a big potato was enough for a family to eat. Of course, it wasn't all potatoes. Old Du, immediately send these potatoes to the kitchen and cut them into slices. Then send them to the hall. Zhang Feng happily handed the potatoes to Du Ziting. Yes, master. Du Ziting took the potatoes and turned to leave. Zhang Feng turned to look at the worker. Go to the accounts room to get some money and go back first. Tell your leader that I'm going to take a look later. The worker nodded and turned to leave. Zhang Feng also walked to the hall. As soon as he entered the door, he laughed and said, "Lao Li, I'll give you something good to eat later." Li Shimin turned his head with a puzzled expression. What good thing? Zhang Feng chuckled. You'll know soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziting walked in with a servant carrying a plate. On the plate were the slices of potatoes. Li Shimin looked at the plate with a puzzled expression. What's inside? Chapter 2070. Although he had heard Feng Zi talk about potatoes before, he had never seen them, let alone cut them into slices. Zhang Feng took the potatoes from the servant's hand and looked around at everyone with a proud face. These are the potatoes I mentioned before. Now they have been cut into slices. These are potatoes? Chang Yaojin exclaimed and stared at the potato slices with his eyes wide open. He had heard Feng Zi say that potatoes could yield 1,000 caddies per mu and 2 caddies per year. At that time, he didn't believe it. Now, looking at the potato slices in front of him, he instantly doubted it. Zhang Feng enjoyed Chang Yaojin's surprised look. He strode forward, put the potatoes on the table, and said with a smile, "Look, these are the potatoes that can yield 1,000 caddies per mu." Li Shimin picked up a potato slice, his heart full of doubts. Could this thing really yield 1,000 caddies per mu? Although he had heard Feng Zi say it before, he inevitably had some doubts in his heart. So he had to ask, Feng Zi, can this thing really yield 1,000 caddies per mu? And it can be harvested for 2 seasons? Zhang Feng nodded solemnly. Of course, when have I ever lied to you about such an important thing? Li Shimin fell silent. He was sure. Feng Zi had never lied about such an important thing. Wouldn't that be the good news for the people of the Tang dynasty? Would the people of the Tang dynasty not have to starve in the future? Would the soldiers in the barracks have food? Thinking of this, he hurriedly said, Feng Zi, where are you planting the potatoes? Take us to have a look. Chang Yaojin pulled Zhang Feng and said eagerly, Let's go, Feng Zi. Let's go and have a look. I know you want to have a look. Zhang Feng smiled, then shook off Chang Yaojin and pointed to the potato slices on the plate. It's not too late to have a look later. Don't you want to taste the potatoes? Originally, everyone was still immersed in the joy of the potatoes, but after Zhang Feng said that, everyone's eyes moved to the plate. That's right, I can take a look at the potatoes later. Now that the potato slices are right in front of me, if I don't try them, wouldn't I be letting myself down? Try it. Chang Yaojin looked at Li Shimin and asked. Li Shimin was also a little tempted. Since Chang Yaojin asked, it was not good to say anything. He could only say, let's try it. Put it in the pot. As he spoke, he picked up a plate of potatoes and poured them into the pot. Chang Yaojin also picked up the potatoes and poured them into the pot. After a while, all the potato slices were poured into the pot. Zhang Feng's face sank. He wanted to curse. These guys poured all the potato slices into the pot, and there were still a few that hadn't been cut. He was planning to make potato stew with beef. After thinking about it, he stopped and said, Everyone sit down. This thing cooks quickly. We can eat it soon. Is it? Chang Yaojin raised his eyebrows in joy. His chopsticks were already in the pot. He scooped up a piece of steaming hot potato slices and blew on it twice. Feeling that it was already cold, He began to eat heartily. After eating a few mouthfuls, he felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "Fengzi, didn't you say that it would be cooked soon? Why is it not cooked yet?" As he spoke, he swallowed the half-cooked potato slices one after another. "I said it would be cooked soon, but I didn't say it would be cooked now." Zhang Feng looked at Chang Yaojin with some amusement. However, when he saw that this guy was eating half-cooked, he quickly said, "This is half-cooked. Why are you eating it?" Chang Yaojin ignored Zhang Feng and ate even more. This was because in his philosophy, food was precious. He was a person who had experienced a great famine. Generally, he didn't know how to eat food. Even now, he was a noble. This was one of his few advantages. "Fengzi, you don't have to care about this guy." Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin, then looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Are these potatoes cooked?" Zhang Feng said, "Oh." Then, he picked up a piece with his chopsticks and tasted it. When he found that there was no problem, he said, "It's cooked. Everyone try it." As soon as he said that, everyone put their chopsticks into the pot, especially Chang Yaojin. His chopsticks were very fast, as if he was afraid that others would snatch it from him. Everyone put the potatoes into their bowls and found that they were a little hot. They quickly blew on them with their mouths. When the potatoes cooled down, they wolfed them down. Other than Wei Zhang and the other literati who still maintained a steady appearance, Chang Yaojin and Cheng Chumo didn't care about eating etiquette at all. Their mouths were full of oil. "Fengzi, why does your potato taste like hot pot no matter how you eat it?" Chang Yaojin looked at the potato on his chopsticks and seemed to be a little dissatisfied with the taste of the potato. This guy had eaten too much hot pot and always felt that he was eating something spicy. "Aren't you just spouting nonsense?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin and said angrily, "If the potato doesn't taste like hot pot, what else can it taste like?" However, this was not wrong. The potato itself contained a lot of starch, so it didn't have any taste. As long as it was mixed with other seasonings, it would taste like other seasonings. Chapter 2071. Fengzi, what do these potatoes taste like? Li Shimin picked up a piece of potato and looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. He had eaten too much hot pot, so he couldn't completely taste the potatoes. The taste of potatoes is a little sweet. Zhang Feng glanced at the bottom of the pot, then looked at Li Shimin and said, "The reason why you think it tastes like hot pot is because you've eaten too much hot pot. Also, potatoes are like this. The taste depends on the seasoning you put in them." Li Shimin nodded. "So that's how it is." Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said, "Okay, now let's go and see where the potatoes are planted." After saying that, he waved his hand and walked out of the door. Li Shimin led everyone and followed closely behind. They had been looking forward to the potatoes for a long time. The group sat in a carriage at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Feng glanced at the endless land and turned to Li Shimin. "Lao Li, look, these are the potatoes I asked people to plant." Li Shimin looked at the ground with some puzzlement, then looked at Zhang Feng and asked, "Where are the potatoes?" "The potatoes are all in the soil." Zhang Feng smiled and turned to look at the workers at the side. "Go and dig up the potatoes in the ground." As soon as he finished speaking, the workers who had been waiting for a long time moved. They held hoes in their hands and began to cultivate the soil. After a while, strings of golden potatoes jumped out of the soil. Chang Yaojin's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He reached out and grabbed one at random and laughed. "Haha, these are F***king potatoes." Li Shimin quickly went forward and picked up a fist-sized potato from the ground. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked, "These potatoes are so convenient. Can they be used as military rations?" Obviously, this was the question he was most concerned about. The Battle of Chiotzi was tense and had consumed a lot of food. However, if they had such food, they might be able to alleviate the food shortage. Chang Yaojin also looked at Zhang Feng with a solemn expression. As a military commander, he naturally attached great importance to these matters. Zhang Feng naturally knew what everyone was thinking, but it was winter now. It was already good enough that they were able to grow potatoes. How could they be used as army rations? This was simply not enough, unless there was a greenhouse. With that thought in mind, he looked at Li Shimin and smiled. The winter harvest is low, so potatoes can't be used as military rations. Li Shimin and Chang Yaojin's hearts skipped a beat. The situation at the front lines was already tense, and they were running out of rations. If potatoes couldn't be used as rations, what would happen to the front lines? Just as the two of them were feeling despondent, Zhang Feng's voice rang out again. Although it can't be used as rations for the army now, it can still be improved slightly. What do you mean? Chang Yaojin suddenly grabbed Zhang Feng and said excitedly, "What did you mean just now?" "Let go of me first." Zhang Feng shook Chang Yaojin's hand. Only then did the latter react. After letting go, he slowly said, "Potatoes are a spring plant. It's not suitable to grow them in winter. It's already very difficult to grow them now, so the yield is very low. However, if you want to produce more, you have to raise the temperature." Raise the temperature? Li Shimin was a little confused. How could they raise the temperature? It was already winter, and it was unusually cold. Did they have to change the weather? That was also impossible. After thinking about it, he had no choice but to say, "Fengzi, how can you raise the temperature?" Zhang Feng glanced at the surrounding open space, then looked at Li Shimin and said, "Actually, it's not difficult. You just have to build something like a shed and then light a fire inside. As long as the temperature inside the shed is about the same as spring, then you can plant the potatoes inside. This way, when the temperature inside the shed is raised, the yield of potatoes will naturally increase." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it." Chang Yaojin was anxious like a child. "You think I don't want to?" Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Chang Yaojin, then slowly said, "The shed needs to be covered with a layer of film. This thing hasn't been developed yet. We can only use the shed when it's developed." Chang Yaojin hurriedly said, "Then hurry up and develop it." "I'm going to Jiangnan soon. How can I have time?" Zhang Feng glared at Chang Yaojin then said, "Although I don't have time now, this thing can be given to Iron Bull to do." "Me?" Chang Chumo widened his eyes and pointed at himself in disbelief. He had been standing there watching the show, and he never thought that the topic would be about him. In the end, this Fengzi just had to talk about him. He could only ask with a confused face, "Fengzi, what can I do?" "Yes, Fengzi, what can Iron Bull do? You'd better give the task to someone else." Zhang Sun Wuji stood up. He glanced at Chang Chumo, then his eyes fell on Zhang Feng. "You should give such a difficult task to Buggy." Chapter 2072. Chang Yaojin was instantly infuriated when he heard this. So this old thief Zhang Sun didn't have good intentions and wanted to get the good stuff to his son. Although he also admitted that his son Tai Nyo was disappointing, he still felt a little uncomfortable when others said it out loud, not to mention that it was someone who had become an official. Especially when this person wanted to steal his son's benefits. He was instantly enraged and glared at him. "What are you saying, old man? Why can't my Tai Nyo do it? Make yourself clear." As he spoke, he clenched his fist and acted as if he was going to hit Zhang Sun Wuji. Li Shimin saw that things were bad and quickly went forward to stop Chang Yaojin. He shouted, "Old Chang, what are you doing? Stop it now." When Chang Yaojin saw that the person who came was Li Shimin, his anger immediately reduced by half. He glared at Zhang Sun Wuji indignantly and then pushed him aside. After calming down, Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and asked with a serious face, "Fengzi, continue what you said just now. As for who to give it to, it's not important. The most important thing is how to develop it. Tell me the method." Zhang Feng nodded and said seriously, "Actually, it's not difficult to make this film. It's a plastic product, and plastic can be made with resin. We have it in the workshop. First, we melt the resin with fire, then dry it and spread it into thin sheets of paper." Hearing this, Chang Chumo roughly understood, because he had seen the process of dissolving the resin with his own eyes. He said excitedly, "Fengzi, I know, isn't it similar to the composite bow?" "It means that it's similar." Zhang Feng smiled bitterly and said, "But the resin has to be spread very thin." Chang Chumo nodded and didn't say anything else. "Fengzi, our Tai Nyo's comprehension is not bad, right?" Chang Yaojin hugged Zhang Feng and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder casually. Zhang Feng could only reply with a wry smile. He thought to himself, "Anyone can understand this, right? Iron Bull's perception is good? I really don't know where he got his face from. Fengzi, since Iron Bull understands, then why don't we leave this task to Iron Bull?" Li Shimin glanced at Chang Chumo, then looked at Zhang Feng and said, "All right." Zhang Feng nodded. Cheng Chumo was the only one suitable for this task. However, Zhang Sun Wuji was a little unwilling. He took a step forward and stared at him. No, what about our bugs? Zhang Feng shook his head. He really didn't know what to do with this guy. He always wanted to poke his nose into everything. He could only say, I've arranged other tasks for Bugs and Dabing. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at Zhang Sun suspiciously. Zhang Sun said timidly, Fengzi wants us to make the steam engine. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's competitive heart barely calmed down. All right, since it's all arranged, then there's nothing else? Zhang Feng glanced at everyone. Seeing that no one responded, he said, If there's nothing else, then let's go back? Li Shimin nodded and turned to walk back to Zhang Mansion. Everyone followed closely behind. Back at Zhang Mansion, everyone drank some wine before Li Shimin and the others left. Zhang Feng felt a little drowsy and wanted to sleep. However, he knew that he couldn't sleep now. He still had to meet Zhang Yuyao's parents. So he shouted to the door, Old Du, prepare some gifts. I'm going to Zhang Mansion. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziting ran in. He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. Master, you're going to Zhang Mansion? Do you want to ask Miss Yu Yao to come along? Zhang Feng was stunned. When he was talking with Li Shimin and the others just now, he did not think of this. Now that old Du reminded him, he remembered that if there was anything difficult to reply to when he went to Zhang Mansion later, he would still need Yu Yao to do it. Thinking about it, he nodded and said, Then let's ask Yu Yao to come along. Du Ziting nodded and left. He came back in a moment, but he said with a troubled expression, Master, a servant said that Miss Yu Yao went out just now. We don't know where she went. Went out? Zhang Mansion was puzzled. Where could Yu Yao go? Could it be that she went shopping? Or went home? After thinking about it, he still couldn't find an answer. He waved his hand and said, Forget it. Since she went out, I'll go alone. With that, he turned and walked out of the mansion. Du Ziting went to prepare the gifts. Zhang Feng waited at the door for a moment before Du Ziting brought the gifts. Zhang Feng got into the carriage and drove directly to Zhang Mansion. Soon, the carriage stopped in front of Zhang Mansion. Zhang Feng got out of the carriage and straightened his clothes. Then, he led the servant carrying the gifts to Zhang Mansion. Hello, young master. The servants of Zhang Mansion bowed in unison. Good, 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 Zhang Feng replied awkwardly. He didn't really like this title, but ever since he got engaged to Zhang Yuyao, the servants of Zhang Mansion would call him young master whenever they saw him. At first, he was shocked. Later, he slowly got used to it. However, after not coming for a long time, he didn't feel uncomfortable. Young master, are you here to visit my master? Chapter 2073. The leader of the guards bowed and looked at Zhang Feng with a smile on his face. Ahem. Zhang Feng deliberately coughed twice and glanced at the mansion. He nodded and said, Not bad. Go and inform your master. The servant still had a smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and said, Young master, my master said that you don't have to report your visit. Just enter the hall. As he said that, the servant extended his hand and said with a smile, Young master, please enter the hall. Zhang Feng didn't want to be so close. After all, they weren't married yet. But since Father Zhang didn't want to be so formal, he didn't have to be either. He strode into the hall. After entering the hall, the servant served tea and pulled out a chair. He put on a show of hospitality before leaving. In fact, Zhang Feng wasn't used to this. He was very casual when he was in his own mansion. But when he was in Zhang Mansion, he felt a little restrained. This might be the feeling of a young master visiting his father-in-law's home. He smiled bitterly and took a sip of tea while waiting for Father Zhang to arrive. But at this moment, a burst of light footsteps and hearty laughter sounded. Ha ha ha. Before the laughter died down, a white-haired man appeared in the hall. It was Zhang Yuyao's father. He went straight to Zhang Feng and said, Ha ha ha. Nephew, you're here. Zhang Feng quickly got up and saluted. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Good, good, good. Father Zhang patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and smiled as he pushed Zhang Feng to the seat. Sit, nephew. After that, he strode to the main seat and turned to sit down. He then looked at Zhang Feng and smiled. Nephew, You're here because of the Jiangnan matter, right? Although he stayed in the mansion all year round, he still heard about the news outside. For example, the incident with Xuanzang last time. He had specially sent a servant to inquire about it, but there were too many people and even the servant couldn't squeeze in. However, this also meant that this future son-in-law was a hero in the hearts of the people of Chang'an. If the son-in-law was a hero, then the father-in-law's status would naturally rise. That was why he was happy. Zhang Feng naturally knew nothing about this. He smiled faintly. That's right, uncle. I'm here because of the Jiangnan matter. You know that this trip is imperative, but... He smiled bitterly. I'm worried about Yu Yao. Although Yu Yao and I are engaged, I'm worried about her after she goes to Jiangnan, so... He didn't continue because he knew that Mr. Zhang was a smart man. He didn't need to say anything more to understand what he meant. Sure enough, Father Zhang frowned at first. Then, as if he had figured something out, he laughed loudly. So that's what you're worried about. If that's the case, you don't have to worry. This time, it was Zhang Feng's turn to be puzzled. He quickly asked, Uncle, what do you mean? Father Zhang didn't answer. Instead, he beckoned a servant over and whispered a few words in his ear. Then he smiled and said, Nephew, you can ask Yu Yao when she arrives. Yu Yao? Zhang Feng instantly understood. So Yu Yao had come to the Zhang mansion. Since Yu Yao had come to the Zhang mansion, she must have told them about the Jiangnan matter. A reasonable person like Mother Zhang should be able to understand, right? Just as he was thinking, a burst of brisk footsteps sounded. A moment later, a slim and graceful woman stood in the hall. Beside her was an attractive middle-aged woman. It was Zhang Yu Yao and her daughter. Zhang Feng slowly stood up and said softly, Yu Yao? Zhang Yu Yao didn't know why, but she was especially shy in her own home. When she heard Zhang Feng call her that, her face turned red all the way to her neck. She didn't answer, only bowing slightly in return. Mother Zhang was familiar with her daughter's temperament. She pulled Zhang Yu Yao behind her and reached out her hand. Prince Zhang, please sit here. We can talk about it after sitting down. Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Feng nodded and returned to his seat. Then he looked at Mother Zhang and said, Auntie, I'm sure you know why I'm here this time? Mother Zhang nodded slightly and glanced at the shy Zhang Yu Yao. Then, her gaze fell on Zhang Feng. She smiled and said, Of course I know. What about Yu Yao in Jiangnan? Auntie is wise. Zhang Feng cupped his hands and said solemnly, Auntie, although Yu Yao and I are husband and wife in name, we haven't gone through the wedding ceremony. Originally, I didn't plan to take Yu Yao to Jiangnan this time because it's really dangerous there. But Yu Yao insists on going, so I can only go along with her wishes. But I'm worried that after we go there, people will point fingers at her and the Zhang mansion. Mother Zhang smiled faintly and turned to Zhang Yu Yao. Daughter, what do you think? Zhang Yu Yao secretly glanced at Zhang Feng and quickly covered her face with her handkerchief. Then, she looked at Mother Zhang. Mother, didn't we just discuss it? I must go to Jiangnan with Prince Zhang. Mother Zhang smiled bitterly and helplessly. A grown girl can't be kept at home. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. Young Master Zhang, we've just discussed it. Yu Yao must go to Jiangnan with us. There's no need to argue about this. As for after Jiangnan, it's your business. There may be some gossip, but I don't think anyone knows about your relationship. It doesn't matter. As for Chang'an, you have so many good friends. What are you afraid of? Chapter 2074. After that, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. Prince Zhang, we just discussed it. Yu Yao must go to Jiangnan with us. There's no need to argue about this. As for after Jiangnan, it's your business. There may be some gossip, but no one should know about your relationship, so it doesn't matter. As for Chang'an, you have so many good friends. What are you afraid of? Zhang Feng was stunned. Why didn't he think of this? If he had so many good friends in Chang, and after he left, the Zhang mansion would be fine. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Mother Zhang and smiled. Auntie, you have a point. Mother Zhang nodded slightly and glanced at Zhang Yu Yao, whose cheeks were slightly red. Then she looked at Zhang Feng and said, Prince Zhang, actually, I still hope that you and Yu Yao can get married in Chang'an before leaving. After all, You are already engaged. It's not good to keep holding on like this, right? What do you think? After that, she gave Father Zhang a look. Father Zhang immediately understood. He looked at Zhang Feng and said with a smile, Prince Zhang, you see, our Yu Yao is not young anymore. It's not good for her to run to your mansion every day. It's indeed time to consider marriage. This was also true. Although Zhang Yuyao was engaged to Zhang Feng, she was still not married. It was not nice to run to Zhang Feng's place every day. Father and Mother Zhang had been anxious for a long time. They were worried about their daughter's marriage, but since their daughter came back, she had been talking to Zhang Feng, which made them a little speechless. Now that Zhang Feng was here, they naturally had to talk about it. Faced with such a situation, Zhang Feng had never experienced it. The corner of his mouth twitched, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. This was because he didn't expect that Mother and Father Zhang would also force him to marry. This was undoubtedly a death sentence for a naive person. However, with the answers he had given to Li Shimin and the others, he felt a little more confident. Thus he smiled faintly and said, Uncle, Auntie, I'm preparing to go to Jiangnan to develop my career. The situation there is still unclear. It's better to wait until I come back and get married. Besides, I'm currently in the development stage of my career. If I get married rashly, I'm afraid I'll be neglecting Yu Yao. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they even felt that what this guy said made sense. But when he thought about it carefully, it made no sense at all. He was clearly looking for an excuse not to get married. They still wanted to dissuade him, but after thinking about it, they decided against it. This Zhang Feng looked so determined that it was impossible to persuade him. Father Zhang could only let out a long sigh and faintly said, Since you say so, then fine. We'll do as you say. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle and Auntie. Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly and cupped his hands. Since there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, he waved his hand and the servant behind him came forward. He took the gift from the servant's hand and stood up to place it in front of Father Zhang. He smiled and said, Uncle, this is a little token of my appreciation. Father Zhang smiled and stood up to accept the gift. Thank you, dear nephew. Zhang Feng bowed to Mother Zhang again and said with a smile, Auntie, I'll take my leave. Zhang. Zhang Yuyao glanced at Zhang Feng. She wanted to say something but stopped. Mother Zhang had already seen through her daughter's thoughts. She smiled and turned to Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang, wait. Zhang Feng stopped and turned to look at Mother Zhang. Mother Zhang glanced at Zhang Yuyao dotingly and stood up to look at Zhang Feng. Prince Zhang, isn't Yu Yao going to Jiangnan with you? Why don't you take her with you? Zhang Feng originally wanted to let Zhang Yuyao rest at home for a few more days. It wouldn't be too late to delay the trip to Jiangnan for a day. Anyway, he hadn't finished his business in Chang'an. Now that he heard Mother Zhang say this, he didn't argue and said, Thank you, Auntie. Zhang Yuyao glanced at Zhang Feng and then bowed to Mother Zhang and Father Zhang. After all, this trip to Jiangnan was hundreds of miles away from Chang'an. It was uncertain when they would come back. Naturally, they had to bid farewell to their parents. Then, Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuyao got into the carriage and drove to the Zhang mansion. In the carriage, the blush on Zhang Yuyao's face had yet to recede. Perhaps it was because her parents were by her side just now, and she felt shy. Looking at it now, it was as if the white clouds were dyed with a red blush. She raised her head slightly and glanced at Zhang Feng. Then she lowered her head and said softly, Prince Zhang, my parents had a conflict just now. Please forgive them. Ah! Zhang Feng suddenly raised his head. He was thinking about what to do after going to Jiangnan and didn't hear Zhang Yuyao clearly. He said a little belatedly, What did you say just now? Zhang Yuyao saw that Zhang Feng was a little absent-minded. She said coquettishly, Nothing. Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Then he seemed to think of something and said, What did you and Auntie discuss just now? Just now, I told Mother that I would go to Jiangnan with you. Zhang Yuyao clutched the corner of her clothes and her face was a little red. Zhang Feng finally understood. No wonder his conversation with Father and Mother Zhang went so smoothly. It turned out that this girl helped him from behind. Thinking about it, he smiled and said, Thank you, Yuyao. Chapter 2075. Zhang Yuyao blushed and shook her head. It was embarrassing for a girl like her to talk about this kind of thing. After all, she hadn't married Zhang Feng yet. She felt a little ashamed to speak for Zhang Feng in front of his parents. Now Zhang Feng said so, she didn't know how to answer. But at this moment, the neighing of horses came from outside the carriage and the carriage stopped. "Master, we've arrived at the mansion." A voice came from outside the carriage. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and helped Zhang Yuyao get off the carriage. "Yuyao, go back to your room and have a rest." Zhang Feng let go of Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile. Zhang Yuyao nodded slightly, bowed, and turned to her room. Zhang Feng also turned to the study and said to Du Ziting as he walked, "Go to the study and pour a cup of tea. And don't let anyone disturb me in the study." Du Ziting frowned. He knew that the master usually didn't go to the study. Why did he go to the study today? But seeing that the master was in a hurry, he didn't ask more. He nodded and left. Zhang Feng didn't say anything along the way. Soon he came to the study. He found a piece of paper and spread it out. Then he started to write. The year-end examination was about to begin. He needed to draw up the curriculum for the students of the academy. The students of the academy had been learning the middle school curriculum. This time he needed to draw up the college curriculum for the students. After writing for a while, Du Ziting gently pushed the door and came in. Seeing that Zhang Feng was writing attentively, he gently put the tea on the table and left. After writing for a while, Zhang Feng felt that his hands were a little sore. After all, he had rarely written since he came to the Great Tang, and most of the work was done by others. He could only rest for a while, light a cigarette, and slowly smoke it. After the cigarette went out, he began writing again. After about half an hour, the curriculum was finally prepared. Zhang Feng stood up and stretched his body. Then, he lit up a cigarette and sat down on the chair, smoking with a face full of enjoyment. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Feng stubbed out the cigarette and glanced outside the door. "Who is it?" "Master, Mr. Zihuai is here." Du Ziting's voice came from outside the door. "The old scholar?" Zhang Feng, a little confused, frowned. Wasn't the academy preparing for the year-end examination? The old scholar should be very busy. Why did he have time to come to the mansion? Even though he didn't understand, he still got up and walked towards the door. "Coming, coming!" Before he could reach the door, he heard a jia sound as the door was pushed open. A familiar face came into view. It was the old elementary scholar. "Old scholar, why are you here?" Zhang Feng asked subconsciously. "Why? Can't old man?" The old scholar smiled playfully and then stepped through the door. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "The old man is looking for you. Do you think the old man is willing to come?" Zhang Feng smiled and closed the door, blocking Du Ziting outside. He knew that if the old scholar was looking for him, there must be something. As expected, the old scholar found a chair and sat down. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said seriously, "Fengzi, are you ready for the curriculum after the new year?" "I've been ready for a long time." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly and walked to the desk. He was about to pass the curriculum to the old scholar when he found that the ink on it was still wet. He smiled and said, "Take a seat first. I'll pass it to you later." The old scholar's eyes were sharp. How could he not see Zhang Feng's little movements? But he was not in a hurry, so he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Take a seat. I have something to ask you." Zhang Feng nodded and found a seat near the old scholar. He asked, "What's the matter?" The old scholar said seriously, "Fengzi, when do you plan to leave?" "As soon as possible." Zhang Feng waved his hand and then thought of the curriculum. He smiled and said, "I wanted to leave today, but I haven't finished writing the curriculum. I just finished writing it and I want to leave tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" The old scholar raised his head and said a few words in his heart. He then looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, "What's the first step of your plan to go to Jiangnan?" Zhang Feng was silent for a while and said seriously, "The prices of goods in Jiangnan are rising. I want to stabilize them first. Otherwise, the people will have a hard time." The old scholar nodded. He was quite satisfied with Fengzi's plan. At least he could see that this kid cared about the world. He smiled and said, "Not bad. This plan is not bad. At least you can win the hearts of the people." As he spoke, he glanced outside the door and then looked at Zhang Feng. With a mysterious expression he said, Feng, I have a good friend in Jiangnan. He used to be a declining aristocrat. Now he has some coal mining business. You can ask him for help when you go to Jiangnan. Give me that piece of paper and I'll write down the address for you. Zhang Feng was happy. He needed some hidden power in Jiangnan. This old scholar was no doubt giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He quickly took a piece of paper and a pen and handed it to the old scholar. Chapter 2076. The old scholar picked up the brush and wrote a line of small characters. Then he handed it to Zhang Feng and said, This is the address. You just need to follow this address and you will find it. Zhang Feng took the paper and glanced at it. On the paper was written, Wang Shi, living in the Wang mansion beside the Jiangnan Canal Street. After reading it, Zhang Feng folded the paper and cupped his hands. Thank you. You don't have to be so polite with me. The old scholar waved his hand and said carelessly, As long as you are safe in Jiangnan. Then he pointed to the curriculum on the table and said, Give it to me. I will take it back to the academy. Zhang Feng quickly got up and looked at the curriculum. He found that the ink had dried. He handed it to the old scholar and asked, When is the end-of-year examination? The old scholar took the curriculum and glanced at it. Then he said, Probably in 2 months. Zhang Feng frowned. He had originally wanted to wait until the end-of-the-year examination before leaving, but now it seemed that it was too late. The time had already been pushed back to the new year. He thought for a moment and said, Old Xiaotsai, I won't be able to participate in the end-of-the-year examination. You tell my teachers. The old scholar had known that Zhang Feng would say this, but hearing it with his own ears made him feel uncomfortable. He laughed and scolded, Why don't you go and tell them yourself? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. If he went and told his teachers, he would be scolded to death. But he would not say this in front of the old scholar. So he said, Aren't I leaving soon? There is no way to tell them. I'd better go and tell them. Forget it, forget it. The old scholar sighed. He knew Zhang Feng's difficulties and did not want to tease him. He smiled and said, Okay, I will go and tell those old guys. After saying that, he turned around and opened the door, walking straight to the door. Looking at the receding figure, Zhang Feng felt reluctant to part with him. Ever since he knew the old scholar, he had been treating him like a nephew. He even sent him a friend's message before he left. This friendship was really better than that of an ordinary master and disciple. For a moment, he didn't even want to leave. But he had to go to Jiangnan, because Yu Yuer and the clan were there. Master, everything is ready. Du Ziting came over. Zhang Feng's thoughts were interrupted. He glanced at Du Ziting and said, Tell them that we will leave for Jiangnan tomorrow morning. You and the servants will stay here. A complicated look flashed through Du Ziting's eyes. In fact, he wanted to go with his master, but when he heard his master's words, his mood fell to the bottom. Of course, he also knew why his master asked him to stay. The Zhang mansion was so big that no one could take care of it. Other people were not reliable, so he had to stay. At night, the sky gradually darkened. The Zhang mansion seemed to have become deserted all of a sudden. There were no longer the usual sounds of laughter and chatter. There were only lonely lights in the garden. Leaves fell from the trees, as if they were sad for Zhang Feng's departure. There was no snow tonight, but there was still a creaking sound in the courtyard. It was the sound of the servants on night patrol stepping on the fallen leaves. They seemed to be extra diligent tonight. They circled Zhang Feng's room several times, as if they were afraid that something unusual would happen. This was because they knew that their master was leaving the next morning. If they could catch a glimpse of him now, it would be good. Otherwise, they didn't know when they would be able to see him again in the future. Another reason was due to the loyalty of the servants. From the moment they entered the Zhang mansion, it was as if they were deeply tied to their master. Now that their master was suddenly leaving, they were very reluctant. The night passed quickly. Zhang Feng woke up early. When he opened the door, he saw Du Ziting standing outside. Old Du, good morning. Zhang Feng yawned and said with a smile, Tell all the guards to eat and then gather in the front yard. We will leave in a moment. Du Ziting nodded and left. Zhang Feng also went to the hall to eat. Unexpectedly, the two girls had already arrived. When they saw Zhang Feng, they stood up together. Prince Zhang. Have a seat. We'll set off after dinner. Zhang Feng waved his hand to signal the two girls to sit down. He then picked up a bowl of porridge and looked at them. The road to Jiangnan is long. You have to eat more. Otherwise, you can only eat dry food on the road. Chang'an was a few hundred miles away from Jiangnan. Although there were post stations on the way, it was impossible to have fresh food when one was hungry. Moreover, the food on the road was not as good as the food in the Zhang mansion. To put it bluntly, even the dry food in the Zhang mansion could not be compared. Therefore, it was better to eat on the way. A complicated look flashed in Zhang Yuyao's eyes. She was still infatuated with Chang'an. After all, she was born and raised in Guangzhou. If Prince Zhang was not going to Jiangnan, she might not leave Chang'an for the rest of her life. However, since they were going to Chang'an, there was nothing to say. She nodded and ate the porridge. Chapter 2077. Jingshu was a little different. She wasn't from Chang'an, so she didn't have the same infatuation as Zhang Yuyao, so she was still a little disappointed. After the meal, Zhang Feng glanced at the two girls. Go and get ready, then gather at the door. We're about to leave. After that, he turned and walked to the front yard. The guards had already gathered. There were 50 people in total, no more, no less. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd. Let's go. Yes, master. Everyone spoke in unison, and their momentum was loud. Zhang Feng's lips curled up. He didn't neglect the training these days. These guys were as strong as bulls. When they reached Jiangnan, they would definitely become a big killing machine. The Jiangnan clan, prepare to suffer the wrath. He strode to the door, and the guards followed closely behind. The carriage had already been prepared at the gate. Zhang Feng boarded the carriage and waited for the two girls to arrive. After a while, there was a flurry of footsteps. Zhang Yuyao walked over with big and small bags, followed by her maid Xiao Cui. Xiao Cui was also carrying all kinds of bags, and he didn't know what was inside. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt speechless. Yuyao, we're going to Jiangnan, not to take refuge. Why are you carrying so many bags? Also, what's in these bags? Zhang Yuyao stopped and put the bags on the carriage. Then she looked at Zhang Feng and said breathlessly, these are all important things that we girls use. You don't understand. I don't understand? Zhang Feng frowned. As a modern person, what don't I understand? Although he was dissatisfied, he didn't want to argue with this girl. After all, he knew that a good man wouldn't fight with a woman. But why wasn't Jingshu here yet? He turned to look behind Zhang Yuyao. Soon, he saw Jingshu's figure. He saw Jingshu holding a pipa and walking over leisurely. That's more like it. It's not like we're taking refuge. Why do we need so many things? Zhang Feng glanced at the two girls and said indifferently, get on the carriage and set off. The two girls lifted their skirts and boarded the carriage one after the other. Zhang Feng glanced at the plaque on the door of the Zhang mansion and looked at the coachman with a complicated expression. Let's go. The coachman understood. He raised his whip and shouted, and the carriage slowly moved forward. Du Ziting led a group of servants to look at the master's back from afar. They knew that this was the master's road to meteoric success from now on, and it was also the road that the master had to take to return home. The carriage went further and further away, speeding along the street. Soon, it was out of the gate of Chang'an City. Time passed little by little. The carriage was on the road. Zhang Feng and the others didn't find any inn on the road, so they could only eat the dry food they brought along. This made the two girls feel a little uncomfortable, especially Zhang Yuyao. She had never suffered any hardships. She basically lived a life of luxury at home. But on the road, she had to eat dry food? They couldn't not eat. There was no fresh food on the road. This made the two girls feel nauseous again and again, and they almost vomited. The good thing was that the dry food was beef jerky. Although it was dry and unpalatable, they could still make do. Zhang Feng was a little better. He didn't care so much. What couldn't he eat? Beef jerky was a good thing. Finally, after more than 10 days, a group of carriages came to the gate of Jiangnan City. The carriage in front was covered with dust. At first glance, the rather gorgeous carriage looked like it had been robbed. However, the carriage behind was a little better. There was basically no dust. The group of carriages stopped. An elegant young man with a folding fan in his hand stepped out of the carriage. He glanced at the bustling street and smiled with satisfaction. Jiangnan is really a rich land. This young man was naturally Zhang Feng. The journey of more than 10 days had made him a little tired. But when he saw the scenery of Jiangnan, he instantly felt a little better. Prince Zhang, look, there's delicious food over there. The one who spoke was Xiao Cui. This girl had been taking care of Zhang Yuyao all the way. She was already suffering. But when she saw the food next to her, she was as happy as a child. She hugged Zhang Yuyao and said with a smile, "Miss, there's delicious food over there. Let's go and have a look." Zhang Yuyao wiped the bitter water from the corner of her mouth with a handkerchief and turned to look at Zhang Feng with a pleading face. Zhang Feng was a soft-hearted person. In addition, he was also hungry, so he went with the flow and agreed. The group walked to the front of the stall and found out that they were buying wontons. Zhang Feng was hungry. He didn't care about anything else. He ordered 5 big bowls and wolfed them down. Although Zhang Yuyao was also hungry, she still cared about her status as a lady. She didn't act as presumptuously as Zhang Feng. She chewed and swallowed slowly. Jingshu was the same. She put on the appearance of a lady. But when it was time to pay the bill, Zhang Feng was shocked. What? It's actually 50 copper coins? Chapter 2078. When he was in Chang'an, the most expensive wonton he had was 2 copper coins, and the cheapest one was 1 copper coin. But in Jiangnan, 5 bowls of wonton actually cost 50 copper coins. It was not that he was stingy and did not want to pay, but the price was too unreasonable. It was several times higher than in Chang'an. Sir, I'm not deliberately asking for a high price, but the price is the same everywhere in Jiangnan. The stall owner put on a pitiful expression. He pointed at the street vendors and said, "Right now, prices in Jiangnan are soaring. The raw materials are more than 5 times more expensive than before, and we bought this place. Every month, we have to pay 2 strings of money as a stall fee. Otherwise, we can't do business, so we have no choice." The price is the same everywhere in Jiangnan? Zhang Feng was stunned. Before he came, he had heard about how high the prices in Jiangnan were, but he did not expect the prices to be so high. 5 bowls of wontons cost 50 copper coins, which was an average of 10 copper coins per bowl. It was more than 5 times higher than in Chang'an. Hiss! He could not help but gasp. But more than that, he was resentful because he knew that this was all a trick by the Jiangnan clans. All the financial power and goods in Jiangnan were in the hands of the clans. As long as the prices were raised, they could profit from it and exploit the people's money. These bastards were really inhumane. Even though he was resentful, he still had to pay the money. After giving the money to the stall owner, Zhang Feng walked to the carriage with the 2 girls. But at this moment, a shout came from not far away. "Get out of the way!" Zhang Feng felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw a man dressed in silk rushing over. He was so scared that his face changed. He quickly pushed the 2 girls and Xiao Cui away, but he stumbled. Whoosh! The man suddenly reined in his horse. Seeing that the people on the ground were fine, he suddenly became angry. Where did this bastard come from? How dare you block Lao Tzu's way? Zhang Feng was instantly angry. He stood up and stared at the man with red eyes. Who do you think you are? This road is not your home. How dare you say it is your road? Also, you almost hit Lao Tzu? Hurry up and apologize to Lao Tzu. He didn't want to cause trouble as soon as he arrived, but now that trouble had come to him, he couldn't back down. Otherwise, others would think that he was easy to bully, and he would never be able to make a name for himself. However, this man was clearly not a kind person. When he heard Zhang Feng's words, the veins on his face bulged, and the whip in his hand creaked. How dare you? In all of Jiangnan, no one dares to speak to Lao Tzu like that. Today, I actually met someone who doesn't care about his life. As he spoke, he glanced behind him and said coldly, "Where is the Gao family? Break this dog's legs." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion in the crowd. Dozens of men with sticks in their hands rushed out from the crowd and stood behind the man. "Young master." The roar was so loud that it was deafening. Of course, this voice naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many vendors even stopped doing business and gathered around to watch. Voices of worry, ridicule, and ridicule all entered Zhang Feng's ears. Where did this wild brat come from? How dare he provoke the Jiangnan Gao family? Isn't he seeking his own death? Isn't that right? The Gao family is one of the tyrants of Jiangnan. They control a full seventh of Jiangnan's financial resources. Today, this brat fell into the hands of the Gao family's second young master. Maybe he'll die. Not necessarily. Look, this person is also wearing silk. Maybe he's a descendant of that family. Let's take a look first. Hearing the voices of the crowd, Zhang Feng frowned. The Jiangnan Gao family? A full seventh of Jiangnan's financial resources? Could it be that this person had 5 surnames and 7 hopes? No, there was no one with the surname Gao among the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Could it be a branch of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? He racked his brain and finally found a clue. It was the Fanyang Lu family of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. The Lu family originated with the surname Jiang and were descendants of Qi's Taigong. The Duke of Qi, Gao Ji, was the ancestor of the surname Lu. His descendants were given the surname Lu because they were in theft with Lu Yi. In 385 BC, Tian he replaced Qi. The Lu and Gao families were driven out. After leaving Lu Yi, the Lu family lived scattered between Yan and Qin. The main branch lived in Yan. In the Qin dynasty, there was a scholar of the 5 classics, Lu Ao. His descendants later moved to the Zhua River and settled in Zhua County. Because Zhua County was part of Fanyang County, they were called the Zhua people of Fanyang. Because of all these reasons, the person in front of him could only be a branch of the Lu family. Because the Lu family was originally surnamed Gao, they later changed their surname to Lu. Only the Lu family of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes had the power to control a seventh of Jiangnan's financial resources. He really didn't expect to get into a fight with the Lu family's henchmen as soon as he arrived in Jiangnan. He was instantly furious. He glanced at the carriage behind him and shouted, "All the guards of the Zhang family, come out!" As soon as he finished speaking, the guards who had been resting in the carriage all got off and stood behind Zhang Feng with Mitsubishi bayonets in their hands. With the addition of the guards, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became incomparably solemn. Chapter 2079. The onlookers subconsciously took a step back because they could feel the murderous aura coming from these people. It was the aura of someone who had killed someone. It was like a scream from hell. Even so, there were still quite a few brave onlookers who started to discuss. Lao Tzu said that this kid isn't simple. Look, he's really hiding something. He even has a weapon in his hand. I wonder what that weapon is. It looks quite exquisite. I'll get it to play with when I have time. So what if this kid has someone? The second young master of the Gao family also has someone. Moreover, this kid doesn't seem to know young Master Gao's identity. If he does, I wonder if he'll pee in his pants. You guys, the Gao family has been exploiting us for years. Why are you still speaking up for them? You should be cursing the second young master to die a horrible death. When the discussions reached young Master Gao's ears, he already felt a little uncomfortable. At first, he thought that this kid was just an ordinary person. Who would have thought that he could summon so many people with a wave of his hand? He wasn't afraid. With the Gao family's status, they could do whatever they wanted in Jiangnan. Why would they need to be afraid of a kid who was still wet behind the ears? He just felt a little uneasy because these people gave him the feeling that they were demons from hell. Everyone's hands were stained with blood. Who was he? He was made of porcelain. As for the other side, they were all boorish people. They were all pots. Let me ask you, how can porcelain and earthen pot meet force with force? Moreover, this guy had so many people. He couldn't go head-to-head with them. It was better to ask about this guy's background first. He repeatedly reminded himself that he wasn't afraid of these kids or the number of people. With that thought, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and said coldly, "Kid, who are you? Don't you know that I'm the second young master of the Gao family? Do you know the consequences of offending me?" He emphasized the words, Gao family, and consequences, in an attempt to warn the other party. However, these words were like farts in Zhang Feng's ears. Because he had no intention of letting this guy go. Even if he knew that this guy was a lackey of the Lu family, he was still fearless. Previously, he had already clashed with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Now, this Lu family's dog was contradicting him. Of course, he would not let him go so easily. He clenched his fist and pointed his index finger at the second young master of the Gao family. Lao Tzu, listen up. Lao Tzu's name is Zhang Feng. You must have been blind to bump into me, so I'll make you pay. As he spoke, he glanced at the guards behind him and said coldly, break one of the legs of that Gao guy. Hearing this, the guards all nodded their heads and walked towards the Gao family's young master with their Mitsubishi bayonets in hand. Gao Ju shivered and thought to himself, not good. He had already announced his name, but this guy didn't seem to be afraid at all. It seemed like he wasn't a good person either. If it were any other time, he would have already ordered his servants to beat them up. But now, he felt a little uneasy. They only had a dozen people on their side, while the other side had 50 people. There was a huge difference in numbers. If they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Retreat? No, if they retreated now, where would the Gao family's face be? After thinking about it, he decided to take a gamble. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said coldly, brat, don't think that you can show off just because you have more people. Lao Tzu's Gao family isn't a pushover. As he spoke, he glanced at the servants and shouted, all servants of the Gao family, kill this brat. Everyone will be rewarded 50 strings of silver. Hearing this, the eyes of the servants behind him instantly turned red. 50 strings of silver? That was 50 strings of silver. Their annual salary was only 5 strings of silver. 50 strings of silver was money that they could only earn in 10 years. Generous rewards would attract brave men. This saying was indeed true. Even though they knew the difference in strength between the two sides, none of the servants retreated. Instead, they gripped their clubs tightly and charged straight at Zhang Feng. The Zhang family's guards didn't hold back either. The Mitsubishi bayonets in their hands creaked. Soon the two groups of people clashed. In an instant, many people fell on the street. Gao Wu's eyes widened because the people who fell were none other than his servants. He thought that even if these fellows couldn't beat the other side, they could at least exhaust some of them. As long as they could delay for a while, his reinforcements would arrive. But he didn't expect these fellows to be so weak. They fell as soon as they clashed. Did he raise them for nothing? Seeing those people with strange weapons coming over, he was a little scared. He turned to glance at Zhang Feng and said, brat, Lao Tzu will remember you. See you next time. With that, he quickly turned his horse around and galloped forward. Zhang Feng was a little dismissive of these harsh words. The Gao family was only the Lu family's lackeys. They didn't pose any threat at all. What worried him the most was the Lu family. They were a huge monster. Chapter 2080. Although the Lu family had been recorded since the Qin and Han dynasties, it was during the Eastern Han dynasty that Lu Ji became famous for his Confucianism. Thus, he was called the ancestor of the Lu family. During the Three Kingdoms, Lu Yu held the position of Minister of War of Chao Wei. After that, Lu Qin, Lu Gui, Lu Ji, and Lu Chen held high positions. During the Northern Wei dynasty, Lu Xian entered the imperial court as the First Order. During the Empress Xiaowen's time, Lu Xian became one of the 4 surnames, Lu, Cui, Zhang, and Wang. After the Northern Wei dynasty split, Lu Jing's 3 sons became the imperial tutors of Western Wei, Northern Qi, and Northern Zhou. During the Tang dynasty, they were one of the 7 surnames and 10 families, producing 8 prime ministers. Together with the Cui family of Bowling and the Cui family of Qinghe, they were known as the Cui Lu. Of course, this was not an exaggeration. In fact, the Lu family did indeed have the strength and reputation. Every family held a high position in the imperial court, and were even respectfully called the imperial preceptor. There were countless scholars and beauties. The most important thing was that they settled in Zhuo County, now Zhuozhou, Hebei province. It was a flat land with fertile fields and was famous for being a fertile land. The map of the Yan kingdom that Jianghu presented when he assassinated the king of Qin was located in this area. The Fanyang Lu family had been farming and studying here for generations. Their descendants had multiplied and become a world-famous aristocratic family. The reason why Zhang Feng was worried was because of the Lu family's geographical advantage. Fortunately, the Lu family had extended their reach to Jiangnan, but the overall family was still in Zhuo County. Therefore, they had to take advantage of the time when these guys were not paying attention to them to develop their power. Thinking of this, he called for the guards to stop. That Gao fellow had already run far away. There was no need to chase after him. It would be bad if the Gao family retaliated. After cleaning up the scene, Zhang Feng began to search for Jia Doran's whereabouts according to the address. Seeing that the guards had left, The Gao family's servants hurriedly got up to chase after their young master. They had failed to protect their young master today, and had to return early to avoid punishment. After chasing for a while, the servants finally saw their young master running on the road. They hurriedly rushed forward and said, "Young master, young master!" Hearing this, Gao Su reined in his horse and turned around abruptly. He lashed out with a horsewhip in his hand and shouted, "You bastards, I was almost beaten to death just now. Are you all dead?" The servants all knelt on the ground, not daring to say a word, silently enduring the young master's anger. Blood splattered all over their backs, and their clothes were torn apart, but their eyes were filled with coldness. Because they knew that they couldn't blame the young master. It was all because of that brat called Zhang Feng. In the future, he would definitely tear that brat Zhang Feng into pieces and plant the seeds of hatred. After a moment, Gao Su seemed to be tired of whipping. He withdrew his whip and coldly swept his eyes over the crowd. Where did that reckless brat go? The leader of the guards raised his head slightly, but the cold sweat on his forehead revealed his fear. He said in a trembling voice, "Young master, that brat left with the guards." "He left?" Gao Su narrowed his eyes and said with a gloomy face, "You're leaving just like that after offending Lao Tzu?" As he spoke, he glanced at the head servant. "You, take 2 men with you and follow that fellow. Find out where that fellow lives. When the time comes, report back to me. The rest of you, follow me back to the residence." After he finished speaking, he whipped his horse and galloped forward. The head servant glanced at the people around him, randomly picked a few, and turned around to leave. The others followed young Master Gao to the Gao residence. A moment later, a huge mansion appeared in front of everyone. There was even a gold-rimmed Phoebe Jiannan wooden plaque hanging on it. There were 2 big words written on it. Gao Mansion. Next to these 2 big words was a line of small words. Fanyang Lu family. Gao Su flipped off his horse like a carp and walked straight to the door. There were 4 servants standing at the door. When they saw that their young master had returned, they hurriedly went to greet him. "Young master, get lost," Gao Su shouted. He was in a bad mood, so how could he let these lowly servants dirty his eyes? Hearing this, the servants hurriedly retreated. They knew that this second young master had a bad temper. Usually, he relied on second madam's favor to be arrogant and unrestrained in the residence. Who knew how many servants had been beaten to death? They didn't want to be the next one. Gao Su threw his whip on the ground and quickly walked to the front yard. "Young master, you're back." A white-haired old man greeted him. He was the head steward of the Gao residence. He was brought over by second madam when she got married, so he was given the name Gao Cheng. He watched Gao Su grow up, so he had an indescribable feeling for Gao Su. "Gao Cheng, where's my father?" Gao Su glanced at Gao Cheng, his expression slightly better. However, Gao Cheng's brows furrowed. He knew that the second young master was usually a dandy, but he treated him well and called him steward. Why did he call him by his real name today? Could it be that this fellow fought with some family's young master again? Did he lose and come back to complain? After some thought, he sighed and said, "Young master, old master is in the backyard." "Then I'll go find him." Gao Su turned around and prepared to walk to the backyard. Chapter 2081. Gao Cheng pulled Gao Shi back and dissuaded him. "Young master, master doesn't like to be disturbed in the backyard. Why don't you wait for a moment?" "How can I do that?" Gao Su's face was full of astonishment. His eyes widened as he said, "I have an important matter to discuss with father." "Mother Fastress Kerr, I was almost beaten by a brat today. I must get justice for father." As expected, Gao Cheng secretly said in his heart, "Young master really fought with someone else. Young master is too restless. He fights with others every day. Last time, he just beat up someone from the Wang family. This time, he beat up someone else? I wonder who he beat up this time? Last time, the Wang family was fine. He was just a lonely noble. Just give him some money and suppress him with force. This time, if he beat up that young master, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the mess." After thinking about it, he turned to look at Gao Shi. "Young master, you go to the hall first. I'll go to the backyard and call master over." Gao Su originally wanted to go directly to the backyard to find his father and smear some mud on the way, pretending that he had been beaten up. With his father's doting personality, He would definitely kill that brat surnamed Zhang. But now, it seemed that it was better to lie down in the hall and pretend to be seriously injured. Thinking about it, he nodded and said happily, "Okay, Uncle Cheng, quickly go and inform father. I'll lie down in the hall first. Remember, you must say that I'm seriously injured and can't get up." Gao Cheng let out a bitter laugh. Young master's temperament really didn't change at all. Just now, he called him Gao Cheng. Now he called him Uncle Cheng? And he wanted to lie down in the hall and pretend to be seriously injured? However, he had watched Gao Shi grow up. No matter what kind of rude request he made, he would agree to it. So he could only turn and walk to the backyard. Gao Shi grabbed some mud and smeared it on his face. He even deliberately tore his clothes and lay down in the hall, thinking about what he would say when father came. On the other side, Gao Cheng had already reached the backyard. Countless exotic flowers and herbs were planted here, and there were even quite a few precious species. Many of them were species that even the imperial palace did not have. A middle-aged man stood in the middle of the flowers. He had a high bun on his hair, and the hair on his temples were graying. There were obvious wrinkles on his face, and his turbid eyes were half squinted, as if he was sensing the aura of the flowers. He was the head of the Gao family, Gao Xian. "Master, second young master is back," Gao Cheng said from behind. Gao Xian frowned, obviously dissatisfied. He didn't like others to disturb him at this time, but when he heard that it was his son, his frown relaxed a little. "It's fine that you're back, but do you have to report to me? Don't you know that I don't like to be disturbed?" Gao Cheng was slightly stunned and immediately said, "Master, I didn't mean to disturb you, but it's young master." "Vow?" Gao Xian frowned. She turned her head slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Young master fought with someone again. This time, it seems that his injuries are not light. Gao Cheng lowered his head and said worriedly. He knew that master usually doted on second young master the most, but at the same time, he hated it when second young master went out to fight. That was because master only had 2 sons, and there were only 2 successors in the big Gao family. If anything happened to second young master, the heavy responsibility of reviving the family would be left to eldest young master alone. This was very disadvantageous for a big family. Sure enough, when Gao Xian heard Gao Cheng's report, he frowned and shouted angrily, "Who dares to hit my Gao family's disciple? And how is that unfilial son now?" Gao Cheng hurriedly lowered his head and said softly, "Young master is lying in the hall now. We don't know who hit him yet." As soon as he finished speaking, Gao Xian waved his sleeves and walked towards the hall. Seeing this, Gao Cheng hurriedly followed behind. In the hall, Val was lying on the ground, purposely moaning in pain, trying to confuse his father who was about to arrive. "Ouch! It hurts!" A series of cries entered Gao Xian's ears. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickened his steps. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his most beloved son sitting on the ground. His whole body was covered in mud, and his clothes were torn. This was definitely a beating, and not a light one at that. He hurriedly went forward and asked with a face full of concern, What's going on? Who did you fight with?" When Val saw that his father had come, it was as if he had found someone to vent all the grievances he had suffered. Tears streamed down his face and he said while crying, "Father, it was an unknown boy. I was riding a horse on the street, and that bastard blocked my horse and let the servants hit me. Father, you have to help me." Hearing his sons crying, Gao Xian frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong. With the Gao family's status in Jiangnan, not to mention an unknown boy, even the other 4 big families did not dare to touch the Gao family, let alone the Gao family's young master. How could a boy dare to hit the Gao family's young master? There was something strange about this. Could it be an outsider? But an outsider should have heard of the Jiangnan Gao family, right? Chapter 2082. After all, the Gao family was backed by the Lu family. Who dared to provoke them? However, there was someone who dared to touch the Gao family and even made an oath. He couldn't care so much now. Even if it was a branch of the other 5 families, he had to tear off a piece of skin for beating his son. Thinking about it, he turned his head and glanced at the steward, Gao Cheng, and said fiercely, "Gao Cheng, immediately send someone to find that kid and then come back to the residence. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." A vicious look flashed in Gao Su's eyes. He quickly said, "Steward, my men have already followed that kid. You can ask them and they'll find him." He couldn't wait anymore. He couldn't wait to trample on that reckless kid. However, at this moment, a mocking voice came from outside. "You still have the face to go home after being beaten?" Gao Su's eyes narrowed. He had a bad feeling. This was because he knew that this was his big brother, the young master of the Gao family, Gao Ming. This guy had been smart since he was young. He was familiar with the classics and history and was deeply doted on by his father. He heard that his father wanted to make this guy the heir of the Gao family. However, he knew that his father liked him at the same time, so he didn't make this guy. It seemed that he was preparing to think about it. He wasn't worried that the heir would fall into his big brother's hands. This was because his mother was deeply doted on by his father, and that big brother's mother had already fallen out of favor. Therefore, this big brother was now just a decoration in his eyes. He responded rudely, "Gao Ming, what do you mean?" As soon as his voice fell, a young man with a folding fan in his hand walked out from the side of the door. This young man had a delicate face with distinct features. In particular, his white clothes made him look fresh and refined. However, there was a hint of coldness in the corner of his eyes, giving people a very gloomy feeling. "Second brother. I'm your big brother. It's not good to call my real name like this, right?" Gao Ming waved his folding fan, and the corner of his mouth outlined an indescribable smile. "What's not good about it?" Gao Shi snorted and curled his lips. "Didn't you just mock me?" Gao Ming was about to speak, but Gao Xian waved his hand and interrupted. "All right, you two are brothers. What can't be solved? Why must you quarrel?" These words left Gao Lu speechless. He originally wanted to ridicule Gao Lu, but he had no choice but to stop. However, Gao Su was unwilling to let it go. He tugged at Gao Xian's sleeve and begged, "Father, I was beaten up. Big brother is still mocking me. You should punish him. And that brat, you have to avenge me." "All right." Gao Xian flicked her sleeves impatiently and turned to look at Gao Cheng, who was standing by outside the door. "Gao Cheng, send someone to capture him immediately. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse." Gao Cheng nodded and turned around to leave. But at that moment, Gao Ming took a step forward. "Father. Wait. I think there's something fishy about this." When he thought about it, he couldn't stand this younger brother of his. It was fine that he usually acted like a tyrant at home, but he even ran to the streets to fight. Last time, the family had spent a lot of money to clean up this brat's mess, and this time he was here again? Another reason was that his father had never announced his successor. He was very worried that the successor would fall on this useless younger brother of his. After all, his mother was no longer favored. If that vixen from the second branch was blowing pillow talk, this would obviously be ruined. Of course, there was another important reason for him to go forward. That was, he could see that Gao Su's injuries were fake. With this reason, he was even more fearless. Thus he pointed at Gao Su and said sternly, "Father, second brother's injuries are fake. There must be something strange about it." Hearing this, Gao Su's heart thumped. He thought to himself, how did big brother see through it? I've been hiding it very well. If father finds out that I'm faking it, will he not catch that brat? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Gao Xian. Gao Xian was as calm as usual because he had long seen that his son was faking it. But what could he do? Something like this had happened before. This brat had pretended to be dead. This time, if he didn't follow his request, he would probably have to lie in bed for 17 or 18 days. The Gao family was big, and he only had 2 sons. What could he do if he didn't pamper them? Now that his eldest son had exposed his second son, he could only play the peacemaker. Ming, even if you can see through it, there's no need to say it. You don't know Gao Er's personality. With that, he turned and sat upright on the chair, as if relieved of a burden. Gao Su also finally breathed a sigh of relief because his father wasn't angry. But his father didn't seem to have said anything about revenge. He hurriedly got up and half knelt at Gao Xian's feet, pleading, "Father, you must avenge me." Gao Xian had thought that his son was lying on the ground to put on an act. Maybe he had beaten up some family's young master or bullied someone. Now that he looked at it, he was afraid that wasn't the case. He knew his son too well. Normally, he wouldn't tear his clothes apart because of this, unless he was beaten up by someone. Chapter 2083. His expression immediately became serious, and he said with a serious face, "Gao, what's going on? Who dares to hit a member of our Gao family?" Gao Ming also became interested. He crossed his arms and looked at Gao Wu with an evil smile. Someone dared to hit a member of the Gao family? And it was the young master of the Gao family? This matter seemed to be getting more and more interesting. Right now, he even wanted to get to know the person who hit this guy. Where did he get the courage? Gao Wu didn't know these thoughts. He deliberately squeezed out a tear and cried, "Father, today I was riding a horse on Canal Avenue. There was a person in front of me who blocked my way. He even said that our Gao family was a low-class family. He called the guards to beat me. Fortunately, I ran quickly. Otherwise, I would have been beaten to death." Wait. Gao Ming smiled and waved his folding fan. "Second brother, your words are full of loopholes. First, everyone knows your personality. Who dares to stop you when you ride a horse on Canal Avenue? Who dares to not give our Gao family face? Second, why did someone stop you? This is simply impossible. Also, even if someone is dissatisfied with the Gao family, they wouldn't mock us on the street unless they are idiots." Gao Wu seemed to have been caught. He suddenly jumped up and pointed at Gao Ming. "What do you mean? Are you suspecting that I'm lying? Gao, tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't expect me to help you." Gao Xian frowned slightly. He also noticed the problem with these words. Gao Wu instantly withered and could only say submissively, "Today, I was riding a horse on Canal Avenue and almost hit someone. I wanted to make that person go away, but that person fell. Then we quarreled. I said that he was from the Gao family, but that person didn't seem to be afraid. Then, I asked the guards to beat this guy. In the end, this guy waved his hand and called over 50 people. He even knocked down all the guards. Only then did I run back." Gao Xian's frown deepened. There were clearly many things that were wrong here. Even if his son hit someone, the average person wouldn't dare to offend the Gao family. They would all pat their butts and go home. Some even went up to apologize. Why did this guy come out now? Not only did he not apologize, but he also dared to beat people? And there were more than 50 guards? When did Jiangnan have such a powerful young master? He was a little confused. He turned to look at Gao Ming, hoping that his eldest son would have some clues. Gao Ming was actually very happy because there was finally someone in Jiangnan who dared to go head-to-head with his younger brother. Wasn't this a good thing for him? But at the same time, he was also confused, because in his social circle, there was no such young master. The young masters of the clans usually liked to bully the poor people, and it was not easy to bully those of the same level. After all, they all had the 5 surnames and 7 hopes standing behind them. Since he was not a young master of the clan, there was only one possibility. Foreigners? A foreign young master? As he thought about it, he turned to look at Gao Xian. "Father, there's usually no one in Jiangnan who dares to go against us. The other 6 forces shouldn't be so stupid either. After all, we're in a cooperative relationship now. Do you think there could be outsiders?" Gao Xian nodded as if he agreed with his son's words. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Ming, do you think it could be that hidden power?" Gao Ming frowned, obviously thinking about something. After a while he said, "Father, it shouldn't be. After all, that hidden power is not as strong as our 7 families. They wouldn't dare to provoke our Gao family so brazenly." Gao Xian nodded slightly and said to himself, "Then who could it be? Who could have so many people in Jiangnan?" As he spoke, he turned to look at Gao Yu at his feet. "Gao Yu, did the person who came leave his name?" "His name is..." Gao Yu raised his head and thought for a while. Suddenly he shouted, "I remember, that person is called Zhang Feng." Zhang Feng? Gao Xian frowned. He was thinking about who this person was. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He slammed the table and stood up. He said sternly, "That person is Zhang Feng?" "Gao Yu, are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" He had heard of this guy's name in Chang'an before. It was rumored that he had founded an academy at a young age and had Yu Shernan and the others as his teachers. He studied military counselor's life and so on. He had endless means. The most terrifying thing was that this guy was the public enemy of the 5 families and 7 kingdoms. Think about it, How powerful must this guy be to attract the attention of the 5 families and 7 kingdoms? He had heard that this guy was coming to Jiangnan. As a branch of the Lu family, he had naturally sent people to inquire about it. But there was no news on the way. How could he have expected that he would suddenly appear here and fight with his son? This was obviously not a good sign. It was not because he was afraid of Zhang Feng, but because he was cautious as the head of the family. This guy had been very famous in Chang'an before. This time, he must have come to Jiangnan prepared. If he attacked rashly, he might not be able to get anything good. Gao, you didn't know about this? He asked with a startled face. Father, what's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous about a Zhang? Chapter 2084. In his impression, his father was someone who would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Now, he became like this after hearing a kid's name? Could it be that this kid had a strong background? Or was it the young master of the clan? Could it be that he could not take revenge? Gao Xian was not in the mood to pay attention to him. Instead, he turned to Gao Ming and said solemnly, Ming, I've told you about Zhang Feng before. Do you still remember? Gao Ming nodded. He remembered that his father had said that Zhang Feng was a famous talent in Chang'an. Although he had no parents, he had a group of friends and relatives. All of them had extraordinary status, especially the group of businessmen. It was as if they could cover the sky with one hand. Back then, Madame Lu had sent people to investigate, but there was no news. The only thing they knew was that this group of businessmen was very rich, and that was all. And Zhang Feng, with the help of this group of businessmen, slowly rose from a small tavern to a noble title in the imperial court. He even opened an academy, made weapons, and produced necessities. In short, as long as it was something that could not be found in the world, this guy seemed to be able to do it. Even Jiangnan would sell some of Zhang Feng's goods, such as braised meat, rubber, food, and so on. For a moment, he even wanted to get to know this guy and see what kind of person the people of Chang'an worshipped as a god was. However, he knew that he could not. This guy was the enemy of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. If he got to know him, he would undoubtedly be digging his own grave. At the same time, he also felt sorry for Zhang Feng. What kind of people could he offend? Why did he have to offend the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Wasn't this courting death? Sigh, a talent was going to fall. While daydreaming, he turned to look at Gao Xian and said solemnly, Father, you've told me about this Zhang Feng before. I've also studied him. He is indeed quite talented, but he is a bit arrogant and conceited. He dares to make enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? I'm afraid he's someone who can't see the situation clearly. Gao Xian nodded. He felt the same way. After all, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were famous families. Even if Zhang Feng was more powerful, what could he do? Could he still shake the 7 great families? However, since this guy dared to come to Jiangnan, he must have made preparations. It was better not to confront him head-on. After thinking about it, he looked at Gao Ming. Ming, what do you think? Gao Ming slightly furrowed his brows and said, Father, I don't think it's the right time to confront Zhang Feng. We should figure out his purpose. Firstly, he didn't want to avenge Gao Jian. Secondly, he didn't know Zhang Feng's power at all. If he acted rashly, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, so it was better to wait. Thirdly, he wanted to see this mysterious person and see if he was really as powerful as the rumors said. If it was true, maybe he could take him in and make plans for the future. Of course, these were all his own thoughts. But Gao Hu, who was at the side, didn't agree. He jumped 8 feet high, pointed at Gao Ming angrily, and said fiercely, What do you mean? Could it be that you don't want me to take revenge? Lao Tzu is your brother, and this is how you treat me? Younger brother? Gao Ming sneered. He thought to himself, Do you think you're worthy? But because his father was here, he couldn't go too far. He could only say, Second brother, that Zhang Feng didn't hit you, right? Besides, we haven't figured out his purpose. How do you want to do it? Do you want to be beaten by him? You. Gao Hu's eyes were red, and the veins could be faintly seen. He was very dissatisfied with his big brother's attitude, especially this sneer, which made him feel a chill. Just as he was about to curse, Gao Xian couldn't stand it anymore. He only had 2 sons, and he thought that both of them were talented. But the eldest son was talented, and the second son had developed a playboy temperament. Usually, he couldn't hit or scold him, and the two of them were like fire and water. Today, they were quarreling because of an outsider? He sternly scolded. Enough, both of you shut up. As his voice fell, Gao Hu was slightly stunned. Then he glared fiercely at Gao Ming before letting it go. Gao Ming, on the other hand, looked indifferent because he understood his father's temperament. Although he doted on his second son, he wouldn't absolutely indulge him. Sure enough, Gao Xian glanced at his two sons, and finally his gaze fell on Gao Hu. He said with a loving face, Gao Hu, put your personal grudges aside first. Wait until I investigate Zhang Feng's forces in Jiangnan, then I will avenge you. Gao Hu's heart skipped a beat. He was about to plead, but he saw Gao Xian looking at Gao Ming again, and said with a serious face, Ming-er, I'll leave the investigation of Zhang Feng to you. You must investigate Zhang Feng's forces in Jiangnan. Also, inform the other 6 families of Zhang Feng's arrival in Jiangnan. Let them know as well. Yes, father. Gao Ming folded his fan and cupped his hands. Then, as if he thought of something, he asked, Father, it's not good to tell the other 6 families about Zhang Feng, right? Gao Xian raised his eyebrows and asked with a little doubt, Ming-er, do you have any objections? Chapter 2085. Gao Ming nodded and said solemnly, Father, although the other 6 families seem to be cooperating with us on the surface, they all have their own ulterior motives. Everyone wants to gain more benefits and even want to squeeze the other families dry of their money. Zhang Feng's arrival might be able to break this situation. If we don't talk about Zhang Feng, who knows if that family will fight with Zhang Feng one day and we can profit from it. Even if Zhang Feng suffers losses, we won't lose out. Gao Xian's body trembled. He realized that he had to reevaluate this son of his. He didn't realize that his son was so scheming before. This time, he was so good at hiding Zhang Feng's whereabouts. If he bumped into the heads of the other 6 families, then the Gao family would be the fisherman. Thinking about this, he smiled with satisfaction. Ming-er, you're right. We'll do as you say. However, we still need to know Zhang Feng's whereabouts. Gao Ming nodded and his lips curled into an evil smile. Father, don't worry. Leave this to me. I'll make sure that Zhang Feng won't be able to escape from the Gao family. Saying this, he waved his fan and turned to walk towards the front yard. As soon as he left, he heard a burst of unbridled laughter. Gao Ming felt that it was ear-piercing and secretly spat. He turned to look at Gao Xian. Father, look at Big Brother. He clearly doesn't put you in his eyes. He's too presumptuous. Gao Xian didn't answer. Instead, he raised his head and glanced at Gao Ming, who was walking away. His eyes flashed with worry. The reason why he didn't make Gao Ming the successor of the Gao family was because this guy was sometimes too vicious. He didn't leave any leeway when doing things. He was smart enough to be the head of the family, but he was worried that the head of the family would make a move on his brother. This was the reason why he didn't make a successor for a long time. At the same time, Zhang Feng also found traces of Jia Daoren. He was in a manor. This manor wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. It belonged to the middle class and was enough to accommodate everyone. Now, everyone was sitting in the main hall and discussing what to do next. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and then looked at Jia Daoren. Old Jia, tell me about the current situation in Jiangnan. The more detailed, the better. Jia Daoren nodded and said, Jiangnan now has 8 major powers. The 8 major powers? Zhang Feng frowned slightly. Didn't he hear about the 7 great forces on the street just now? He asked with a puzzled expression. Old merchant, I heard that there are only 7 major forces on the streets. Why are you saying that there are 8 major forces? 7 great powers? Jia Daoren's face was filled with question marks. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and asked, Master, who did you hear this from? Sensing that something was amiss, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, Previously, I met a rich young master on the street. He said his surname was Gao, and he almost hit Yu Yao and Jingshu with his horse. Hearing this, Zhang Yu Yao and Jingshu couldn't help but shudder. They were still stuck in the terrifying scene just now. If it weren't for Prince Zhang's quick reflexes, they might have already been killed. Of course, Zhang Feng felt the same way. He waved his fist with a look of grief and indignation. That guy with the surname Gao almost hit Yu Yao and Jingshu. If I hadn't been fast enough, I'm afraid they would have. Surnamed Gao? Jia Doran's expression unconsciously became serious. There weren't many families with the surname Gao in Jiangnan. There were only 3 or 4 families. Only the branch of the Lu family would dare to hit people on the street. Thinking about this, he hurriedly asked, "Master, did that Gao guy leave his name?" Zhang Feng tilted his head and thought for a while before saying, "That person seems to be called Gao Jian or something." As expected, Jia Daoran had a bad feeling. The master had just arrived and he was already facing the Gao family. This was an ominous sign. Although the Gao family was one of the 8 great forces in Jiangnan, no one dared to casually challenge them in Jiangnan. This time, the master was facing that second young master. It was likely that things wouldn't end well. He hurriedly asked, "Master, you didn't hurt the second young master of the Gao family, did you?" "No, I didn't." Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't care so much. However, when he saw Jia Daoran let out a long breath, he asked in confusion, "Old merchant, what's wrong? Is the Gao family very powerful in Jiangnan?" Jia Daoran nodded with a serious face. "Master, the Gao family belongs to the branch of the Lu family. At the same time, they are also one of the 8 great forces in Jiangnan. They are involved in silk, iron, and other businesses. This time, the rise in prices in Jiangnan is most likely due to this guy." Zhang Feng was shocked. He knew that the Gao family belonged to the branch of the Lu family, but he didn't know that this guy was also involved in silk, iron, and other businesses. Although he had some guesses, when he heard Jia Daoran say it out loud, he was still shocked. He hurriedly said, "Old merchant, you just said that there are 8 great forces in Jiangnan. What are the other 7? Jia Daoran glanced at the crowd and said with a serious face, "The 8 great forces in Jiangnan are the Gao family, which belongs to the branch of the Lu family in Fanyang. The Wu family belongs to the branch of the Zhang family in Xingyang. The Wu family belongs to the branch of the Wang clan in Taiyuan. The Qi family belongs to the branch of the Chui family in Qinghe. The Fan family belongs to the branch of the Chui family in Bowling. The Zhao family belongs to the branch of the Li family in Zhao County. The Tang family belongs to the branch of the Li family in Longxi." Chapter 2086. The Yang family? Zhang Feng frowned. He faintly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Could this branch be from the Sui dynasty?" Jia Daoran nodded and said with a serious face, "It is indeed from the Sui dynasty. After the Sui dynasty was destroyed, there were many remnants left behind. They all migrated to Jiangnan and slowly established their power here. At first, their power was not very strong, so His Majesty did not care. Later, the Yang family rose bit by bit and began to control the situation in Jiangnan. Later, the branches of the 5 surnames and 7 aspirations also came and slowly established their power here. They even faintly surpassed the Yang family. Now, the Yang family's power is basically no longer able to compete with the branches of the 5 surnames and 7 aspirations." Hearing this, Zhang Feng had a general understanding of the situation in Jiangnan. However, he still had a question. "Old Jia, why do people only say that there are 7 major powers in Jiangnan? Why don't they mention the Yang family?" Jia Daoran smiled. After all, the Yang family is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Although they have nothing to do with Yang Guang and His Majesty does not control them, many people still feel that they are not suitable to deal with. They only treat them as a merchant alliance and nothing more. Besides, their power is far inferior to the other 7 powers. Naturally, many people have forgotten about them and are unwilling to mention them. Zhang Feng nodded. Now he finally understood. He did not expect Jiangnan to have such a complicated relationship. Although he knew that there were branches of the remnant of the previous dynasty, he did not expect them to gradually establish their power in Jiangnan. Although the Yang family could not be compared to the 5 surnames and 7 aspirations, they still had some power. Who knows, they might be useful in the future. Moreover, the Yang family was a native of Jiangnan. They must know more than the other 7 families. Even if he could not use them, he must not offend them now. Thinking of this, he asked, "Old Jia, how is the relationship between the Yang family and the other 7 families?" Jia Doran's interest was piqued when he heard this. He even changed his sitting position and said with a smile, "Master, you don't know, but the Yang family and the 7 families are like fire and water. Originally, Jiangnan was under the Yang family's control. Because His Majesty didn't give any orders to restrict them, their businesses could be said to be all over the world, including silk, iron, coal, and so on. As long as it was something that the Yang family was involved in, they would all be involved in it. Now, 80% of Jiangnan's businesses are monopolized by the 7 families. Among them, the Qi family's business is the largest, and the Gao family is only average. If that's the case, the Yang family isn't having a good time now. Zhang Feng frowned. He had originally wanted to form an alliance with the Yang conglomerate to deal with the 7 families together. After all, one more friend meant one more path. But now, it seemed that the 7 families might not even be able to protect themselves. That's not necessarily the case. Jia Daoren smiled and took a sip of tea before saying, although the Yang family only has 20% of Jiangnan's business, they still have some savings. They saw that there was no way for them to develop in Jiangnan, so they started to sell to other places, even to remote places, such as the border. Zhang Feng frowned. They don't have any power in Jiangnan. How can they send things out? Jia Daoren's eyes turned and glanced out the window. He said cautiously, the Yang family has been in Jiangnan for so many years. They still have some power in private. They have many gangs that help them transport goods. Gangs? Zhang Feng was stunned. Could it be a gang? This was his first reaction. Because if they could establish gangs, they would definitely be involved in the underworld, killing and robbing. He subconsciously asked, the Yang family has established gangs? Not gangs. Jia Daoren shook his head. It's the kind of gangs that usually transport goods. They usually don't do anything outrageous. In fact, they are forced to do this. If it weren't for these gangs, how could the 7 families let them send the goods out? They would have starved to death. Zhang Feng nodded. Indeed, if there was no one to protect a large number of goods, it would be very dangerous, not to mention that the Yang family was a fat piece of meat in the eyes of the 7 families. They couldn't wait to eat it. Did the 7 families establish gangs? He asked curiously. Of course. Jia Daoren nodded and said, they established a huge gang. Usually, it's for transporting goods. When it's free, it's for the common people. Very few people know about it. It's called the 7 United Gang, which means the alliance of the 7 families. The Yang family's gang is called the Giant Sand Gang. I don't know what it means. 7 United Gang? Giant Sand Gang? Zhang Feng silently repeated it. He felt that if he wanted to defeat the 7 families, he would encounter these gangs sooner or later. He should take care of these gangs. Chapter 2087. Fortunately, he brought some guards with him this time. If he faced these gangsters, he would have some confidence. However, these people seemed to be a little small. He turned to look at Jia Daoren and said solemnly, Old Jia, do you have any way to recruit some people to serve as guards? Otherwise, I'm afraid the 50 people I brought are a little small. Jia Daoren smiled and said, Master, you don't have to worry about this. I've been in Jiangnan for so long. Naturally, I've bought some people. Although there aren't many, there are more than 300 people. The guards are enough. Zhang Feng looked at Jia Daoren in surprise. He didn't expect this old guy to have a trick up his sleeve. He couldn't help but look at him in a new light. Old Jia, you've done well. Including the 300 people under you, we can be considered a big force now. As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and frowned. How is you now? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu looked at each other and then looked at Jia Daoren. Although they had accepted Prince Zhang came to Jiangnan to find her this time. It made the 2 girls a little uncomfortable. Later, when they heard that she was in danger, they couldn't help but worry about her. They didn't know what they were thinking now. Were they worried about or were they jealous? While they were daydreaming, Jia Daoren said, Master, Miss Yuer's situation is not very good now. Many young masters of the 7 families have come to propose marriage, but they were all rejected by the Yu family. This made those young masters very angry. They used their family's power and began to restrict the Yu family's business. Now, many of the Yu family's businesses are restricted by the 7 families. Most of them can't be sold. Zhang Feng frowned. He didn't expect Yuer's situation to be so bad. But the good thing was that her life was not in danger. Now, he could only help Yue get out of this predicament as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Jia Daoren. What business of Yuer's family is restricted? It's rice paper. Jia Daoren frowned. Rice paper? Zhang Feng was delighted. When he came over this time, he brought some paper with him. The quality was much higher than Xian paper. It was made in the paper factory back then. If he could open up the market in Jiangnan, he would not have to worry about Yu's family being restricted. He smiled and said, "Old merchant, send someone to buy a few houses later. We'll start attacking the market tomorrow." "Master Yu." Jia Daoren looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. "Do you also want to sell rice paper?" Zhang Feng shook his head. "I'm not selling Xian paper. I have paper better than Xian paper in my hands. You've been in Jiangnan all this time, so you might not know. When I was in Jiangnan, I already made paper better than Xian paper. It's just that I didn't sell it to Jiangnan." "Better paper than rice paper?" Jia Daoren frowned in disbelief. One had to know that Xian paper was a high-end paper product used by many nobles. Even the emperor used Xian paper. The scholars of the world even crowned Xian paper as the #1 paper in the world. How could there be other papers that could surpass Xian paper? Zhang Feng saw Jia Daoren's look of disbelief and waved to the guard at the door. The guard understood, turned around, and ran away. Not long after, sheets of white and flawless paper were laid out in front of Jia Daoren. "This?" Jia Daoren looked at the paper in front of him and his pupils constricted. He stuttered. "What paper is this? Why is it so white?" As he spoke, he could not help but touch the white paper. His body suddenly trembled. This paper is actually smoother than Xian paper?" Zhang Feng smiled and grabbed a piece of white paper. "This is the paper I told you about. How does it compare to Xian paper?" "This is simply much better than Xian paper." Jia Daoren did not even think and directly answered. His face was red as he said, "If this were to be sold in the world, it would definitely attract the attention of scholars." "Master, how much of this paper do you have now?" Zhang Feng did not directly answer. Instead he frowned. "Not a lot, but it should be enough to sell for 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. Jia Daoren's brows were almost knitted into a line. "Master, 2 or 3 days is not enough. You don't know how crazy the scholars in Jiangnan are. Once there is something good, they will buy it even if they have to go bankrupt. I'm afraid that your things will be sold out in a day." Zhang Feng raised his head and thought for a while. Then he said, "It's okay. Open the shop first and put out the paper signboard. I will immediately write a letter to Chang'an to send the paper over." "It seems like this is the only way." Jia Daoren's face was sad. "But Chang'an is so far away from Jiangnan. Even if you ride a horse at full speed, I'm afraid it will take 7 days?" Zhang Feng waved his hand and did not mind. "It doesn't matter if it takes longer. First, establish the market. In the future, if the results are good, we will open a paper factory in Jiangnan. Then, we won't have to ship goods over from Chang'an." Jia Daoren nodded. "Master, then I will go and arrange the shop." As he spoke, he stood up and walked out of the door. His steps were very fast. He walked to the door like a gust of wind. If he was slower, he would definitely be able to see the black shadow behind the door. Chapter 2088. Seeing that the people in the house were gradually dispersing, the black shadow took a deep look at Zhang Feng and flipped over the courtyard wall like a carp. Crossing the street, the black shadow's footsteps became faster. After about half an hour, he stopped at the back door of a mansion. At this time, if someone raised their head to look, they would see 2 large words written on the plaque above the door. Gao Mansion. The black shadow did not linger and gently pushed the door. As if there was someone inside to receive him, the door was opened. The black shadow jumped and ran directly to a brightly lit house. After pushing open the door, the black shadow half knelt at the threshold. "Young master." A young man sat inside, holding a folding fan in his hand and looking down at the game of Go. He was elegant. It was Gao Ming from this morning. He put down the chess piece, glanced at the black shadow and said lightly, "Come here." Hearing this, the black shadow raised his head and glanced at the door. Seeing that there was no one, he walked forward. "Young master, I've found out everything." Gao Ming was obviously interested. He closed his folding fan and said with a serious face, "Is that Zhang Feng as powerful as the rumors say? How does he look? Also, why did he come to Jiangnan?" The black shadow cupped his hands and said in a low voice, "Young master, that Zhang Feng looks like an ordinary person and is quite handsome. As for his purpose, it seems to be for a woman. A woman? Gao Ming frowned. He had heard that Zhang Feng was a very rich man and had an official title in the imperial court. His business was also very big. How could such a person come to Jiangnan to take risks for a woman? But on second thought, this Zhang Feng seemed to be a scholar. Since ancient times, scholars were affectionate. It was possible that he would do something for a woman. Thinking about it, he could only ask, "Have you found out who Zhang Feng's woman is?" The black shadow frowned and paused for a long time before saying, "I only heard this Zhang Feng say that the woman is called you, I don't know anything else." You, Gao Ming frowned. In Jiangnan, there were many women called you, How would he know who it was? However, a person like Zhang Feng wouldn't take a fancy to some common cosmetics, right? She should be from some noble family, right? He began to ponder. Suddenly, he thought of something. Yuqi Yuer? Could it be her? Yuqi Yuer had always been in Jiangnan and rarely went out. She basically had no chance to get to know Zhang Feng. Could it be the Zhao clan's Yuer? If it was a girl from the Zhao family, Zhang Feng wouldn't be easy to deal with. No, he had to make a trip to the Zhao clan in a few days to clarify this matter so that the Zhao clan wouldn't misunderstand. After all, the Li family of Longxi stood behind the Zhao family, which was a royal bloodline. It was not easy to provoke them. After thinking for a while, he looked at the black shadow and continued to ask, "Did Zhang Feng say what he plans to do next?" The shadow nodded. Zhang Feng said he wants to buy paper, and this paper is better than Xian paper. Gao Ming frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Xian paper was recognized as the best paper in the world. How could Zhang Feng have the guts to say that it was better than Xian paper? Could it be that this guy wanted to play to the gallery? It shouldn't be. Moreover, a person who ran such a big business shouldn't be so stupid. Could it be that this guy really had better paper than Xian paper? For a moment, he was a little suspicious. Did you hear wrongly just now? Did Zhang Feng really say that it's better than Xian paper? The black shadow nodded solemnly. This time, Gao Ming was even more confused. He knew that the guy in front of him wouldn't lie to him. However, he couldn't believe that Zhang Feng had better paper than Xian paper. Combined with the information he knew about Zhang Feng, he also knew that the other party was not stupid. He probably wouldn't do anything stupid, so there was only one possibility. This guy really had something. Thinking of this, he looked at the shadow and said solemnly, "Do you know when he'll start selling?" "Tomorrow," the shadow said firmly. "Good." Gao Ming slapped the table and narrowed his eyes. Since this guy is going to sell tomorrow, tonight is the time to do it. You immediately inform all the businesses that they are not allowed to sell their houses to Zhang Feng. Otherwise, they will be going against my Gao family. The shadow nodded, turned around, and ran out of the door. Suddenly, the room became much quieter. After a long time, Gao Ming glanced outside the door and sneered. "Zhang Feng, although I haven't seen you yet, the war between us has started. I was very happy that you made a vow, but when I heard that you want to deal with the 7 families, I can't sit back and do nothing. This time, I want to see how powerful this rumored person is." The sneer was especially arrogant and breathtaking, floating in the entire room. This night seemed to be unusually noisy. The doors of many shops on the street were knocked on. First, they were stopped by a group of black-clothed men to warn them. Some of them were stubborn and didn't want to agree to anything, so they were beaten up. In the end, they still agreed to some conditions. The black-clothed men didn't leave until all the shops on the street were knocked on. Then, they were greeted with waves of abuse. However, these abuses were like mosquitoes. They seemed to be afraid of something. Chapter 2089. Soon, the night passed and the sun rose high in the sky. Zhang Feng stretched his body and walked out of the room. Just as he was about to eat breakfast, something bumped into him. "Damn it, who doesn't have eyes?" He cursed and was about to teach the person a lesson when he realized it was Yu Baoqing. He was even angrier. "Baoqing, are you King blind? Watch where you're going." Yuqi Baoqing scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Fengzi. I wasn't paying attention." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and his expression changed. "Fengzi, something happened. Old Jia and the others are waiting for you in the hall." Zhang Feng frowned and felt that something was wrong. He turned and walked toward the hall. As soon as he entered, Jia Daoren came up to him. Master, something happened. I went out to buy a house this morning, but no one was willing to buy. How could this be? Zhang Feng's expression darkened. I don't know. Jia Daoren frowned and paced around. I saw that no one was buying and thought that I was underpaying. I doubled the price, but no one was willing to buy. Master, what should I do? Don't panic. Zhang Feng waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to panic. Then, he seemed to think of something and quickly said, Old Jia, did you offend someone in Jiangnan? Otherwise, why didn't they buy? How could I have offended someone? Jia Daoren said without hesitation. Then he paused and said, Master, even if I did offend someone, they wouldn't be a threat. It's impossible that so many merchants wouldn't buy. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and nodded. Yes, even if old Jia had offended someone, he couldn't have controlled all the merchants immediately. Besides, why was it that old Jia was fine before, but now the merchants were unified? There was only one possibility left. It had something to do with him? Did he offend someone? That was impossible. He had just arrived in Jiangnan and hadn't had time. Oh no, it was the Gao family. He finally figured it out and quickly said, Old Jia, it must be the Gao family. The Gao clan? Jia Daoren glanced in the direction of the Gao residence and felt that it wasn't quite possible. He asked, even if you offended the Gao family, they wouldn't know about our relationship. Moreover, we only discussed buying paper yesterday. How would they know? Zhang Feng nodded, thinking that it made sense. But soon, he came to his senses. The Gao family was powerful, so wouldn't it be easy for them to find her? Besides, the guards had been on the road all night yesterday. Perhaps they had let down their guard and let these dogs slip in? All of these were possible. However, it was no longer important to know this now. With a heavy expression, he asked, Old merchant, is there any other way to buy a house? Jia Daoren shook his head. I'm afraid not anymore. Once the Gao family gets involved, no one else will dare to buy a house, unless... Unless what? A glimmer of hope flashed across Zhang Feng's face. Jia Daoren looked deeply at Zhang Feng with a heavy expression. Unless you look for the Yang family. Only they would dare to go against the Gao family. Zhang Feng frowned. Although he wanted to build a good relationship with the Yang family, he didn't plan to look for them. Just as he was about to ask if there was any other way, Jia Daoren spoke again. Apart from the Yang family, there are only the other 6 families. Zhang Feng sighed. Wasn't that the same as not saying anything? The 7 families all wore the same pants. How could they go against the Gao family? They might as well look for the Yang family. That was what he thought, but he didn't plan to do so yet. He remembered that the old scholar had given him a slip of paper with some important information written on it. He looked at Jia Daoren and asked seriously, Old merchant, do you know the Wang family? The Wang family? Jia Daoren frowned. He raised his head as if he was thinking about something. After a while he said, There aren't many Wangs in Jiangnan. Master, are you talking about the Wang family by the canal? Zhang Feng nodded. That's the Wang family. What kind of power do they belong to? What is their position in Jiangnan? Jia Daoren shook his head and sighed. The Wang family is quite pitiful. They were aristocrats in the Sui dynasty and were prominent in Jiangnan for a period of time. They basically monopolized 1/10 of Jiangnan's industry until His Majesty ascended to the throne. The Wang family's power slowly declined and was swallowed up by the 7 families. Now, they only have one industry left. I'm not sure what it is exactly. As for their power, they seem to have joined the Yang family. However, this happened a while ago, so the Wang family's power isn't very strong. Master, do you know the Wang family? Zhang Feng nodded slightly. Previously, an elder told me to look for the Wang family if I were in trouble. I didn't expect the Wang family to be in such dire straits. However, it seems that there is no other way. After thinking for a while, he seemed to have made a decision. Prepare the horse. Since I'm already in Jiangnan, I'll go take a look. Even if I can't help much, I'll just take it as a junior going to visit the elders. Chapter 2090. The Wang family was acquainted with the old scholar, so it was only right for him to address him as an elder. Seeing that Zhang Feng had made his decision, Jia Daoren did not say anything more. He nodded and said, Master, how many people are you going to bring? After all, this is Jiangnan, so we have to be careful. Zhang Feng glanced at the guards and asked hesitantly, Where are Gao Can, Hao Chujun and the others? They all went out to look for a house. When Gao Can heard that no one would buy it for us, he almost went to the county office. If Hao Chujun had not stopped him, the county office would have been in a mess. Jia Daoren thought of what had just happened and smiled bitterly. That old man is too dishonest, and he even wants Chujun. What's the use of going to the county office for this kind of thing? He's brainless. Zhang Feng couldn't help but curse inwardly. After letting out a long breath, he turned to Yu Baoqing and said, Baoqing, take 10 guards with you and come with me. Yu Baoqing nodded and went to the yard to get the guards. Master, will 10 people be enough? Jia Daoren asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Zhang Feng waved his hand and said carelessly, Gao Can still has the commander's seal. Although he can't mobilize the troops, it's enough to keep Jiangnan under control. Who dares to touch me? Let's go. With that, he turned and walked out of the door. He boarded the carriage and drove to the canal street. After a while, the horse neighed and the carriage slowly came to a stop. Fengzi, we've arrived at the place you said. Yuqi Baoqing's voice came from outside the carriage. Zhang Feng answered casually and stepped out of the carriage. As soon as he got out, he saw a huge mansion. Although the mansion was big, it was slightly dilapidated. There were obvious cracks on the stone lion at the door, and the paint on the pillars had fallen off because of old age. There were even obvious marks on the door. At first glance, it looked like a down-and-out mansion. If Zhang Feng had not seen the huge plaque with the words Prince's Mansion written on it, he would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. Baoqing, are you sure we're not at the wrong place? Zhang Feng looked at the plaque and asked suspiciously. Yuqi Baoqing scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Fengzi, I came here according to the address you gave me. What's wrong with that? Zhang Feng let out a long sigh. It seemed that he had overestimated the prince's mansion. Such a dilapidated mansion. He was afraid that it had been built for a long time. Let's go in and take a look. He waved his hand, gesturing for them to enter. As he spoke, he strode towards the manor. As soon as he stepped on the stairs, a shout came. Who's there? Stop. Zhang Feng was stunned. He stopped and took a closer look. It turned out that 2 men dressed in servants' clothing had rushed out. He smiled and said, I'm here to pay a visit to your master. Pay a visit to master? The 2 servants looked at each other. The leader stepped forward and asked in surprise, Which family are you from? What business do you have with my master? Zhang Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Wasn't this servant too cautious? It seemed that he was often bullied by the clan. He smiled and expressed his goodwill. I'm an old friend of your master. You can go ahead and report that Mr. Zihuai asked me to come. The leader of the servants narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Zhang Feng. Then, he turned to the other servant and whispered something to him. Then, he rushed into the manor. After about half an hour, the servant walked out. However, he was no longer as cautious as before. He was full of smiles. So it's an esteemed guest. I didn't know that I had offended you. I'm really sorry. Please follow me. Zhang Feng smiled and did not intend to make a fuss. After all, the Wang clan was already in dire straits. It was not wrong to be cautious. He waved his hand and indicated for Yuqi Baolin to follow closely behind him. Then, he followed the servant into the manor. As soon as he entered, he saw a large pond. There were many koi fish and lotus flowers in the pond. There were many fake mountains above the pond. In addition to some flowing water, it was like a landscape painting. It could be seen that the owner of this manor was a person who cultivated his character. Walking further in, there was a long corridor with dozens of pillars standing in great numbers. There were many flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on them. However, the exquisite carvings had been eroded by time. Many of the lifelike animals could no longer be seen clearly. After passing through the corridor, a large hall came into view. The pillars supporting the hall were the same as the pillars in the corridor. They were dilapidated. Young master, my master is in the hall. Please enter on your own. I'll go make tea for you. The servant bowed and said. Zhang Feng did not reply. He only nodded slightly. Then he strode into the hall. The hall looked very spacious. It was even larger than the Zhang manor. However, it was empty. There were many tables with flowers, porcelain, and other decorations. There was even some light dust on them. Chapter 2091. It wasn't hard to imagine how grand the Wang residence used to be, but now it was deserted. Zhang Feng looked around and saw two figures by the window. One seemed to be a man, sitting cross-legged, and the other was a servant girl, standing respectfully at the side. Seeing this, he hurried forward. "May I ask if you are the Wang residence's old master, Wang Shi?" As he spoke, he glanced at the man and saw that he was about 40 years old. He had a long hairbun and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked kind, but his eyes were tightly closed, making him look mysterious. He was wearing a discolored brocade robe. It must have changed color because it had been washed many times. After a moment, the man lazily opened his eyes and glanced at Zhang Feng. "Who are you? Why do you say you know Zihuai? What are your intentions in coming to the Wang residence?" Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. After all this time, the old man was still suspicious of him? He was too damn cautious. Just how badly had he been harmed? He shook his head and smiled. "Master Wang, my name is Zhang Feng. I am half a disciple of Master Zihuai. As for coming to the Wang residence, it was on Master Zihuai's orders to pay a visit." As he spoke, he waved at Yuchi Baoqing, indicating for him to bring the gift. The old man was too wary now. It was better to build a good relationship with him first before asking for help. Besides, the old man still didn't believe that he was Master Zihuai's disciple. Perhaps the gift would lower his guard. This method seemed to have some effect. The servant girl opened the gift box and placed it in front of the old man. The old man glanced at it, and a glint flashed in his eyes. However, it quickly disappeared. He smiled faintly. The things you gave were worthless things in the old man's eyes. They were not presentable at all. Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly. He knew that the Wang residence used to belong to the first-class nobility. However, now that it had fallen, he still wanted to take advantage of it? Just as he was about to reply, the old man spoke. "Little child, for the sake of your gift, this old man will temporarily believe that you are Zihuai's disciple. First, tell me what Zihuai looks like. Also, do you have any proof?" After all this time, he still didn't believe it. Zhang Feng laughed bitterly in his heart, but he still put on a smile on his face. "Mr. Zihuai is now in Chang'an. He's about 50 years old, and his face is full of wrinkles. Oh right, there's also Mr. Zihuai's handwriting here." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his waist and handed it over. The old man's expression changed. He quickly took it and looked at it seriously. She laughed excitedly at first, but then she felt sad. She pinched the note and said sadly, "Zihuai, you didn't listen to me back then. Now, sigh." He let out a long sigh. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly got up and said to Zhang Feng with a smile, "Nephew Zhang, please forgive me for what happened just now. I really had no choice." As he spoke, he looked at the maidservant at the side and hurriedly said, "Quickly go and brew the tea. Remember, after brewing the tea, take out my precious Da Hong Pao. Since we have an esteemed guest today, we must bring out the best." The maidservant nodded and ran out with small steps. She seemed to be happy because her master was happy. "Nephew, come, sit." Wang Shi pulled Zhang Feng over. His vigorous footsteps didn't seem like an old man at all. "Come, nephew, sit. The good tea will be served soon." Zhang Feng didn't react for a moment. He didn't expect that the old man, who had been cold and indifferent just a moment ago, would suddenly change his attitude. It seemed that part of it was still thanks to that note. He smiled. "Uncle Wang is too polite. Although I'm half a disciple of Mr. Zihuai, Uncle doesn't have to treat me so well." Since it was the first time they met, he still had to be polite. This was something he had learned in his 2 lives. More importantly, Wang Shi's attitude had changed so quickly that he was still not used to it. However, Wang Shi acted as if they were close friends. He waved his hand and said carelessly, You don't have to be so polite. Back in the days, Old Man and Zihuai were like brothers. When we were in private school, we ate the same bowl of rice, slept on the same bed, and read the same book. Later on, when we were successful in our studies, We would write poems and drink wine in the bamboo forest. It was very comfortable. His disciple is the old man's disciple. Hearing this, Zhang Feng felt reassured. This old scholar and Wuxia had a good relationship, so he should be able to help him. However, with this house in such dire straits, how could he still have a say in Jiangnan? This was the Gao family, not just anyone could go against them, let alone a family in dire straits. For a moment, he didn't even want to trouble this old man he had just met. Looking at the relationship between Wuxia and the old scholar, if he asked, Wuxia would do his best to get it done. He was worried that he would drag the Wang family down with him. While he was in a daze, Wuxia spoke again. Nephew, how is Zihuai doing in Chang'an? Zhang Feng cupped his hands and smiled. Uncle Wang, you don't have to worry. Mr. Zihuai is working as a teacher in a school in Chang'an. He doesn't have to worry about food or clothing. Chapter 2092. Wuxia nodded with relief. Although I was lonely in the first half of my life, now I have a good home. Teacher, not bad. While they were talking, the maid came in with a wooden plate. There were all kinds of ingredients on it, including scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, mint, coarse salt, mutton oil, and so on. Zhang Feng was shocked. When he first came to the Tang dynasty, he drank this kind of thing. Once the tea was boiled and all kinds of ingredients were put in, the taste, it was like going to heaven. Fortunately, green tea had been popularized in Chang'an, but Jiangnan was still using the same method. How could he drink it? While he was worried, he seemed to see a business opportunity. People in Jiangnan loved tea. If he sold green tea, would it steal a wave of business? He could also open a tea workshop in Jiangnan. After all, the tea here was famous in the country. While daydreaming, he turned to look at Wuxia. Uncle, how's the tea business in Jiangnan? Which family is selling it now? Wuxia smiled bitterly. In the past, my Wang residents also dabbled in the way of tea, but we gave up after our family declined. Now, it's the Wu clan that's selling it. Other clans are also dabbling in it, but the Wu clan's business is the largest. The Wu family? The branch of the Zhang family in Xinjiang? Zhang Feng's eyes turned, thinking about how to enter the tea business. At this time, a burst of pungent smell came. He frowned. He saw Wuxia smash the tea bricks, boil them with water, and put in all the ingredients, such as scallions, vinegar, ginger, dates, orange peel, mint, coarse salt, mutton oil, and so on. Zhang Feng subconsciously covered his nose, but felt that it was inappropriate. He put down his hand and smiled awkwardly. Uncle you, Wuxia smiled, poured a cup of green liquid and handed it to Zhang Feng. Nephew, this is Jiangnan's de Hong Pao after the rain. The old man has been collecting it for more than 10 years. Usually, he is only willing to take out a little of it when guests come. This time, it's specially for you. Zhang Feng took the teacup and smiled. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle. I'm really flattered. You're welcome. Come, have some tea. Wuxia smiled. He picked up the teacup and tasted it carefully. He even let out a faint chuckle as he reminisced about the aftertaste. This is really good tea. After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Feng. Hey, nephew, why aren't you drinking? Zhang Feng's face was bitter. He really wanted to say, how am I supposed to drink this thing? However, he couldn't say this out loud. He could only pick up the teacup and take a sip. Imitating Wuxia, he smiled faintly and said, Good tea. Uncle's tea is truly memorable. When Wuxia heard this, he seemed to be very satisfied. He stroked his white beard and said, Nephew, it's not that this old man is bragging, but this de Hong Pao is something that can't be bought with money. Not even gold can be exchanged for it. Not even for gold? Zhang Feng frowned. Was the price of tea in Jiangnan already sky high? If he could take out tea leaves that were even better than de Hong Pao, he might be able to gain a foothold in the Jiangnan tea ceremony. Most importantly, this Wuxia seemed to know a lot about the tea ceremony. Perhaps he could help him? Thinking about this, he asked modestly, Uncle, I've just arrived in Jiangnan. I still don't know how the tea ceremony business in Jiangnan is like. Please give me some advice. Hearing this, Wuxia seemed to be greatly satisfied. He smiled proudly and said, Nephew, if this old man dares to say he's second in the tea ceremony business in Jiangnan, no one dares to say they're first. In the beginning, The tea ceremony business in Jiangnan was controlled by our Wang family. Longjing, De Hongpao, Bilyuakun, and other good teas all had to go through our hands. At this point, he lowered his eyebrows and let out a long sigh. Unfortunately, in the end, the Wang family declined, and the tea business was also taken over by various forces. Now the Wang family is only relying on some inferior tea leaves to make a living, while the tea business in Jiangnan has been taken over by various big families. Among them, the Wu family is the most tyrannical. They have the Zheng family behind them, so ordinary families don't dare to do anything to them. The other 6 families also have their own businesses, so they don't care. As a result, the Wu family is getting bigger and bigger, and the tea business in Jiangnan is getting better and better. The price of good tea leaves is so high that it's hard to get even with thousands of gold coins. Not to mention the inferior tea leaves, but ordinary people can't drink it. Zhang Feng nodded and had a sense of propriety in his heart. Uncle, if we import tea leaves from other places and sell them in Jiangnan, will it work? Although he was now ready to start selling rice paper, since Wangxi had tea ceremony resources, he still wanted to make use of it. Thinking of this, Wangxi shook his head with a wry smile. Nephew, your idea is a bit simple. Not to mention how you're going to sell in Jiangnan. Just delivering the goods is a troublesome matter. Zhang Feng waved his hand and smiled faintly. Uncle, don't worry. I have a way. Can you just tell me how to open the market in Jiangnan? Oh, you have a way? Wangxi's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 2093. At first, he thought that this little kid was also a downtrodden young master. After all, those who could walk together with him were generally not rich people. Of course, this was not to belittle the old scholar, but this was how society was. If you were downtrodden, everyone would want to stay as far away from you as possible. Na Cheng thought that this kid was not ordinary. Not only did he have tea resources, but he also had a way to transport them to Jiangnan. Could he be a rich young master? If they could make friends, then wouldn't there be hope for the Wang family to recover? Thinking about this, he quickly said, Nephew, if you want to open the Jiangnan market, you must deal with the 7 families and the Yang family. You should know all of this. Let me tell you about the 7 families. They all have the support of the 5 families and the 7 families, so if you want to enter the Jiangnan market, you must get their permission. Get the permission of the 7 families? Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. He had offended the Gao family as soon as he arrived, and the news must have spread through the 7 families by now. Moreover, he was planning to deal with this group of people, so this method was not feasible. After thinking about it, he looked troubled. Uncle, I'm afraid this method won't work. You know what kind of people the 7 families are. There is no way to deal with them. Wangxi nodded as if he had already guessed it. There is another way, and that is to find the Yang family. Although they are small, they can barely compete with 1 or 2 of the 7 families. It should not be a problem for them to open a market, but they may be harassed by the 7 families in the future. Zhang Feng frowned. Is there no other way? The Yang family was too small. Even if they found them, they could only protect them for a while. Moreover, there was no free lunch in the world. If they went, they would have to pay the corresponding price. This was not what he wanted. Wangxi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Other than these 2 methods, there is no other. As he said this, he seemed to think of something and his eyes flashed. There is another way, and that is to find the Tang family. The Tang family? Zhang Feng was puzzled. Uncle, isn't the Tang family one of the 7 families? What's the use of finding them? Won't we be rejected? Wangxi shook his head and said, No. Although the Tang family is one of the 7 families, they have the Li family of Longxi behind them. The Li family is the current emperor's clan. They are considered half of the emperor's relatives. They are different from the other 6 families in Jiangnan. They have done some good things for the people of Jiangnan. Zhang Feng frowned. Although the Tang family was a branch of the current emperor, it was still one of the 7 families. Would he receive any help if he went there? It was hard to say. If the Tang family joined forces with the other 6 families, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? After thinking about it, he decided to go to the Yang family. Uncle, I think we should go to the Yang family. I'm afraid the Tang family is not to be trifled with. Wangxi nodded. If you just want to open up the tea ceremony market, it's still possible to get some channels from the Yang consortium. Fortunately, I'm also a member of the Yang Consortium, so I can put in some good words for you. However, you have to be careful in the future. Zhang Feng didn't intend to be on good terms with the 7 families, so he wasn't afraid of their revenge. Uncle, there's one more thing I need to ask you. Wang Shi took a sip of tea and said with a smile, if you have anything to say, just say it. Old man will try his best to help you. Zhang Feng nodded and smiled. Uncle, I plan to occupy the rice paper market in Jiangnan, but I haven't been able to buy a house. Do you have any houses available? That's impossible. Wang Shi frowned and asked with a little surprise. There are many houses in Jiangnan, and they are still building houses. It's impossible that there are no houses available. Nephew, where did you go to buy a house? Zhang Feng touched his nose and said with some embarrassment, I've basically searched half of Jiangnan, but no one bought a house. I suspect it has something to do with the Gao family. The Gao family? Wang Shi's frown deepened. He was a big family and could be considered one of the top families among the 7 families. Did this kid offend the Gao family? He hurriedly said, Nephew, did you offend the Gao family? Zhang Feng nodded helplessly. When I first came to the city, I had a little conflict with the second young master of the Gao family. When I went back to buy a house, I found out it was the Gao family's doing. Wang Shi's eyes turned and said word by word, then it should be the Gao family, but this doesn't seem to be Gao Jian's doing. I've heard of this guy before. He's a playboy who often bullies in Jiangnan and lingers in brothels and other places. If he wanted to deal with you, he would have done it directly. This soft knife seems to be the method of the eldest young master of the Gao family. The eldest young master of the Gao family? Zhang Feng was stunned. He hadn't heard that the Gao family had a young master before. But when he thought about it, since Gao Jian was the second young master, he must have an elder brother. He frowned and asked, Uncle, who is the eldest young master of the Gao family? Wang Shi sighed. If you want to talk about the eldest young master of the Gao family, you have to start from when the Gao family first moved here. At that time, the Gao family wasn't as prosperous as it is now, but because they had the support of the Fanyang Lu family, no one dared to touch them. Later, the eldest young master of the Gao family started to expand his family business. Chapter 2094. First, he reached into the Yang family and took away a large amount of minerals, tea ceremony, salt mining, and other businesses. He also secretly sent people to kill many people in the Yang family. Therefore, the Yang family hates Gao Ming, but they dare not say anything. No one dares to take revenge. In addition, Gao Ming is very scheming and his methods are very vicious. His reputation in Jiangnan isn't good, but the head of the Gao family values him very much. Rumors say that Gao Ming is very likely to be the next head of the Gao family. After all, Gao Yu is just a playboy and can't be compared to Gao Ming. Zhang Feng nodded. He had some understanding of the Gao family. However, he was a little puzzled about Gao Ming. Why did he want to attack him? The conflict between him and Gao Yu should be a good thing for Gao Ming. He asked with some doubts, Uncle, when I entered the city, I didn't have a conflict with Gao Ming. Instead, I had a conflict with Gao Yu. According to what you said, Gao Ming has a vicious personality. Gao Yu should be a thorn in his side. Why did he come to deal with me? Wang Shi shook his head. I'm not sure. According to Gao Ming's personality, it's unlikely that he would interfere. Previously, when his younger brother fought with other family members, he couldn't wait for Gao Yu to be killed so that he could smoothly take over as the head of the family. This time, I don't know why. Maybe it's for the Gao family's face, or maybe it's because he wants to steal your business. Steal my business? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. His business hadn't come to Jiangnan yet. Wasn't the Gao family's ears too fast? Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't bother to think about it. He looked at Wang Shi and said, Uncle, I want to go to the Yang family. I wonder if you can recommend me? Wang Shi didn't even think about it and said directly, That's not a problem. After the Wang family fell, we joined the Yang family. Although we don't have much power, we can still say something. Old man will take you there? As he said that, he slowly got up and waved his hand. Nephew, the Yang family is an alliance. It's just beside the canal. It's not far from here. Old man will take you there. Zhang Feng was naturally happy. He got up and smiled. Thank you, uncle. Wang Shi nodded and gestured for Zhang Feng to leave with him. The two of them arrived at the entrance one after the other. Wang Shi pointed at Zhang Feng's carriage with some surprise. "Nephew, is this your carriage?" It wasn't that he hadn't seen a carriage before, he had seen too many. It was just that when he saw Zhang Feng's luxurious carriage, he was a little surprised and doubtful. He was even more certain that Zhang Feng was a rich young master. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi up and smiled. "Uncle, this is your nephew's car. Get in." Wang Shi nodded and got into the carriage with a smile. "Hiya!" With a loud shout, the carriage drove towards the canal. After a while, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi down from the carriage. He looked around and saw a huge ancestral hall standing on the side of the street. The ancestral hall seemed to be carved out of stone. It was made of marble and there wasn't a single crack. There was a huge plaque hanging on it with the words Yang written on it. Wang Shi smiled faintly. "Nephew, this is the place of the Yang's alliance. It looks like an ancestral hall, but it's different inside. You'll know once you go in." Zhang Feng nodded and helped Wang Shi to the entrance of the ancestral hall. "Halt, intruder." Four big men came out from the entrance and looked at them with a serious face. Zhang Feng glanced and was about to speak when Wang Shi waved his hand. "Gentlemen, I'm from the Alliance. I'm here for something." Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi up and smiled. "Uncle, this is your nephew's car. Get in." Wang Shi nodded and got into the carriage with a smile. "Hiya!" With a loud shout, the carriage drove towards the canal. After a while, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi down from the carriage. He looked around and saw a huge ancestral hall standing on the side of the street. The ancestral hall seemed to be carved out of stone. It was made of marble and there wasn't a single crack. There was a huge plaque hanging on it with the words Yang written on it. Wang Shi smiled faintly. "Nephew, this is the place of the Yang's alliance. It looks like an ancestral hall, but it's different inside. You'll know once you go in." Zhang Feng nodded and helped Wang Shi to the entrance of the ancestral hall. "Halt, intruder." Four big men came out from the entrance and looked at them with a serious face. Zhang Feng looked around and was about to speak. Wang Shi waved his hand and said, "Gentlemen, I'm from the Alliance. I'm here for something." As he spoke, he took out a jade pendant from his waist. There was a huge yang carved on it. The burly men glanced at each other. Their solemn expressions were gone, replaced by smiles. "Please come in." Zhang Feng looked at the jade pendant and understood that it was the pass to enter the Yang's alliance. He waved his hand and signaled Yuqi Baoqing to follow him. He then helped Wang Shi into the ancestral hall. Chapter 2095. As soon as they entered, they saw a group of burly men standing at the door with sticks in their hands. There were wooden buildings all around, flowers, birds, fish, and insects, as well as some strange-looking people. It gave off a sense of mystery. Further in was a 10-meter-tall door, and there were still many burly men at the door. They looked serious as if they were guarding something. Zhang Feng supported Wang Shi as they walked through the door. The first thing they saw were 2 rows of chairs. There were 3 chairs in the middle, but no one was sitting on them. There were only a few burly men guarding the hall, and there was no one else. Wang Shi stepped forward and took out the jade pendant from earlier. He smiled and said, "I'll have to trouble the gatekeeper to announce that the Wang family is here to pay a visit to the Alliance Master." The burly man glanced at the jade pendant and said, "Wait here." After that, he turned and walked into the inner door. A moment later, 3 old men walked out one after another. The one in the lead was dressed in a bright red brocade robe. There were no wrinkles on his face, and his eyes emitted a bright light. He looked very shrewd. The 2 behind him looked a little older. Both of their beards were a little white, but their eyes were unstoppable. Wang Shi stepped forward and smiled. "3 Alliance Masters, it's been a long time." The leader smiled and waved his hand. "Have a seat." Wang Shi nodded and gestured for Zhang Feng to take a seat. Then he looked at the leader and said seriously, "Alliance Master Yang, I've come here to ask for a favor." The leader didn't reply. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "You're here for this young man, right?" Wang Shi nodded and said, "Alliance Master, let me introduce you. This is my nephew, Zhang Feng." After that, he looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Nephew, these are the 3 Alliance Masters of the Yang family. The one sitting in the middle is the Alliance Master, Yang Gang. The two beside him are the Vice Alliance Masters, Yang Qian and Yang Yu. Zhang Feng nodded and cupped his hands. Greetings to the three alliance heads. I would like to sell a house to do business. I wonder if the Yang clan has any suitable houses for sale? Yang Gang exchanged glances with the other two, then said in all seriousness, You're being too courteous, little friend. There are so many houses out there. Why did you come to my Yang firm? Don't you know the Yang family's current situation? Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. Of course I know the Yang conglomerate's current situation. It's just that no one outside is willing to sell it to me. Oh. Yang Gang was a little surprised and asked, Why? There are many vacant houses in Jiangnan. How could no one be willing to sell to you? Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and smiled. That's probably why I offended the Gao clan. Offended the Gao family? Yang Gang's heart thumped. The Gao family was a well-known family in Jiangnan. Even the Yang family had to retreat. This brat actually dared to offend the Gao family? He asked in disbelief, Kid, where did you get the courage to offend the Gao family? Zhang Feng smiled and was about to speak when Wang Shi reached out to stop him. Alliance head, you can't blame my nephew for this. It was the Gao family's second young master who bullied my nephew. He was forced to do so. Yang Gang nodded and had a rough idea. He also knew that the Gao family's second young master had always been arrogant and domineering. He often bullied the people in Jiangnan. It didn't seem strange that he bullied this Zhang brat. However, if he sold the house to this Zhang brat now, it would undoubtedly be going against the Gao family. It didn't seem to be worth the loss. He was a little hesitant. At this moment, Yang Qian came over. Alliance head, I suggest we don't sell it. This brat offended the Gao family. If we sell the house to him now, we'll undoubtedly be going against the Gao family. Yang Yu also nodded and said, Alliance head, we're already in a precarious situation. If the Gao family attacks us again, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. Yang Gang didn't say anything and only nodded silently. He naturally knew the severity of the situation. Compared to Zhang Feng, the Gao family was the real monster. They couldn't afford to offend them. He seemed to have made a decision in his heart and said resolutely, Little friend Zhang, I'm afraid the Yang family won't be able to help you much. We don't have enough houses ourselves. As soon as he said that, Wang Shi's expression changed, but he quickly recovered. He said in a low voice, 3 alliance heads a few days ago, this old man heard that the alliance had a large stockpile of houses. Why are they sold out so quickly? Yang Gang's face darkened. He said unhappily, Are you questioning me? As he spoke, his tone softened. The houses in the alliance were all sold out a few days ago. Hearing this, Zhang Feng understood. The Yang family still had a large number of houses, but they weren't willing to sell them. The reason was probably because of the Gao family. These guys had been bullied by the Gao family for years and didn't dare to offend them now. Chapter 2096. He smiled faintly and said, Leaders, I know what you mean. The Yang family is in a precarious situation and doesn't want to offend the Gao family. But have you thought about it? Even if you don't offend the Gao family, sooner or later, you will be swallowed up by the 7 families. At that time it will not be something you can control. Why not sell the houses to me now? I can help you contain some of the 7 families' forces. Why not? Yang Gang did not reply. He was silent for a moment before he sneered and said, Kid, be careful. You think you can contain the forces of the 7 families? Do you know how powerful they are in Jiangnan? Who do you think you are? Zhang Feng smiled and shook his head. Leaders, don't think that just because the Yang family has no way to deal with the 7 families, no one dares to. I, Zhang Feng, came here this time to deal with the 7 families. First I will defeat them in business. As long as you give me some houses, I promise that the 7 families will not be able to deal with you. I can even help you. Yang Gang frowned and looked at Zhang Feng with a dark face. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with what he had just said. It could even be said that he was boasting shamelessly. However, he found that this kid spoke with certainty as if it was really the case. Did this kid really have something in his hands that could fight against the 7 families? He asked with some doubts, Kid, let's not talk about the houses for the time being. First, tell me what you have to deal with the 7 families, or what you have to do business with. Zhang Feng smiled and said rather seriously, I have better goods than the 7 families and more than them. With this, it will not be a problem to take over the Jiangnan market. The 3 of them looked at each other in disbelief. Yang Qian said, What goods do you have? Can you take over the Jiangnan market? Zhang Feng smiled and said, I have better paper than rice paper, better tea than Jiangnan, fine salt, tobacco, silk. Hearing this, Yang Gang could not help but tremble. Better paper than rice paper? Better tea than Jiangnan? And fine salt? This was something that only rich families could use. Even the imperial palace did not have many. From what this kid said, it seemed that he had a lot. How was this possible? But it didn't sound like it was fake. If this was true, not only would they be able to take over the market of the 7 families, they might even be able to take over the entire Jiangnan market. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't help but ask, Little doll, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Zhang Feng nodded and said with a serious face, Everything I said just now is true. It's just that I didn't bring it over, otherwise, I would definitely show it to you. All right. Yang Gang slammed the table and stood up. Just as he was about to agree, Yang Qian reached out to stop him. With a serious expression he said, Alliance Master, wait. I still have something to say to Yang Yu. As he spoke, he gave Yang Gang a look, indicating that they should go to the back hall. The 2 nodded and followed him to the back hall. Wang Shi was a little confused. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, Nephew, do you think they will agree? Zhang Feng thought for a moment, then said seriously, They will agree. Now that the Yang family is weak, even if they don't cooperate with me, they will be swallowed up by the 7 families sooner or later. Why not take a gamble? I hope so. Wang Shi let out a long sigh. He also hoped that the Yang family could give up some houses. If Zhang Feng became big, he could also benefit from it. Why not? But Yang Qian and the others were still a little hesitant. The 3 of them came to a small room and sat down. Yang Gang glanced at the 2 and asked, Second brother, why did you stop me just now? Yang Qian frowned and said, Eldest brother, don't you think Zhang Feng is very mysterious? Yang Gang didn't think so at first, but after hearing this, he felt a little bit. There didn't seem to be such a person in Jiangnan. How could he dare to boast about going against the 7 families? At that time, he was also impulsive and wanted to go against the 7 families. This time, he wanted to agree to Zhang Feng's request. Now that he was reminded it was true. He frowned and stroked his beard. Second brother, you're right. This person is very mysterious. Old man has been in Jiangnan for many years, but I've never heard of this kid from the Zhang family. As he spoke, he changed the topic. However, Old Man saw that he spoke with the air of a young master. He shouldn't be a nobody. What's more, he wants to go against the 7 families. This coincides with our goal. Yang Qian shook his head. Eldest brother, you're right. But this person's identity is still a mystery. If we give the house to him so easily, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. What if he's from the 7 families? We won't be able to get the house back. Yang Yu seemed to agree. He nodded and said, That's right, eldest brother. Now that the Yang family is a thorn in the side of the 7 families, we have to be careful. Old man understands what you're saying. Chapter 2097. Yang Gang stroked his beard as a glint flashed in his eyes. But have you ever thought that if this person really wants to attack the 7 families, wouldn't we have one less ally? Yang Qian and Yang Yu both fell silent when they heard this. It was true that the Yang family could no longer take a blow, especially from the 7 families. If Zhang Feng really wanted to deal with the 7 families, it was undoubtedly the best news for the Yang family. Hesitation would only cause the Yang family to lose a great opportunity. However, they were still hesitant to place their bets on this nameless brat. Yang Qian frowned and said, Boss, the Yang family can't take a blow. If this Zhang kid really has the strength, I don't mind betting on him. But I'm worried that not only does he not have the strength, he will drag the Yang family down with him. Yang Yu nodded and said with a serious face, Yes, boss. It's impossible for us to deal with the 7 families now. We can only rely on the strength of outsiders. But does this kid really have the strength, or is he just bragging? We still need to do some research before we can conclude. That's good. Yang Gang stroked his white beard and said with a serious face, Since you all have the same opinion, Old Man won't say anything more. Later, We'll go out and ask about this kid's strength. If it's true, the Yang family will win him over. Some houses are nothing. We can give them to him." With that, he slowly stood up and walked out. Yang Qian and Yang Yu looked at each other and followed closely behind. After leaving the inner hall, Yang Gang immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, "Old Wang Zhang, sorry to keep you waiting." Zhang Feng didn't pretend to be pretentious. He smiled and cupped his hands. "You're welcome, Alliance Leader. How did the discussion go?" Yang Gang sat in his chair and waved his hand with a smile. "Don't worry, my friend. Let's talk about our daily lives first. Where are you from? How much capital did you bring with you to Jiangnan?" "You're from Chang'an," Wang Shi said. But halfway through, Yang Gang waved his hand and interrupted him. Then he looked at Zhang Feng and said with a serious face, "Young friend, I want to hear it from you personally." Zhang Feng finally understood that these three fellows wanted to sell the house, but they were worried about the revenge of the 7 families. They were also worried that they didn't have any power, so they began to ask questions. They wanted to understand his power so that they could make a decision. Since that was the case, things would be much easier. He smiled faintly and cupped his fists. "3 Alliance Masters. I'm from Chang'an. My name is Zhang Feng. Currently, I have many businesses in Chang'an. Shen paper, fine salt, iron ore and so on. They are all better than those in Jiangnan." Zhang Feng? People from Chang'an? Yang Gang frowned. Why does this name sound so familiar? And these properties? Suddenly, he thought of something. Wasn't there a man named Zhang Feng in Chang'an? He had even built an academy, and it was said that his business had spread throughout the entire Chang'an. Could he be the person in front of him? Yang Qian and Yang Yu also thought of something. Their eyes widened, and they looked at Zhang Feng seriously, as if trying to figure out something from him. "Young friend, you're Zhang Feng from Chang'an? People call you President Zhang?" Yang Gang looked at Zhang Feng and asked with a serious face. "Of course it's me." Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Yang Gang was stunned. He knew about Zhang Feng's deeds in Chang'an. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he had heard a lot about it. If Zhang Feng was willing to attack the 7 families, he might succeed. Taking a step back, even if he didn't succeed, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Yang family to build a good relationship with Zhang Feng. Thinking of this, he cupped his fists. "I didn't know that you were the legendary President Zhang. Sorry for the disrespect." Yang Qian and Yang Yu also looked at Zhang Feng with admiration. "President Zhang, please forgive us for offending you just now." This time, Zhang Feng's vanity was greatly satisfied. In fact, he didn't boast about his identity. However, this group of people seemed to be very aware of his identity, which was a good thing. At least the housing supply was 80% successful. He smiled and cupped his fists. "The 3 leaders are too polite. I'm just doing some business in Chang'an." It was necessary to be humble. After all, he had just arrived in Jiangnan, and he couldn't show his strength. Moreover, he had a favor to ask. Sure enough, this politeness was immediately answered. Yang Gang and the other 2 nodded and looked at Zhang Feng with smiles, as if they were very satisfied with Zhang Feng's performance. Yang Gang stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Young friend, you can do such a big business in Chang'an. This time in Jiangnan, you must be even better." "Thank you for your kind words." Zhang Feng smiled and cupped his fists. "I wonder if the leader is willing to sell the houses now?" Yang Gang glanced at Yang Qian and the others and found that they didn't have any objections. He turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. "Young friend, since there are no problems now, I can naturally give you the houses. However, it's not for sale, but a gift. How about I give you 3 houses near the canal?" Chapter 2098. Gift. Zhang Feng snickered in his heart. These 3 old fellows are really cunning. Before they revealed their identities, they were still making excuses. Now that their identities were clear, they actually wanted to give him a gift. It was obvious that they were trying to rope him in. However, it was also possible that they were afraid of the power of the 7 families and wanted to use him as a shield. In any case, he could not accept this gift. Otherwise, he would owe the Yang family a favor in the future. Thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, "Alliance Master, I'm new here. I really don't dare to accept this gift." "Alliance Masters, Please name a price. Yang Gang was stunned. He originally thought that Zhang Feng would happily accept this free house. Who would have thought that he would reject it? This instantly disrupted his entire plan. If Zhang Feng became rich in the future, how could the Yang family still rely on this big tree? He turned to look at Yang Chen and Yang Yu. In fact, they were also a little distressed. They never thought that Zhang Feng would reject them. How would the next step of the plan develop? Helplessly, Yang Chen whispered in Yang Gang's ear, "Big brother, why don't we give him the best house at the lowest price? This way, he still owes us a favor?" Yang Gang nodded. This was the only way now. Not only would it make Zhang Feng owe the Yang family a favor, but it would also show the Yang family's sincerity. Thinking about it, he turned to look at Zhang Feng and smiled. "Little friend Zhang, since you said so, we won't refuse. We'll sell you 3 houses, all connected together. Each house will be 1,000 strings of coins. What do you think?" Zhang Feng frowned. He felt that something was wrong. The houses in Chong were more expensive. Were the houses in Jiangnan so cheap? 1,000 strings of coins could buy a house? Moreover, the location of the Yang family's houses should not be too bad. Even with the 7 families, there should still be some good houses. Even the worst house in Jiangnan might not be worth this much, right? He turned to Wang Shi and asked softly, "Uncle, what's the price?" Wang Shi also sensed Zhang Feng's confusion and quietly explained, "The worst property in Jiangnan costs 2,000 strings of coins. This Yang house can't be the worst. It should be below average, at least between 2,500 strings of coins and 5,000 strings of coins." Hearing this, Zhang Feng understood that these 3 old men still wanted to be on good terms with him. In other words, she wanted him to owe her a favor. He was a little repulsed because he hated owing people favors the most. He could return the money he owed, but it was not easy to return a favor. But now, other than the Yang Consortium, there were no other places that could afford it. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to sell it. Looks like I'll definitely owe him a favor today. How am I going to repay him in the future? He let out a sigh and forced a smile. Many thanks to the 3 alliance masters for their kindness. The silver will be sent tomorrow. Yang Gang smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to rush the money. Any time is fine. As he spoke, he waved his hand toward the door. A moment later, a burly man walked in with a few pieces of paper. Yang Gang handed the paper to Zhang Feng and smiled. "Young friend, these are the deeds for the 3 houses. Take them." Zhang Feng took the deeds and glanced at them. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to the 3 alliance masters." Yang Gang smiled. "You're welcome. We're now on the same side and can be considered a family." Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. Alliance master is right. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. There are still many things to deal with in the residence. He didn't want to stay in this place any longer. It wasn't because of these 3 people, but because he was afraid that they would set him up again. He already owed them a favor, and if he owed them another one, it wouldn't be worth it at all. However, Yang Gang did not want Zhang Feng to leave. He smiled and said, "Young friend, you just came to the Yang family. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. As elders, we don't have much to entertain you with. Why don't you have some tea and talk about your understanding of business?" As soon as he heard tea, Zhang Feng's stomach churned. How could he dare to drink it? Without even thinking, he said, "No, next time. I do have some matters to deal with in the residence." "All right then, I'll entertain you next time." Yang Gang's eyes were a little disappointed. He wanted to use today's opportunity to rope in Zhang Feng, but he did not expect this guy to be so stubborn. What a disappointment. "Then I'll take my leave." Zhang Feng smiled and helped Wang Shi out of the door. After a few steps, a voice came from behind him. "Nephew, come often when you have time." Zhang Feng shook his head and quickly helped Wang Shi out of the residence. In the carriage, Zhang Feng looked at the deeds carefully. He then looked at Wang Shi and asked, "Uncle, I just came to Jiangnan and don't know much about it. Can you tell me where this place is?" Wang Shi took the deeds and glanced at them. He said with a serious face, "This is considered a middle-grade piece of land in Jiangnan. It's also the most valuable place in the Yang family. It's close to the downtown area and beside the canal. If it were to be sold in the market, it would probably sell for 3,000 strings of cash." "So much?" Chapter 2099. Zhang Feng's eyes widened as he subconsciously said, "The Yang Consortium is really ruthless this time." Wang Shi nodded and returned the deed to Zhang Feng. "You got a great bargain this time. The Yang family has also invested a lot." Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was fine if he didn't get a bargain, but he still owed the Yang family a favor. It seemed like he had benefited, but in fact, the Yang family had benefited. He had to admit that these three old men were really smart. Seeing that he didn't want a free house, they forcibly lowered the price of a house by 2,000 strings of coins. How ruthless! However, this also showed that the conflict between the Yang family and the 7 families couldn't be resolved. He needed to break it himself. He said with a heavy expression, "I owe the Yang family a favor this time. I don't know how to repay it next time." Wang Shi smiled faintly. "Nephew, don't worry. That old man Yang Gang just wants to bet on you. As long as you can suppress the 7 families, not only will you not have to repay this favor, but there might also be a lot of benefits in the future." Zhang Feng nodded. These 3 leaders aren't simple people. Each one is more scheming than the other. They gave me these houses because they want to build a good relationship with me. Secondly, if I suppress the 7 families in the future, they can get some benefits from it. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Shi stroked his beard and smiled. "Nephew, don't blame those 3 old men. They are also thinking about the development of the Yang family. After all, they have been suppressed by the 7 families for many years. They have long been cautious." Zhang Feng didn't understand, but he didn't like the way they forced favors. It felt like they were forcing people to buy. He smiled faintly. "Uncle, don't worry. I understand. If they perform well in the future, it's not impossible to give them some benefits." Wang Shi nodded slightly and stroked his beard with satisfaction. He was still very satisfied with this nephew's performance. He was neither servile nor overbearing, just like a great master. He just didn't know how things would develop in the future. Just as he was thinking, the sound of a horse came from outside the window. The carriage had stopped. Zhang Feng helped Wang Shi down the carriage and cupped his hands. "Uncle, I won't be going in. There are still many things to deal with at home." Wang Shi could understand. He clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Go back and get busy. However, you must always be on guard against the people of the 7 families." Zhang Feng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, uncle. I will remember it." With that, he turned around and returned to the carriage. The carriage set off once again, rushing towards the mansion. Zhang Feng touched the contract in his hand. He felt that the day had passed very quickly. First, he met Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang treated him like a nephew, as if they were family. He even felt like he had returned to Chang'an. This was because Uncle Wang gave him the feeling of an old elementary scholar. He was like an old elementary scholar who cared about him. Later on, he went to the Yang clan. Although those 3 guys were a little scheming, they were still good people. It was just that they had a different stance from the 7 families. If there was a chance in the future, he would help them. Just as he was thinking, the carriage suddenly shook violently, just like when a carriage crashed in his previous life. Zhang Feng was shocked. Could it be that he had hit someone? He put his hand on the side of the carriage and hurriedly asked, "Baoqing, what happened outside?" "Fengzi, there's a carriage in front of us." Yuqi Baoqing's voice came from outside. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's earlier excitement completely disappeared. He shouted, "How the F***ck are you driving a carriage?" As soon as he said that, the carriage stopped shaking. He hurriedly got out of the carriage and saw that there was another carriage in front of him. This carriage was made of high-quality wood and emitted a delicate fragrance. There were also many beaded curtains hanging on it. It was obvious that this was the carriage of a young lady from a wealthy family. His guess was right. In less than a moment, a female voice came from the carriage in front. "How are you driving a carriage? Why is it shaking?" As soon as the voice fell, a woman came out. She had a long bun with a jade hairpin on the top of her head. Her hair fell naturally on both sides. She wore a light blue gauze dress with gold thread and a pair of embroidered shoes. Together with her high nose bridge and small cherry lips, she looked like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, she also noticed Zhang Feng. She blushed and turned to look at the servant driving the carriage. "Little Zhao, how are you driving? The servant called Little Zhao had a bitter expression and hurriedly cupped his hands. Miss, this wasn't done by me. It was the carriage opposite. As he spoke, he pointed at Yuqi Baoqing, indicating that this fellow was the one who did it. When the woman saw this, she put her hands on her hips and looked at Yuqi Baoqing angrily. You're the one who crashed into my carriage? Which family are you from? How dare you? Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally understood. The two carriages had collided. It seemed that it was his family's fault. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said to the woman, Miss, please forgive me. It's my fault for disciplining him. Seeing that someone had admitted defeat, the woman's arrogance seemed to have increased. She pouted. Humph, so it was you who did it. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Chapter 2100. Zhang Feng had a bitter look on his face. He had never encountered such a situation before. He turned to Yuqi Baoqing. Bastard, you bumped into someone else's carriage. Tell me, what should we do now? Yuqi Baoqing was a little confused. It was clearly the other party who bumped into his carriage. How did it become him who bumped into their carriage? And this Feng Zi was still apologizing like an idiot? How could he agree to this? He quickly explained. Just now, that fellow's horse was startled and bumped into us. We didn't bump into them. As he spoke, he turned his head and pointed at Xiao Zhao. He said aggressively, Kid, tell me honestly. Who was the one who hit who? Humph. Don't think you can bully my servant just because you have more people. The woman snorted and turned to Little Zhao. Little Zhao, tell me honestly. Who bumped into who? I. Little Zhao looked at the gaze and his face was a little unnatural. Miss, Yuqi Baoqing seemed to have caught on to something and quickly said, Look, this kid can't speak. He's the one who bumped into our carriage. Who said that we bumped into your carriage? The woman's face turned and she said shamelessly, Since Little Zhao didn't say it, it means that we didn't bump into it. Zhang Feng finally understood. This was the unruly Mississippi. She would admit to bumping into his carriage even if she was beaten to death. Forget it. He would just suffer in silence. Anyway, there was nothing wrong. With that thought, he waved his hand casually. All right. No matter who bumped into who, it's fine. Let's go. With that, he looked at Yuqi Baoqing and said helplessly, Baoqing, let's go. Yuqi Baoqing glared at the woman unwillingly and drove the carriage to leave. Wait. The woman glanced at Zhang Feng and crossed her arms. She said proudly, I haven't allowed you to leave yet. Are you looking down on our Zhao family? Zhao family? Zhang Feng was stunned. Could it be the Zhao family, one of the 7 families? Behind the Zhao family stood the Li family of Zhao County. Could he be so unlucky? He bumped into someone from the Zhao family as soon as he arrived? He turned to the woman and probed. You're from the Zhao family? What's your name? Humph. You think you're worthy of knowing this young lady's name? A smug smile appeared on the woman's face. Crossing her arms, she said, I didn't want to tell you for fear of scaring you. But seeing that you're so curious, I'll be merciful. Listen carefully. I'm the Zhao clan's 3rd miss, Zhao Yu-er. How about it? Are you scared? True enough. Zhang Feng's heart thumped. He had just offended the Gao clan, and now he was going against the Zhao clan? Originally, he didn't want these people to notice him so that he could develop his business as soon as possible. But now, he was about to go against the Zhao family again. It wasn't that he was afraid of the 7 great families. He just didn't want to attract their attention so that he could deal a fatal blow to them. Now, it seemed that he couldn't do that. Since he couldn't do that, he had no choice but to do it openly. After thinking for a while, he sneered, It's just the Zhao family. What's there to be arrogant about? Moreover, you're the one who bumped into my carriage today, so you should be the one apologizing to me. I didn't even say anything, yet you're still yelling? Just the Zhao family? Zhao Yue was stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. Or was there something wrong with this kid's brain? How dare he talk to her like that? Didn't he know the Zhao family's status in Jiangnan? Didn't he know who Zhao Yue was? Her face flushed red, and she pointed at Zhang Feng angrily. Brat, I just wanted you to apologize to me. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant that you don't even care about the Zhao family. As she spoke, she looked at Little Zhao and roared, Little Zhao, Go beat this brat up to vent your anger. Yes, Mississippi, little Zhao laughed, rolled up his sleeves, and walked toward Zhang Feng. He was already angry just now and was worried that he didn't have a place to vent his anger. Now that the miss had spoken, he might as well let this brat vent his anger. He clenched his fists and was about to hit him when he suddenly felt that his body wasn't listening to him. It seemed to be rising. He turned his head and saw that the guy who was cursing him just now had lifted him up. His expression changed and he hurriedly shouted, "Brat, hurry up and put me down." Yuchi Baoqing was a boorish person, and he was almost wronged by this guy just now. How could he put him down? He laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, you bastard, you wanted to wrongly accuse me just now. Go to hell." As he spoke, he threw Xiao Zhao to the ground with both hands. Little Zhao howled and immediately curled up into a ball. He held his waist and struggled on the ground. Zhao Yuer's expression changed, and she took half a step back. She pointed at Zhang Feng and said, "Bastard, you dare to hit my servant? The Zhao family won't let you go." "Oh, you have quite a temper." Zhang Feng glanced at Zhao Yuer and said with a playful smile, "Not only will I hit your servant, Lao Tzu will also hit you today." Hearing this, Zhao Yuer's pretty face puffed up, and she raised her eyebrows. "Bastard, you bastard. If you dare to hit me, the Zhao family won't let you go." Chapter 2101. Although she looked aggressive on the surface, in fact, her heart was already beating like a drum. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid of the Zhao family at all. What if he really hits me? Her small steps back betrayed the fear in her heart. Zhang Feng didn't care about her. He went forward and grabbed Zhao Yuer's delicate arm. He laughed and said, "Look at you. You must often bully the common people. Today, Lao Tzu will teach you a lesson on behalf of the common people of Jiangnan." As he spoke, he reached out and was about to press Zhao Yuer against the carriage. Unexpectedly, this little girl struggled with all her might. For a moment, she broke free. She grabbed Zhang Feng's left arm and fiercely bit down. Ah! A wave of pain came. Zhang Feng subconsciously cried out. He looked down and saw a huge scar on his arm. His eyes seemed to spit fire. He slapped down. "Ha! Why is it so soft?" Zhang Feng felt something was wrong. He looked down and found that he hit the wrong place. He was stunned and stood there. Zhao Yuer was still biting Zhang Feng's arm. She felt a numbing sensation coming from below. She quivered and subconsciously let go. She cried out, "Ah!" Zhang Feng saw this and quickly covered Zhao Yuer's mouth. He whispered, "What are you shouting for?" With her mouth covered, Zhao Yuer was a little breathless. She lifted her foot and stepped on Zhang Feng's foot. Feeling the pain, Zhang Feng loosened his grip and hurriedly took half a step back. You bastard!" Zhao Yuer's face turned red. Tears kept rolling in her eyes. "You dare to hit me there?" Zhang Feng's face also turned red. He didn't mean it. Who told this girl to bite him? Now that it was like this, he could only apologize. "Miss Zhao, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to hit you there." Zhao Yuer's eyes were already full of tears. When she heard this, she squatted on the carriage and cried. Zhang Feng saw this and thought to himself, "I'm done for. Damn, I hit Miss Zhao. What should I do?" He was going to offend another surname. Of course, he wasn't afraid of offending any of the 7 families, but he couldn't bear to see a woman cry, especially this kind of unruly young lady. What should he do? At this moment, he was like an ant on a hot pan. Hearing the cries, the surrounding citizens slowly gathered around. They pointed at Zhang Feng and Zhao Yuer and whispered amongst themselves. "Whose young miss and young master are they? Why are they walking on the streets? This young master is too ungentlemanly. He even beat the girl until she cried. Sigh, what a sin." Hearing the discussions coming from all directions, Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He knew that if this continued, the authorities and the Zhao family would be alerted sooner or later. He hurriedly went forward. "Miss Zhao, look at this situation. Why don't you leave first? Otherwise we'll be dead soon." Zhao Yuer naturally didn't know what dead meant, but she could hear the discussions around her. She slightly raised her head and glanced, then turned to stare at Zhang Feng. She showed her small canine teeth and said fiercely, "You bastard, you want to leave after hitting me? Only if you let me bite you again." Zhang Feng quivered. His heart was still trembling from the pain just now. How could he let this unruly young lady bite him again? But if he didn't let this girl bite him, it seemed that he couldn't leave now. He closed his eyes and rolled up his sleeves. Go ahead and bite me. Once you're done, leave quickly. Zhao Yue heard this and smiled slyly. Seeing Zhang Feng closed his eyes, she didn't hold back. She showed her small canine teeth and bit down on the bite mark. Hiss! Zhang Feng clenched his teeth tightly, but the pain was like a piercing pain that made him frown. After a moment, the pain slowly subsided. He opened his eyes and looked at his arm. He saw that the bite mark had deepened and even turned blue. His facial features were almost twisted together. He really wanted to beat this little girl again. But after thinking about it, he resisted and glanced at Zhao Yue. Eldest miss, can we leave now? Zhao Yue touched the tears on her cheeks and coldly said, Bastard, you wait for me. Today's matter isn't over. After that, he stared at Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, let's go back to the residence. Xiao Zhao fiercely stared at Zhang Feng and turned around to lead the carriage away. Zhang Feng looked at the scar on his arm and felt helpless. He had offended the unruly young lady of the Zhao family. How was he going to live in the future? If he had offended a dandy young master, it would be fine. At most, he would bring people to beat him up. At most, he would hit him back. But he had never met this unruly young lady. How was he going to deal with her? He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He let out a long sigh. Baoqing, let's go back to the residence. Yuchi Baoqing looked at the carriage that was going far away, then looked at Zhang Feng and worriedly asked, Fengzi, this woman doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Why don't I follow her and give her a warning? Zhang Feng stared at Yuchi Baoqing. Is there something wrong with your brain? He was speechless. This old Yu was a big straight man. His son was also a big straight man. Chapter 2102. Yuchi Baoqing clearly didn't understand. He scratched his head and said, Fengzi, there's nothing wrong with my brain. I'm doing this for your own good. Good. For my own good. Zhang Feng pulled Yuchi Baoqing toward the carriage. For my own good. Hurry back to the manor. Yuchi Baoqing looked unwillingly at the carriage in the distance and said, Oh, before getting into the carriage. Sitting in the carriage, Zhang Feng looked at the wound on his arm and was speechless. He was really unlucky today to have run into the unruly young lady of the Zhao family. He even hit her. Damn, it looked like the Zhao family was going to take revenge on him. He had just arrived in Jiangnan and already had a bad start. He shook his head helplessly and tried not to think about what had just happened. Thinking about it made his head hurt. After a while, the carriage stopped in front of the manor. Zhang Feng walked out of the carriage angrily. As soon as he entered, he saw Jia Daoren about to go out. He said, Old Jia, where are you going? Jia Daoren frowned and said, Master, I'm going out to look for a house. I'm worried sick. No need to look. Come with me. Zhang Feng's face darkened as he strode toward the main hall. Jia Daoren was a little confused. What was wrong with the master today? Why was he so angry? And he said he wasn't going to look for a house? Yuchi Baoqing walked in while he was confused. He quickly stopped him. Baoqing, what's wrong with the master today? Why is he so angry after going out? Yuchi Baoqing looked at Zhang Feng's back and made sure he couldn't hear him. Then he looked at Jia Daoren and said, Old Jia, you don't know. Everything was going well today, but when I came back, I ran into a girl. Jia Daoren pulled Yuchi Baoqing. Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. The two of them walked toward the main hall, talking as they walked and laughing from time to time. Just as they reached the main hall, Jia Daoren saw Zhang Feng's dark face and quickly nudged Yuchi Baoqing. Only then did the latter understand. Jia Daoren took a step forward. Master, what did you call me for? Zhang Feng took out the cigarette butt in his mouth and lightly said, Go and call Gao Can, Hao Chu Jun, and Bao Lin over. I have something to say. Jia Daoren nodded and left. Not long after, everyone had gathered. Gao Can said with some dissatisfaction, Fengzi, why did you call me? I'm just about to go out and look for a house. As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Chu Jun nudged Gao Can with his elbow, signaling him not to speak. The latter also felt that the atmosphere in the hall was a little strange. He glanced at Zhang Feng and saw that Zhang Feng's face was dark, as if someone owed him 5 million yuan. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone with a sullen face and finally fixed his eyes on Hao Chujun. Chujun, you old Jia, and Gao can take the land deed and go out to hand it over. Also, clean up and prepare for the opening tomorrow. As he spoke, he took out 3 deeds from his waist and placed them on the table. Hao Chujun stared blankly at him. Was this AF** king title deed? And there were 3 of them? He stood up abruptly and took a look at the deeds. His pupils shrank. This seemed to be a mid-tier area? He looked at Zhang Feng in disbelief. Master, where did you get these deeds? Why are they in such a good area? Everyone also noticed the abnormality and rushed over, not letting go of the deeds. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and lightly said, "All right, it's just a few deeds. It's not like they're in a good area. Hurry up and get someone to clean it up. I'm going to rest." With that, he stood up and walked to his room. Everyone was embarrassed. They wanted to ask about the deeds, but they realized that Feng Zi wouldn't say anything. Thus, everyone shifted their gaze to Yuqi Baoqing. This guy went out with Feng Zi, so he must know something. Hao Chujun stared at Yuqi Baoqing seriously and asked, "Baoqing, how did you get these deeds?" Yuqi Baoqing smiled awkwardly. "I only know that Feng Zi went to find an old man, then went to the Yang family and got them. I don't know anything else." "Fine, it was a waste of time." Hao Chujun sighed. He knew that he wouldn't get anything useful out of this guy. He could only ask again, "Then why is Master so angry?" Hearing this, Yuqi Baoqing chuckled. "Just now, we met a woman who bumped into our carriage. That woman was very fierce and wanted to hit Feng Zi. If I wasn't there, Feng Zi would have been hit. Then, Feng Zi went up and hit that woman. That woman lay on the carriage and cried. That's it." Hearing this, everyone's interest seemed to be piqued. They all knew Zhang Feng well, but they had never heard of this guy hitting someone, let alone a woman. That was AF** king rare thing. For a moment, everyone gathered together and started talking at once. Yuqi Baoqing seemed to enjoy this atmosphere and started talking with everyone. At the same time, a carriage was running wildly on the street. If Zhang Feng was here, he would definitely recognize that it was the carriage from just now. Chapter 2103. Very quickly, the carriage stopped in front of a manor. Zhao Yuer lifted her skirt and got off the carriage in a huff. The servant at the door saw this and quickly went forward. "Miss? Scram!" Zhao Yuer glared at the servant and quickly walked into the manor. Passing through the corridor, she pushed open a large door. Inside sat a lady wearing a purple-patterned robe. Her eyebrows were long and thin like willow leaves. Her nose was high and she didn't have any makeup on her cheeks, but she looked as rosy as an apricot. Her flowing hair fell over her shoulders and she was holding a silk cloth in her hand, seemingly embroidering something. This lady was the second young miss of the Zhao family, Zhao Ruer. She wasn't as unruly as Zhao Yuer and had a quiet aura. However, because she was born in the Zhao family and her mother had passed away early, she had a strong personality since young. Of course, this was only in front of outsiders. In front of Zhao Yuer, who was born from the same mother, she was more gentle. Zhao Yuer just saw Zhao Ruer and her tears flowed out. She laid on Zhao Ruer's lap and cried. "Sister." Zhao Ruer saw this and quickly helped Zhao Yuer up. She wiped the tears from her face and asked softly, "Yuer, what's wrong? Did your brother bully you again?" Zhao Yuer's face turned red and she shook her head. "No." "Then what's wrong?" Zhao Ruer helped Zhao Yuer to the bedside and asked softly, "Yuer, what happened?" Zhao Yuer's face turned redder and she leaned on Zhao Ruer's shoulder without saying a word. This made Zhao Ruer anxious. She quickly patted her shoulder and asked, "Yuer, hurry up and say something. What happened? Did you run out of money again? I still have some here. I'll get some for you." Saying this, she flipped the pillow. Zhao Yuer saw this and pulled Zhao Ruer, stammering, It's just now someone hit me." "Ah!" Zhao Ruer's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew this little sister's temper. She was a pure unruly lady. Who dared to provoke her? Even her brother had to avoid her. Who didn't hide on the streets? Someone dared to hit her? How was this possible? She didn't believe this little sister's words. She thought this girl had something to ask of her. After all, something like this had happened before. She touched Zhao Yuer's cheek and said gently, if you don't have money to spend, just tell me. Don't lie to me. Lie. Zhao Yuer panicked and her face turned red. Second sister, I'm not lying to you. Someone really did hit me. When I was on my way back, I met a brat who bumped into my carriage. I asked him to apologize, but not only did he not apologize, he even got off the carriage and hit me. There's such a thing. Zhao Ru'er blinked her beautiful eyes and her mouth was wide open. Originally, she didn't believe the girl's words, but seeing how sincere the girl was, her doubts slowly dispelled. However, there was actually someone who dared to hit the Zhao family's third miss? Wasn't that a little too daring? Usually, when this girl walked on the streets, she would not back down. Who would dare to hit her? Was this really unprecedented? However, on second thought, this was also a good thing. He wanted to teach this girl a lesson so that she wouldn't be so lawless outside. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "Which family's young master hit our Zhao family's third young miss? Where did you hit?" "Sister." Zhao Yuer tugged at the corner of Zhao Ru'er's clothes and said coquettishly, "Someone hit your younger sister, why are you still making fun of me? Think of a way to get revenge for me." Okay, revenge." Zhao Ru'er stroked Zhao Yuer's hair and laughed. "Then why don't you tell sister where that brat hit you? What's his name? Otherwise, how can I get revenge?" Hearing this, Zhao Yuer's face instantly turned red. Even her ears turned red. "Sister, don't worry about where he hit me first. That brat is called Zhang Feng. Quickly get revenge for me." "Zhang Feng?" Zhao Ru'er frowned. There didn't seem to be such a person in Jiangnan. Even those with the surname Zhang were pitifully few. Where did this brat called Zhang Feng come from? However, this name sounded a little familiar. She turned to look at Zhao Yuer, trying to see something from her expression. However, she only saw a patch of red. This made her feel that something was wrong. Her younger sister usually had the appearance of an unruly young miss and never blushed. Why did her face turn red when she mentioned where she was hit? This didn't seem like the style of an unruly young miss, but more like a young girl in love. However, since her younger sister wasn't willing to say, she didn't decide to continue asking. Right now, it was better to find that brat first. After thinking for a while, she pursed her lips and said, Why don't we go tell Big Brother and have him catch that brat?" "No." Zhao Yuer didn't even think and directly rejected her. This made Zhao Ru'er even more confused. You were the one who wanted revenge after being hit, and you were the one who didn't want Big Brother to do it. What was going on? Chapter 2104. She held Zhao Yuer's hand and said helplessly, Didn't you say that you wanted revenge? Why aren't you letting Big Brother do it? Don't tell me you're lying? How is that possible?" Zhao Yuer pouted and her gaze was unnatural. "That brat did hit me, but this is my business. How can I let Big Brother do it? Why else would I look for you?" Zhao Ru'er's lips curled up and revealed an indescribable expression. "Then how do you want me to help you?" Zhao Yuer rolled her eyes and stood up slowly. She stretched out her fair fingers and said, "Big sister, get some men to capture that brat and let me beat him up. You can look for your big brother for this kind of thing." Zhao Ru'er said faintly, a little impatient. "No." Zhao Yuer shook her head. "If Big Brother does it, he will definitely beat that brat to death. How am I going to take revenge then?" Zhao Ru'er stared at Zhao Yuer for a while and smiled playfully. "Little sister, don't tell me you can't bear to hit that brat? Otherwise, why don't you let your big brother do it?" "How is that possible?" Zhao Yuer said instinctively. Just as she said that, she felt that something was wrong. Her face turned red as if it was going to bleed. "I mainly want to take revenge for myself." As she said that, she quickly pulled Zhao Ru'er up and said coquettishly, "Second sister, hurry up and come with me to get that brat back." Okay. Zhao Ru'er looked at Zhao Yuer dotingly and walked out of the door together. Not long after, the two women gathered a few servants. Zhao Yuer placed her hands on her hips and scanned the crowd. Finally, her eyes fell on Xiao Zhao. "Xiao Zhao, take all the servants and find the place where that brat lives. Then, capture that brat for me." Xiao Zhao chuckled. "Yes, Mississippi. Just wait. If that brat dares to run, I will break his legs." Zhao Yuer's face changed and she stepped forward to give him a kick. Break whose legs? I want you to bring him back, not break his legs. After being kicked for no reason, Xiao Zhao was dumbfounded. He could only nod secretly. Yes, Mississippi. Zhao Ru'er saw all of this and only felt that this little sister of hers was becoming more and more strange. She wanted to teach that brat called Zhang Feng a lesson, yet she did not allow him to hit him. What was the meaning of this? She stepped forward and asked softly, what are you thinking? Didn't you say you were going to beat that brat up? Zhao Yuer's eyes were evasive as she stammered. Second sister, you don't have to worry about it. Let's talk about it after we capture him. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd and waved her hand impatiently. Scram. All the servants felt as if they had been pardoned. They wished they could grow 2 more legs and run out the door one after another. Zhao Ru'er smiled and pulled Zhao Yuer towards the boudoir. Little sister, you can rest assured now, right? I'll bring that kid back to you later. Just as she finished speaking, a displeased voice came from the door. Ru'er. The 2 girls turned their heads in unison, and only then did they realize that it was the Gao family's eldest young master, Gao Ming. Zhao Yuer pouted and said in a displeased tone, What are you doing here? Gao Ming cupped his hands and smiled. Ru'er? Young Master Gao, please be careful with your words. Yuer and Ru'er are our sisters' maiden names. Please don't address us that way. Zhao Ru'er's face turned cold as she said in a displeased tone, Why are you here at our Zhao residence? She really did not like this Gao Ming style of doing things. He would do anything to achieve his goals. He had once killed dozens of commoners for a property. This time, he probably did not come to the Zhao residence with good intentions. A hint of coldness flashed across Gao Ming's eyes, but it disappeared very quickly. He then smiled faintly and said, Ladies, you must be joking. Our Gao family and the Zhao family can be considered old friends. There's nothing wrong with calling you by your maiden names, right? Zhao Yuer waved her hand and said impatiently, Don't talk nonsense. Why are you here at our Zhao residence? Gao Ming smiled and waved his fan. I'm here at the Gao residence to seek an audience with Uncle Zhao regarding the marriage between the Gao family and the Zhao family. As he said that, he used his fan to point at the gift that the servant behind him was holding. Zhao Ru'er and Zhao Yuer's delicate bodies trembled as they looked in the direction of the fan. This was because they saw a large betrothal written on the gift. This meant that Gao Ming was here to give the betrothal gift? There were only 2 women in the Zhao family. In other words, this betrothal gift was for one of them. Didn't that mean that one of them had to marry into the Gao family? There were only 2 men in the Gao family. Needless to say, Gao Ming was vicious and did things without leaving any room for negotiation. They could not even consider him. Also, that Gao Jian was completely a hedonistic son of rich parents. They could not marry him. Thinking about this, they felt terrified. Zhao Yuer crossed her arms and said aggressively, My father isn't here. Leave. In any case, she would not marry anyone from the Gao family. Now that there was no one around, it was better to chase this guy away. Chapter 2105. Gao Ming seemed to have guessed it and smiled. It's fine if Uncle Zhao isn't here. I can wait here. As he spoke, he ordered the servants to stand aside as if he wasn't going to leave. Zhao Ru'er panicked and scolded angrily. Gao Ming, do you have any shame? Our Zhao family doesn't welcome you. Gao Ming smiled as if he didn't care at all. Ladies, this matter isn't up to you to decide. Since ancient times, marriage has been an ancient rule. If you don't believe me, you can ask Master Zhao. Indeed, these words weren't wrong at all. No matter the time, powerful families like to use marriage to ensure the benefits between the families. This was also one of the important reasons why many families prospered for so long. He also thought so in his heart. This time, he came here to use his second brother's name to marry Zhao Yuer. Because no matter if it failed or succeeded, there was no loss. If the Zhao family rejected, then it meant that the Zhao family might really be related to Zhang Feng. If they agreed, then the Gao family would have one more ally. So no matter what the result was, there was no loss to him. At most, he was just using Gao Ming. But the 2 ladies didn't know this. They just wanted to chase Gao Ming away. Gao Ming, just give up. Both of us sisters will never marry into the Gao family. Zhao Yuer hugged Zhao Ru'er's arm and glared at Gao Ming with her beautiful eyes. Ladies, don't be so absolute. Gao Ming waved his folding fan and revealed a playful smile. This matter can only be decided by Master Zhao. You too, humph. Just as he finished speaking, footsteps came from not far away. A middle-aged man walked over. Second lady, third lady, Master invites you to the main hall. As he spoke, the middle-aged man noticed Gao Ming and cupped his hands. Young Master Gao, why are you here? Housekeeper Zhao is too polite. Gao Ming closed his fan and smiled proudly. You said that Master Zhao is in the main hall, right? Good. I have something to ask Master Zhao. As he spoke, he waved his hand and signaled for the servants to follow him to the main hall. Zhao Yu was a little anxious. She stomped her foot and asked, Butler, why did you tell this guy about father's whereabouts? Housekeeper Zhao was a little confused. He only came to inform the two young misses and didn't tell Gao Ming anything. He was at a loss, so he could only bow and say, Third young miss, this lowly one didn't tell young Master Gao about Master's whereabouts. Zhao Yu realized that she was having a hard time explaining things to the housekeeper. She turned to Zhao Ru'er and asked, Second sister, what do we do now? Zhao Ru'er's beautiful eyes flickered as she spoke. Come, let's go to the main hall to take a look. All right, let's go. Zhao Yu pulled Zhao Ru'er's arm and ran towards the main hall. In the hall, Gao Ming was talking and laughing with a middle-aged man. This man was the head of the Zhao family. Zhao Yu rushed into the hall and glared at Gao Ming. Then she strode to Zhao Da and said angrily, Father, why did you let this guy into the hall? Zhao Da frowned and said unhappily, This young Master Gao is an important guest. How can you speak to him like that? As he spoke, he turned to look at Gao Ming and smiled faintly. Young Master Gao, my daughter is naughty. Please forgive her. Gao Ming waved his folding fan and smiled nonchalantly. Old Master Zhao, you must be joking. You and I have been playmates since we were young. Why would I be angry? Who's your playmate? Shameless. Zhao Yu glared at Gao Ming, then turned around and pulled Zhao Ru'er to sit in front of Zhao Da. They were here to stop this guy from proposing marriage. They couldn't leave now. Young Master Gao, these two daughters have been spoiled by old man. If there's any conflict between them, I hope you don't mind. Zhao Da glared at the two girls, then looked at Gao Ming and said, Young Master Gao, may I know what's the matter? Gao Ming smiled faintly and gestured for the servant to open the gift box. Then he said, I'm here to propose marriage on behalf of my second brother. Hearing this, Zhao Da's eyebrows twitched. This wasn't a good sign. Although he also wanted to marry off his two daughters, he had never thought of marrying them to the Gao family. Moreover, the second son of the Gao family didn't have a good reputation. He was a typical hedonistic son, famous even in Jiangnan. If he married off one of his daughters, who knew how much suffering they would have to suffer? However, it didn't seem appropriate to reject him directly. After thinking about it, he asked, I wonder if young Master Gao has taken a liking to my daughter? Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru both clutched the corners of their clothes nervously. They were afraid that he was talking about them. This was because they didn't know what their father was thinking. Even if they knew, if the Gao family brought out some huge benefits, who knew if their father would agree? This was something that couldn't be predicted. They both looked at Gao Ming, as if they wanted to get something out of him. However, Gao Ming smiled and said, Uncle Zhao, my second brother likes the third miss, Zhao Yu. He hopes to marry her. Chapter 2106. Actually, Gao Jian did not know about this at all, and there was no such thing as liking or not liking. It was all planned by him. First of all, Zhao Yu was unruly and willful. If Gao Jian really married her, then he would be able to restrain Gao Jian, and he would not have any worries. Even if he did not marry her, he would be able to find out news about Zhang Feng. This was killing two birds with one stone. However, these words were different in Zhao Yu's ears. She felt like her head was about to explode. She wanted to marry Gao Jian? What the hell was this Gao Jian? He was a bastard that everyone in Jiangnan knew. How could she marry a bastard? She stood up abruptly and pointed at Gao Ming angrily. Gao Ming, give up. I won't marry that bastard brother of yours. As she spoke, she stepped forward and half knelt in front of Zhao Da. Father, I don't want to marry Gao Jian. You have to help me. Zhao Ru also stepped forward and half knelt in front of Zhao Da like Zhao Yu. Father, you can't push sister into the fire pit. Looking at his two daughters, Zhao De felt a little uncomfortable. Of course, he knew that Gao Jian was a bastard. No matter what, he would not let his daughters marry into the Gao family. Moreover, he was a madman who spoiled his daughters. Ever since his first wife died, he had been unconditionally good to his two daughters. How could he let his daughters marry into the Gao family? However, Gao Ming was still sitting here, and these two girls came forward to beg. This put him in a difficult position. He could only help his two beloved daughters up and said with a doting face, Father has his own plans. You can leave first. No, I want to stay here and listen. Zhao Yuer wiped her tears and pulled Zhao Ruer with a stubborn face. Sister and I will stay here and listen. As they spoke, they returned to their seats and looked at Zhao De expectantly. Zhao De sighed and looked at Gao Ming. Young Master Gao, as you can see, my Yu does not want to marry into the Gao family. Gao Ming frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. This Zhao Yuer wanted to use Zhao De to send him off. He thought for a moment and said, Uncle Zhao, since ancient times, marriage has always been decided by the parents and the matchmaker. Moreover, uncle, you have not seen your nephew's betrothal gift. As he spoke, he took out a few pieces of paper from the gift box and handed them over. Zhao De didn't want to take it at first, but seeing Gao Ming holding it up like that, he couldn't reject it directly. He picked it up and glanced at it. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as if he had seen something unbelievable. It turned out that these pieces of paper were all land deeds, and they were all in the best locations in Jiangnan. They belonged to the kind of places that money couldn't buy. There was also a piece of paper with silver, gold, silk, and so on written on it. Zhao Da's eyes widened. For a moment, he even wanted to agree to this marriage. This was because the betrothal gifts were too generous. If the Zhao family accepted these gifts, they might be able to monopolize the top of the 7 families. But on second thought, she was marrying a hedonistic young master. If Yu were to marry him, she would definitely have a hard time. But looking at the land deeds in his hand, he was a little hesitant. Gao Ming seemed to have expected this result. He waved his folding fan and had the air of an elegant young master. Uncle, this time, the Gao family is willing to offer 1/3 of our properties, 500,000 strings of silver, and 50,000 bolts of silk as the betrothal gifts. Please consider it carefully. Gao Ming, stop showing off. I won't marry into the Gao family. Zhao Yu glared at Gao Ming, then turned around and hugged Zhao Da's arm. She begged. Father, don't hesitate. I don't want to marry Gao Ming. Pulled back to reality, Zhao De looked deeply at Zhao Yuer. Don't be so arrogant. Let me think about it first. Think about it? Zhao Yuer's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that father really wanted to marry her to Gao Ming? Or was he bewitched by the generous betrothal gifts? She was a little scared. She knelt in front of Zhao De and cried, Father, I don't want to marry Gao Ming. You know what kind of person Gao Ming is. If I marry him, my life will be ruined. Seeing this, Zhao Ruer hurried forward and begged, Father, don't marry my sister to Gao Ming. I beg you. Zhao De sighed and slumped on the chair. He didn't know how to respond. Of course, he didn't want Yuer to marry into the Gao family. But the betrothal gifts offered by the Gao family were too generous. If the Zhao family accepted them, they could become the head of the 7 families. To him, the head of the Zhao family, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. As long as the Zhao family became the head of the 7 families, they could control Jiangnan from now on. Even if they couldn't get the support of the Li family of Zhao County, they could still form their own family. At this moment, he really hoped that his daughter would consider the Zhao family and agree to this marriage. But he knew that was impossible. Yuer had been arrogant since she was young. How could she marry Gao Ming? He was very distressed and began to think about how to persuade Zhao Yuer. Chapter 2107. Gao Ming smiled and snorted, Miss Yuer, you don't want to marry my second brother. Are you looking down on my Gao family? Zhao Yuer glanced at Gao Ming and said fiercely, So what if I look down on your Gao family? Anyway, I won't marry into your Gao family. You can give up. Gao Ming's expression changed slightly. His fingers clenched the paper fan so tightly that it almost deformed. After a while, his expression became slightly better. He snorted and said, Miss Yuer, no matter what your reason is, you must give my Gao family an explanation today. My Gao family will not be trampled on by others. You. Zhao Yue pointed at Gao Ming angrily and choked for a moment. She knew that the Gao family's power was basically on par with the Zhao family. If she offended the Gao family today, she was afraid that she would be targeted in the future. However, her lifelong happiness could not be ruined in the hands of the Gao family. Explanation? After thinking for a moment, she had an idea and raised her eyebrows. Explanation, right? Well, I have someone I like. Do you hear me? Gao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew that although Zhao Yue was arrogant, she rarely dealt with strange men. Moreover, no man could stand this unruly temper, unless he coveted the Zhao family's status. Could it be Zhang Feng, that brat? Yes, it must be that brat. Didn't this bastard say that he was looking for you in Jiangnan? Now that Zhao Yue confessed without being pressed, there must be something behind it. No, he had to be very careful when dealing with this Zhang Feng in the future. With the Zhao family behind him, it would be difficult to touch him. No, this Zhang Feng said that he wanted to do business in Jiangnan, and even wanted to take over the business of the 7 families. Could it be that the Zhao family was behind all this? In an instant, thousands of thoughts had changed in his mind. Zhao De did not think so much, but he was stunned. Because he really could not understand how you, could have someone she liked. Usually, when she went out on the streets, it was the servants and maids who followed her. How could she have the chance to interact with men? It was impossible for her to have someone she liked. Then there was only one possibility. This damn girl was lying to Gao Ming. She wanted to find an excuse to return the betrothal gift. In that instant, he actually felt a little disappointed. As long as Gao Ming agreed, the betrothal gifts would be gone. It would be extremely difficult for the Zhao family to become the head of the 7 great families. But at the same time, he was glad that his daughter didn't have to marry Gao Jian. Just like that, complicated emotions lingered in his heart. Zhao Ru'er was different. She was purely happy for Zhao Yue. As long as her younger sister did not marry into the Gao family, she could say anything. She glanced at Gao Ming and said coldly, "Gao Ming, did you hear that? My little sister already has someone she likes. She won't marry into the Gao family." Gao Ming's face had already turned the color of pig liver. He glanced at Zhao Yue and said coldly, "So what if you don't marry into the Gao family? Your Zhao family shouldn't be so arrogant." After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned to walk out of the door. Zhao Yue heaved a long sigh of relief. Only now did she feel relieved. "Sister, thank you so much." With that, she turned to Zhao Da and said apologetically, "Father, I'm sorry. I ruined the relationship between our 2 families." Zhao Da frowned. He was just thinking about it. Now that Gao Ming had left, what else could he say? He smiled bitterly. "Forget it. This matter will end here. When will you find someone to send the deed back to the Gao family?" "Thank you, father." Zhao Yue nodded with a bitter face. "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." After saying that, she pulled Zhao Ru'er's arm and walked out of the door. The 2 returned to the boudoir in silence. Zhao Ru'er held Zhao Yue's hand and asked, "Sister, was what you said just now true? Do you have someone you like?" Zhao Yue was stunned. A figure unconsciously appeared in her mind. She didn't know why that annoying guy would appear. She quickly shook her head. "Sister, I was just lying to Gao Ming. If I didn't say that, why would that guy leave?" Zhao Ru'er nodded. "All right then. Don't go out for the time being. Otherwise, the Gao family will find trouble with you." "Don't let me go out? How is that possible?" Zhao Yue shook her head vigorously. She was someone who couldn't stay idle. If she stayed at home every day, wouldn't she be bored to death? "Sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Otherwise, what if the Gao family takes revenge on you?" Zhao Ru'er held Zhao Yue's hand and persuaded her earnestly. However, Zhao Yue didn't seem to care at all. She waved her hand and said, "Why would I be afraid of the Gao family? Just that bastard Gao Jian. If he dares to find trouble with me, I'll kick him to death. Besides, that brat Zhang Feng hasn't been dealt with yet. You have to wait for me to deal with that brat first." "Why are you still thinking about Zhang Feng?" Zhao Ru'er said helplessly. "What do you mean I'm still thinking about that brat?" Zhao Yue said coquettishly. "I want to settle the score with that brat. Forget it, I can't explain it to you. I'll go see if that brat has been caught. Chapter 2108. With that, she got up and walked out the door. Wait, I'll go with you. Zhao Ru'er quickly got up and followed her. She felt that the Gao family wouldn't let this go so easily. It was safer to go together. What if her little sister was in danger after leaving the Zhao family? Zhao Yue laughed and pulled Zhao Ru'er to the front yard. She saw a large group of servants squatting on the ground with their hands covering their faces. They looked like they were in pain. Zhao Yue strode forward and glanced at the servants. She saw that their faces were bruised and swollen with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. She was instantly enraged and shouted at the top of her lungs. Who did this? Which bastard dared to hit the servants of the Zhao family? The leader, Xiao Zhao, quickly got up and said while covering his bruised face, Miss, it's the brat who bumped into your carriage. You have to avenge us. Ah! Zhao Yue clenched her fist and shouted. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Zhang Feng, it's that brat again. He dared to hit my servants. With that, she glanced at the crowd. Let's go. Let's go find this brat immediately. I must beat him up today to vent my anger. When Xiao Zhao heard this, the blood in his body seemed to boil. He quickly said, Miss, that brat seems to be opening a shop. It's on the main street now. Zhao Yue bit her cheek and waved her hand. Let's go and catch this brat. Seeing this, Zhao Ru'er quickly stopped Zhao Yue and said gently, Little sister, why don't we wait a few days? You just offended Gao Ming. Be careful of being ambushed. Zhao Yue snorted and said with disdain, Gao Ming wouldn't dare even if you gave him 2 guts. Big sister, if you're afraid, you don't have to come. As she spoke, she took small steps and ran out of the door, followed by a group of servants. Zhao Ru'er panicked. What if something happened? She hurriedly followed him out. The group of people crossed the street and came to a shop. Zhao Yue glanced at the shop and looked at Xiao Zhao with a gloomy face. Xiao Zhao, are you sure this brat is inside? Xiao Zhao took a look and nodded seriously. Miss, I'm sure. This brat doesn't have many people, but each of them can fight better than the other. Trash. Zhao Yue cursed inwardly. She waved her hand and said, Come, follow me inside. After saying that, she led a group of people into the shop. As soon as he stepped in, he saw the fellow from before sitting on a chair with a look of enjoyment on his face. She was instantly enraged and wanted to curse out loud, but when she recalled the scene in the carriage just now, she couldn't help but blush. She scolded, Brat, get up and accept your death. Zhang Feng was originally resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the voice, he subconsciously opened his eyes. When he saw that it was the girl from before, his pupils involuntarily shrank as he shouted, Why is it you? Why are you here? This voice quickly attracted the attention of Hao Chujun and the others. They all gathered around and looked at Zhao Yue and Zhao Ru'er as they discussed incessantly. Gao Kan pointed at Zhao Yue and smiled. This girl is the one Feng Zi beat up? It's this girl. Yuchi Baoqing nodded and said with a face full of gossip. At first, this girl wanted to beat up Feng Zi, but in the end, Feng Zi pressed her down on the carriage and beat her up. And the place he hit was even there. Hao Chujun frowned. This girl can't be here to seek revenge, right? Hearing the surrounding voices, Zhao Yue's pretty face couldn't help but redden. In her heart, she had already cursed Zhang Feng 1,000,000 times. Why did this bastard always tell others about everything? Now, so many people actually knew about it. How was she going to survive in Jiangnan in the future? She wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. But, since she was already here, she couldn't just leave like this, right? She helplessly tugged at Zhao Ru'er's sleeve, preparing to ask her sister for help. After being sisters for so many years, Zhao Ru'er naturally understood her sister's intentions. But, listening to the discussion, something didn't seem right. It seemed that her sister had crashed into someone's carriage and wanted to beat him up. In the end, she was beaten up, and the place she hit was even that place. Now, she called servants to seek revenge? This seemed to be a bit too much. Looking at the situation, she cupped her hands and said to Zhang Feng, Prince Zhang, I'm Yu'er's sister. Today's matter was purely a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Zhao Yue hurriedly pulled Zhao Ru'er back and turned to look at Zhang Feng. She coldly snorted. Zhang, you beat up my servants just now. How do you want to settle this? So these servants are yours? Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd behind Zhao Yue and sneered. Just now, these servants of yours wanted to beat me up. I haven't even settled the score with you yet, but you're playing the blame game again. I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened in the carriage just now, and you dare to come again? Zhao Yuer's pretty face reddened, but quickly recovered. She coquettishly said, Zhang, don't mention what happened in the carriage. I haven't settled the score with you yet. You want to settle the score after biting me? Zhang Feng glared at Zhao Yue as if he was looking at an idiot. Chapter 2109. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Zhang Feng as if they had seen a whole new world. Even Zhao Ru'er widened her eyes and looked at Zhang Feng curiously. Although she knew that her sister had a conflict with Zhang Feng, she did not know that her sister had bitten Zhang Feng. Now she was curious. Did her sister bite Zhang Feng's private part? Sensing everyone's gazes, Zhang Feng felt a little uncomfortable. He rolled up his sleeves and said, Let me show you. This was bitten by that unruly girl. As he said that, he extended his arm towards Zhao Ru'er. Look, this is what your good sister did. Zhao Ru'er took a closer look and saw a purplish-green scar. The bite mark was about the size of a fingernail. She couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How much strength did this little sister use? How could it leave such a big scar? Wasn't this too cruel? What revenge was there to talk about? It was good enough that she did not take revenge. She turned to look at Zhao Yue and pursed her lips. Sister, this. Zhao Yue blushed and looked at the wound on Zhang Feng's arm. She said coquettishly, You reaped what you sowed. Who told you to hit me there? All right. Zhang Feng waved his hand impatiently. I don't want to talk to you so much. Hurry up and leave with your servants before you get beaten up again. You? Zhao Yuer's face turned red. She said indignantly, You dare to look down on the servants of the Zhao family? As she spoke, she turned her head and swept a glance at the servants, berating, Everyone, go together and capture that arrogant brat. Hearing that, everyone rubbed their palms together as if they were ready to avenge the humiliation they had suffered. However, when they saw that the big guy was also ready, their faces changed and they subconsciously took half a step back. Xiao Zhao, who was the leader, retreated to the center and looked timidly at the opposite side, not daring to make a sound. He was beaten up badly just now. How would he dare to go forward now? That would be courting death. There was no movement for a long time. Zhao Yue turned her head to take a look and saw that everyone was trembling. Her eyes were about to spit fire. She shouted angrily, You guys don't even listen to my orders? Is it because you haven't been beaten enough? Little Zhao looked at Zhao Yue with a bitter expression and stammered, Miss, it's not that we don't want to listen to you, but these guys are too strong. We're no match for them. Zhao Yue stomped her foot angrily. She really wanted to beat this guy up. But now that she was in someone else's territory, she could only endure it. She turned her head to look at Zhang Feng and coldly snorted, Stinking brat, you better remember this. This matter is not over. I will come back to settle accounts with you next time. Zhang Feng smiled and said in a strange tone, If you don't dare to fight, then you don't dare to fight. Who doesn't know how to say tough words? Just now, I don't know how many tough words you said, but I didn't see you being that strong. You! Zhao Yue clenched her fists and glared at Zhang Feng with her beautiful round eyes. For a long time, she was speechless. Indeed, her side was now at a disadvantage. How could she catch this brat? But it wasn't appropriate for her to leave just like that. She glared at Zhang Feng fiercely and said, Stinking brat, if you dare, let's fight again. Zhang Feng chuckled. What? Do you want to be spanked again? Zhao Yuer's pretty face turned red. For a moment, she didn't know how to talk back. Seeing this, Zhao Ru'er patted Zhao Yuer's shoulder and said, Don't say anything. After saying that, she looked at Zhang Feng and snorted, Prince Zhang, you hit my sister last time, and she bit you back. We're even now. Just now, you hit my Zhao family servant. We'll settle accounts later. Zhang Feng smiled. She still wanted to settle accounts? Did she feel that she hadn't been beaten enough? However, he felt that this woman was more sensible, unlike that unruly young miss. He softened his tone and said, Miss, go back and persuade your sister. Since there's nothing else, you can leave. Zhao Ru'er glared at Zhang Feng, then turned to Zhao Yue and said, Sister, let's go. Zhao Yue or couldn't say anything else. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng and led the servants away. Glancing at the departing figures, Zhang Feng turned and waved at the crowd. Don't just stand there. Pack up and go back. We'll open for business tomorrow. Gao Kan came over with a grin. Fengzi, why did that girl keep finding trouble with you? Don't tell me she likes you? Shoo shoo shoo. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Gao Kan and said impatiently, why do you have so many things to do in one day? You don't worry about what you should worry about. You only know how to talk about useless things. You brat. Gao Kan rolled his eyes at Zhang Feng and turned to pack up. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the room was almost cleaned up. Zhang Feng glanced around and left with everyone. Back in the mansion, everyone gathered in the main hall. Zhang Feng lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Then, he looked at Yuchi Baolin and said, Baolin, take some people and watch over the house tonight. This place is not like Chang'an. We've just arrived and we've already offended the Gao and Zhao families. For safety's sake, take some people and keep watch for the night. Chapter 21:10. Yuchi Baolin nodded. Don't worry, Fengzi. I know what I'm doing. I'll go after some rest. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, then looked at Hao Chujun. Chujun, have you prepared the Xian paper and other things? Hao Chujun cupped his hands. Teacher, don't worry. I've already prepared everything. We're just waiting for tomorrow to open. Good. Zhang Feng nodded and said seriously. Although there aren't any problems now, everyone should be more vigilant tonight just in case the Gao family and the Zhao family come to cause trouble. Jia Daoren nodded. Don't worry, master. I've already arranged for people to guard the house and the shop. Nothing will happen tonight. I hope so. Zhang Feng realized that he had become more cautious after coming to Jiangnan. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, the 7 families were eyeing this place covetously. It was better to be careful. After the conversation ended, Jia Daoren led a group of guards to patrol the night. This was something he had to do every night. Ever since the news was leaked last time, he realized that someone from the Gao family had snuck into the house. Since then, he had taken the initiative to bring his guards to patrol the area at night, trying his best to prevent anyone from entering. You two go over there and take a look. Jia Daoren pointed to the corner and said to the 2 guards. The guards nodded and crept along the corner. After a while they said, No one. Go over there. Jia Daoren nodded, then waved his hand and walked to the other side. Just as they left, a black shadow flashed out. After glancing at Jia Daoren's back, it flipped over the courtyard wall. The black shadow was very fast. In just a moment, it had passed through several streets. Finally, it pushed open the back door of the Gao family and hurriedly went in. Passing through the corridor, the black shadow pushed open a door and strode in. Sitting inside was Gao Ming. He was holding a teacup as if he already knew that the black shadow was going to come in. He glanced at it indifferently. How is it? Did you find out anything? The black shadow's head was lowered, and no expression could be seen. After a while it stammered, Young master, the Zhang family is usually guarded by guards. Even at night, there are guards patrolling. This lowly one. Gao Ming's expression changed slightly, and he said word by word, Are you trying to say that you didn't get any information? The black shadow shuddered. He didn't know what to say, so he just nodded. Gao Ming was instantly enraged. He raised his teacup and threw it at the black shadow's feet. You piece of trash. You can't even do a little thing. Have I been too relaxed with you recently? The black shadow was so scared that he immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. Young master, please spare my life, young master, please spare my life. Gao Ming snorted coldly. Just as it was about to speak, the door was pushed open again. A servant walked in. The servant glanced at the black shadow, then looked at Gao Ming and cupped his hands. Young master, I have something important to report. Gao Ming exhaled, glanced at the black shadow and said coldly, Get lost. The black shadow nodded as if he had been granted amnesty. Then, he hurriedly retreated. Only then did Gao Ming look at the servant and say in all seriousness, Speak. What is it? Young master, didn't you ask me to inquire about that Zhang Feng? There's news. The servant cupped his hands and revealed a flattering smile. What news? Speak quickly. Gao Ming's pupils shrank, and he said anxiously, The servant smiled and said with a fawning face, "Young master, I heard that Zhang Feng seemed to have brought people to check out a shop today. He seems to have bought that shop." "Impossible." Gao Ming's face changed, and he said in disbelief, "I've already sent people to greet all the shops around. No one dared to sell him a shop. Where did he get this house?" Indeed, he had already asked the servant to tell all the shops that they couldn't sell to Zhang Feng. Those shops had also guaranteed that they would never sell to Zhang Feng. Now, how could Zhang Feng have a shop? Could it be? Was the Zhao family making trouble? It was very likely that when he went to the Zhao family to propose marriage today, Zhao Yuhe said that she already had someone she liked. Combined with the reason why Zhang Feng came to Jiangnan, this was very likely the Zhao family's doing. However, the Zhao family should know that Zhang Feng had made a solemn vow. There was no need to offend the Gao family for one Zhang Feng. This was not wise at all. Could it be that there was more to this than meets the eye? After thinking about it, he quickly asked, "Who sold this house to Zhang Feng?" The servant frowned and said after a while, "I didn't find out, but I did find out that Zhang Feng went to the Yang family." The Yang family? Gao Ming clenched his fist, and his teeth creaked. No wonder. No wonder Zhang Feng had a house. It turned out that the Yang family was messing around. Was the Yang family tired of living? At this moment, he was really angry. But soon, he thought of another question. Why did the Yang family help Zhang Feng? As far as he knew, Zhang Feng had no relationship with the Yang family. But why did Zhang Feng get in touch with the Yang family as soon as he came to Jiangnan? Chapter 21:11. Moreover, the Yang family had even given Zhang Feng a house? Did the Yang family not know that Zhang Feng had made a vow and had become the enemy of the Gao family? To help Zhang Feng at this juncture, did the Yang family have something to rely on? Or did the Yang family want to bet on Zhang Feng? Unable to figure out the mystery, he could only ask, "What is the relationship between Zhang Feng and the Yang family?" The servant frowned and paused for a while before saying, "Young master, why didn't we find out? We only know that Zhang Feng and that old man Wang Shi went to the Yang family and came out with a house." Wang Shi. Gao Ming slapped the table and his face turned red. After all this time, it was Wang Shi who helped Zhang Feng get in touch with the Yang family. Wang Shi was nothing, but if Zhang Feng got in touch with the Yang family, it would be difficult to deal with him in the future. In Jiangnan, other than the 6 families, only the Yang family dared to go against the Gao family. Although the Yang family's power was small, they still had the ability to go against the Gao family. It seemed that he needed to find other families to join forces. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would only get bigger and bigger. Thinking about it, he asked, "What does Zhang Feng's shop sell? When will it open?" Hearing this, the servant seemed to be interested. He chuckled and said, "Zhang Feng sells paper. He will open tomorrow." Paper? Gao Ming's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. Then he laughed. "Ha ha ha, this Zhang Feng actually sells paper. Doesn't he know that Jiangnan's Xian paper is famous? Selling paper now is asking for humiliation." Jiangnan's Xian paper was indeed famous throughout the country. Even the imperial palace used Jiangnan's Xian paper to write memorials. Moreover, the Gao family was also involved in the Xian paper industry. He was very confident that he could beat Zhang Feng's paper into a pulp. The servant chuckled. "Young master, you're right. This Zhang Feng actually dares to come to Jiangnan to sell rice paper. He's simply courting death. Doesn't he know that Jiangnan is the source of all the rice paper in the world?" Gao Ming was very pleased with these words and nodded with satisfaction. "Well said, but since he wants to sell paper, let's go see what he can do tomorrow." The servant cupped his hands and smiled flatteringly. "Yes, young master, then this servant will go and prepare." As he spoke, he pushed open the door and slowly walked out. Gao Ming put its hands behind its back and slowly walked to the window. It revealed a devilish smile and said, "Zhang Feng, starting tomorrow, the battle between us will begin. Are you ready?" Ha ha. It was night, and the sky was filled with stars. They were like bright sparks, and each star seemed to represent a person. They competed with each other to illuminate the land. The night passed quickly. Zhang Feng woke up early and went to the hall. He saw that Jia Daoren was already waiting there. He went forward and asked, "Old Jia, is everyone ready?" Jia Daoren nodded. Bao Lin and Bao Qing have gone to prepare the carriage. Gao Can and Hao Chu-jun are packing some trivial things. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuchi Baolin strode in. Feng Zi, everything is ready. When do we leave? Zhang Feng glanced outside and saw that it was about time. He said, let's go now. It's better to go early. You guys go and inform Hao Chu-jun and the others. As he spoke, he quickly walked out of the door. There were already 5 carriages parked at the door. 4 of them were used to carry paper, and 1 was used to carry people. Zhang Feng glanced around and saw that there were no problems. He sat in the carriage. Not long after, Gao Can and the others came out and drove the carriage to the shop. When they arrived at the shop, everyone arranged the paper and began to wait for customers. Today was the first time they were selling paper in Jiangnan, so they needed to build a good reputation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to buy paper in Jiangnan in the future. However, after waiting for a long time, no one came. Looking at the dense crowd of people on the street, Zhang Feng was a little anxious. He turned his head and glanced at everyone. Think of a way. No one is coming. Hao Chu-jun's eyes turned and said, Teacher, why don't we put all the paper at the door? Maybe people will come if they see it. Zhang Feng nodded and said with a face full of praise, That's a good idea. Let's try it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately began to move some of the paper to the door. As soon as they moved it out, it immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. Taking this opportunity, Hao Chu-jun wantonly promoted, Everyone, come and see. This paper is better than Xian paper. Hearing this, everyone's interest seemed to be attracted. They all went forward to check it out. Many people held the paper and studied it. A young man dressed like a scholar touched the paper in his hand. His eyes widened and he exclaimed, What paper is this? Why is it softer than Xian paper? When the surrounding people heard this, they all showed an expression of disbelief. They also picked up the paper and studied it. Not long after, there were a lot of exclamations. Chapter 21:12. This is even better than Xian paper. It's actually so soft? Yeah, this is nothing compared to Xian paper. If this kind of paper was produced earlier, I would have started selling it long ago. Why did you only start selling such good paper now? I wasted so much Xian paper in the past. Waves of exclamations entered Zhang Feng's ears, and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. If one wanted to do business in Jiangnan, one must first build a good reputation. There was no doubt about that. Obviously, the reputation of the paper had already begun to spread. He seemed to see the image of the paper industry dominating Jiangnan in the future. However, at this moment, a displeased voice sounded, What kind of paper can be compared to Xian paper? I think you're just exaggerating. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but feel a little angry because most of the people standing there were scholars. In their opinion, the quality of the paper directly affected the writing. If it was a bad paper, the words written on it would scatter and not gather, and there would be no way to write a book. If it was a good paper, it would be smooth but not slippery, gathering but not scattering, and it would be perfect for writing a book. Now, someone actually dared to say that the paper was bad? They all turned around and wanted to refute, but they were dumbfounded when they saw who it was. It was the eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Ming. He was someone they couldn't afford to offend, so they could only shrink their heads and retreat far away. Gao Ming glanced at the crowd and snorted coldly. He waved the folding fan in his hand, then looked at Zhang Feng. I presume this is Prince Zhang? Zhang Feng frowned. He couldn't remember who this person was. There was no trace of this person in his memory. Why did he recognize him now? How could he even call his name? Just as he was wondering, Jia Daoren quietly leaned forward and whispered, Master, this person is the eldest son of the Gao family, Gao Ming. Zhang Feng instantly understood. So this guy was from the Gao family. Then, wasn't Gao Jian his younger brother? No wonder this guy sent someone to follow him and eavesdrop on him last time. Why did he come this time? Did he want to ruin his stall? To avenge Gao Jian? After giving it some thought, he smiled and said, Young Master Gao, you're famous. I wonder why you've come to my shop today? Gao Ming glanced at the paper on the table and smiled faintly. I heard that Prince Zhang is going to sell paper today, so I specially came to take a look. If it's good, I'll also buy 2 caddies to try it out. As he spoke, his hand reached for the paper. Wait. Gao Can stood up and glared at Gao Ming with disdain. I see that you're up to no good. Go away. Gao Ming retracted his hand and looked at Zhang Feng. He smiled and said, Prince Zhang, is this how you treat your guests? Zhang Feng actually didn't want Gao Ming to come to the shop. He didn't even want this guy to touch paper. Thinking about it, this fellow had sent someone to infiltrate the Zhang mansion with the intention of eavesdropping. From this, it could be seen that this Gao Ming was not a good person. Later on, this guy even told all the shops in the city not to sell to him. This was an even more sinister move. With all these things combined, it could be seen that Gao Ming was a vicious person. People like this should stay away from as far as possible. Otherwise they might kill you one day. But of all things, he just had to fight with Gao Ming. Now, he still had to look at the paper. If he didn't let this guy see it, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that the Zhang family treated them differently. It would be difficult to sell paper in the future. However, if this guy saw it, he might use another sinister move later on. After thinking about it, he smiled and said, Young Master Gao, if you want to see it, then go ahead. As he spoke, he pulled Gao Can behind him. The latter looked reluctant. However, no one cared about his emotions now. Everyone's eyes were focused on Gao Ming. They saw Gao Ming pick up a piece of paper and touch it. His face instantly fell. However, he quickly regained his calm side. In fact, he had been greatly shocked in his heart. He couldn't believe that there was such good paper in this world. Whether it was the smoothness or whiteness, it was far better than rice paper. It was even better than the best rice paper. How in the world did this happen? What was the recipe? If he had this recipe, the Gao family would definitely be ranked as the #1 family in Jiangnan. At this moment, he had the urge to take the recipe for himself. However, he knew that the recipe must be in Zhang Feng's hands. At this moment, he still had to solve the problem of this paper. The scholars behind him had already seen this paper. If he didn't stop it, this paper would become popular in Jiangnan in less than a day. This wasn't a good thing for the Gao family. After thinking about it, he put down the paper and sneered, I thought this was some good paper. It turns out that it's just some mediocre paper. You dare to sell this in Jiangnan? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes widened. They felt that they had heard wrongly. This was obviously better than rice paper. Why did this Gao Ming have to lie through his teeth? Those with sharp eyes quickly saw the truth. This Gao Ming had a conflict with Zhang Feng. He obviously came here to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would he say this? Chapter 21:13. Zhang Feng's heart was the same as mirrors. This Gao Ming obviously had bad intentions. As long as he said that the paper wasn't good, many scholars would give up on buying the paper out of fear of the Gao family's power, and the paper wouldn't be able to be sold. He was furious and was about to argue with Gao Ming when Yuqi Baoqing couldn't stand the loneliness and jumped out first. Gao Ming, you're King slandering us. Our paper is obviously better than Xian paper, but you're still farting here. What do you mean? Gao Ming snorted and said with disdain, I said that this paper isn't as good as Xian paper. Why? Is there anyone who doesn't agree? As he said that, he glanced at the people behind him. Sensing the cold gaze, everyone lowered their heads. How would they dare to say anything? The most powerful family here was the Gao family. Who would dare to say anything? Even if everyone felt that this paper was better than Xian paper, they didn't dare to refute. Zhang Feng could see that these people were afraid of the Gao family's power. None of them dared to say anything. Since that was the case, he might as well make a big deal out of it. Thinking about that, he sneered. Gao Ming, don't think that you can stop me with this. As he said that, he looked at the crowd and shouted, Today, I, Zhang Feng, am willing to give all the paper for everyone to use. Please take it yourselves. You can have as much as you want. Free. Everyone's eyes widened, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. This paper was free just because he said so? How much was this? They all looked at the paper on the table, their eyes bloodshot. They couldn't wait to take all the paper for themselves. However, they thought of a serious problem. This Gao family's young master kept saying that this paper wasn't as good as Xian paper. They had all touched it with their own hands and knew the quality of the paper. The key was that Gao Ming's words had completely stopped them. If they went up to take the paper, wouldn't they be going against the Gao family? Would they lose their lives for a few pieces of paper? That was obviously unwise. However, this paper was better than Xian paper. For scholars like them, this was undoubtedly a huge temptation. Moreover, these papers didn't even cost money. It was simply a free lunch. Right now they were like starving people. There was delicious food in front of them, but they couldn't eat it. They were as anxious as monkeys scratching an itch. And all of this was caused by Gao Ming. He personally said that the paper was not good, which made everyone stop. In fact, he was also very uneasy in his heart, because he did not expect this Zhang Feng to be so ruthless. He was actually willing to give up this good opportunity to make a fortune for a good reputation. This was because he knew just how crazy the scholars of Jiangnan were. In order to obtain good brushes and ink, they didn't hesitate to sell their family property. As long as Zhang Feng raised the price now, there would certainly be a large group of scholars buying. However, the premise was that he wasn't here. But now, it was a different story. Even if Zhang Feng did it for free, not many people would dare to take it. He was quite confident about this. He sneered, "Prince Zhang, look, your paper is really of poor quality. Even if it's free, no one will want it. I believe that in less than a day, your reputation will spread throughout Jiangnan." Zhang Feng was furious. He was really angry. Previously, he had sent someone to infiltrate the Zhang residence. At that time, he was still busy, so he didn't plan to pursue the matter. He didn't expect this guy to come now. This King directly threatened his own interests. This was absolutely intolerable. He waved his hand and said coldly, "Gao Can, Bao Lin, Bao Qing, do it. Beat this guy to a pulp for Lao Tzu." Gao Can and the others had long disliked this Gao Ming. If it wasn't for Feng Zi talking to this guy, they would have already gone up. Now that they heard this, it was as if the primitive force in their bodies had been released. They all rubbed their palms together. "Little brat Gao, prepare to die." Gao Can clenched his fists, and his joints cracked. Gao Ming was not a fool. Before coming out, he naturally expected this scene, so he brought many guards with him. Now that they were going to shed all pretense of cordiality, he was not afraid at all. He waved his hand. "Come, get ready to do it." Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of guards rushed out from the crowd. Each of them had bulging muscles and looked like they had been trained. Gao Ming sneered and pointed at Zhang Feng with his fan. "All of you go. Smash the shop first. Don't hurt him." Now that he knew that Zhang Feng was related to the Yang family and the Zhao family, he still had to be cautious. If they smashed the shop, they would at most have to pay some money. If they killed him, the Yang family and the Zhao family would come looking for them. It would be a little difficult to deal with. Hearing Gao Ming's words, the guards nodded. They rolled up their sleeves and rushed up. Gao Can and the others did not hesitate. They rushed up with their clubs. Although the other party had many people, they were not afraid at all. Yuqi, Bao Qing, Bao Lin. Which one of them didn't fight against 10 people at once? Why would they be afraid of these people? Everyone was entangled in a fight, and shouts could be heard. More and more people gathered around. Many people even stopped doing business and gathered around to watch the fight. Some people even clapped and cheered. Chapter 21:14. At that moment, a young man in the crowd glanced at Gao Ming deeply before turning to leave. His speed was very fast. In a short while, he had passed through several streets and finally stopped in front of a mansion. He pushed open the door and strode in. When he arrived at the garden, there were 2 women sitting there. They were Zhao Yu and Zhao Ru. The young man stopped and cupped his hands. "Second miss, third miss, something happened to Zhang Feng." "What?" Zhao Yu turned her head abruptly and asked anxiously, "What happened to that brat?" The young man cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Gao Ming went to Zhang Feng's shop and prepared to overthrow Zhang Feng's shop." "What?" Zhao Yu exclaimed and stood up abruptly. Just as she was about to speak, she felt that something was wrong and blushed. "That brat deserved it. Who told him to hit me? Gao Ming will teach him a lesson." She waved her hand. "You can leave now." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt that she had said something wrong. She wanted to reach out and call that person back, but she found that that person had already walked far away. She sighed and felt empty in her heart. She clenched her fist and walked on the ground. Zhao Ru covered her mouth and laughed. She stood up and patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder. "Little sister, are you worried about that brat Zhang Feng?" "Who's worried about him?" Zhao Yu was like an angry hen. Her face was red and she said angrily, "That brat hit me. Why would I be worried about him? I want Gao Ming to kill him. Just mentioning him makes me angry. That bastard." She stomped on the ground and muttered to herself indignantly, "Stomp that bastard to death." Zhao Ru seemed to have noticed something. Her little sister was worried about Zhang Feng and even had a good impression of Zhang Feng. Of course, this was just her guess or intuition. Otherwise, why would this girl be so angry when she heard Zhang Feng's name? This was not something a girl should behave like. What's more, this girl had an anxious look on her face. Although she didn't say it, her actions showed that she was worried about Zhang Feng. She smiled. "Little sister, since you're so concerned about Zhang Feng, do you want to save him?" "Sis." Zhao Yue furrowed her brows and stomped her feet. "I already said that I'm not concerned about that bastard. He even hit me last time. Have you forgotten?" Zhao Ruer patted Zhao Yuer's jade-like shoulder and said with a playful smile, "But he hit you there." As she spoke, she glanced at Zhao Yuer's lower body. Zhao Yuer blushed and said coquettishly, "Sister, why are you still making fun of me? I don't want to play with you anymore." With that, she stomped her feet and pretended to leave. This stunned Zhao Ruer. In the past, this unruly younger sister of hers had never acted coquettishly. Now, when Zhang Feng's name was mentioned, this little sister actually acted coquettishly. This was the first time something like this had happened. Now, she was more and more certain that this younger sister of hers had feelings for Zhang Feng. However, now that Zhang Feng seemed to be in danger, this younger sister could not bring herself to look for Zhang Feng. What should she do? Suddenly, she had an idea. She scoffed and said, "Little sister, that Zhang Feng hit you last time. How about we use this opportunity to avenge you?" Zhao Yuer turned her head and asked with concern, "Sister, what do you want to do?" "Avenge you, of course." Zhao Ruer smiled and pointed at her. "Didn't Gao Ming go to find trouble with Zhang Feng? I'll send a servant to help Gao Ming and use this opportunity to avenge you." With that, she deliberately walked toward the door, glancing at Zhao Yuer from time to time. Zhao Yuer's heart skipped a beat. If this sister went to avenge him, then Zhang Feng might be beaten to death, right? If he dies, then why am I worried about this bastard? If he dies, shouldn't I be happy? But I can't let this guy die yet. I want to avenge him. I want to avenge him with my own hands. Yes, that's it. I can't let Gao Ming avenge me. She repeatedly convinced herself in her heart. She shook her head and finally calmed down. She stepped forward and stopped Zhao Ruer. "Sister, you can't go." Zhao Ruer smiled proudly as if she had already guessed all this. "Little sister, I'm here to avenge you. Why don't you let me go? Do you really care about him?" "Who cares about that bastard?" Zhao Yuer was still stubborn. "I just don't want that guy to die in Gao Ming's hands. I want to avenge him with my own hands." "Oh, so that's why." Zhao Ruer pretended to be enlightened. In fact, she was very happy. This silly sister of hers was about to be exposed. She coughed and smiled. "Then sister, what do you think we should do?" "Sister will definitely help you. Whether it's to catch Zhang Feng or to beat him up, it's fine." Zhao Yuer pursed her lips and raised her head to look at Zhao Ruer. She saw the latter's evil smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that sister saw through it? No matter, finding that bastard was more important. What if he was beaten to death by Gao Ming? Chapter 21:15. She kept convincing herself. After a while she pulled Zhao Ruer's hand and said faintly, "Sister, let's go find Zhang Feng and save that one while we're at it." "Save?" Zhao Ruer purposely exclaimed and looked at Zhao Yuer in disbelief. "Sister, you said you don't care about Zhang Feng, but now you want to save him." No. Zhao Yuer waved her hand and quickly quibbled. "I don't care about Zhang Feng, I just don't want him to die in Gao Ming's hands. If he dies, who will I seek revenge from in the future?" "So that's the case." Zhao Ruer revealed a confused expression and smiled. "Then let's go." Zhao Yuer was already anxious and quickly pulled Zhao Ruer to the front yard. "Hurry, it'll be too late if we're late." Zhao Ruer sighed. She really didn't know what to do with her sister. She clearly cared about Zhang Feng, but she refused to say anything and even showed a face full of hatred. She was simply reaping what she sowed. Passing through the corridor, the two women came to the front yard. Zhao glanced at the servants and said sternly, "Everyone follow me." The servants were guarding the door, so who dared to go out? But when they saw that it was two young ladies, they didn't dare to say anything and could only follow behind. The group of people exited the mansion in a grandiose manner and soon arrived at the store. At this moment, Zhang Feng and Gao Ming's people were in a stalemate. The two groups were locked in a fierce battle and it was hard to determine the winner. Originally, Gao Can, Yuqi Baoqing, and Yuqi Baolin were all good fighters and they could easily defeat a few people. However, the others were not good at fighting. For example, Hao Chujun, Zhang Feng, and the rest would be beaten up if they went up. So not only did Gao Can and the rest have to deal with Gao Ming's people, they also had to protect Zhang Feng and the rest. Seeing this, Zhao Yue began to search for Zhang Feng in the crowd. But after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find him. She was a little anxious and couldn't help but shout, "Everyone stop!" A sharp voice echoed throughout the street. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhao Yue. Gao Ming's eyes widened, and he cursed in his heart. Why is this little girl here? Could he be here to save Zhang Feng? If that was the case, then today's trip would have been in vain. He hurriedly stepped forward and said with some displeasure, "Ruer, why are you here?" "It's none of your business." Zhao Yue rolled her eyes at Gao Ming and walked towards the shop. As she walked, she shouted, "Where's Zhang Feng? Where is this bastard?" Gao Can and the others retreated and hurriedly made way for this unruly young lady. Ever since they found out that this girl was the third daughter of the Gao family, they couldn't wait to stay as far away from her as possible. She was willful and unruly, and she came to find trouble with Feng Zi every day. It was best to stay away from this kind of woman. Because you don't dare to provoke them, and you don't dare to fight them, so you have to stay far away. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find Zhang Feng. Zhao Yue frowned and glared at Gao Ming. "Gao Ming, what did you do to Zhang Feng?" Hearing this, Gao Ming was even more certain. Zhao Yue had something to do with Zhang Feng. And it wasn't a small matter. Maybe it was an engagement. Otherwise, why would Zhang Feng come all the way to find Zhao Yue? Zhao Yue didn't hesitate to offend the Gao family to find Zhang Feng. All these signs indicated that there was something between the two of them. He narrowed his eyes and tried his best to look relaxed. How would I know where that brat Zhang Feng went? It was so chaotic just now. Maybe he took the opportunity to escape? Anyway, that brat is a coward. Nonsense. Zhang Feng isn't that kind of person. Zhao Yue subconsciously retorted. In fact, she didn't know why she said that. Anyway, she just blurted it out. As soon as she said it, she felt that something was wrong and quickly changed her words. Even if that Zhang Feng escaped, he's still better than you. Gao Ming snorted and thought, she's exposed, right? There's definitely something going on. Otherwise, why would she be so protective of Zhang Feng? He said with dissatisfaction, that brat is a coward. He doesn't even dare to come out when his sweetheart comes. Who the hell are you calling a coward? A series of curses came out from the shop. Then, Zhang Feng stood out with an angry face. He stared at Gao Ming and said, Gao Ming, what the hell are you saying? Are you looking to die? Seeing Zhang Feng come out, Zhao Yue subconsciously stepped forward and asked, Zhang Feng, are you okay? Stay away from me. Zhang Feng stepped back. He didn't come out just now because he saw this unruly young lady. Now that this unruly young lady stepped forward, he was very uncomfortable. He quickly said, I'm fine. You just need to stay away from me. Gao Ming, who was at the side, was stunned. Zhao Yue had brought people to save Zhao Feng, and this Zhang Feng had a look of unwillingness? It looked like Zhao Yue was throwing herself at Zhang Feng. What was wrong with this world? Zhao Yue was throwing herself at a brat like Zhang Feng? This Zhao Yue was the third young lady of the Zhao family. How did she become like this? He felt like his worldview was about to collapse. But soon, a wave of hatred surged in his heart. Chapter 21:16. Zhao Yue would rather marry Zhang Feng than marry into the Gao family. This was obviously an insult to the Gao family. Although he didn't like Gao Jian, he still had to protect the Gao family's face. Otherwise, how could the Gao family establish itself in Jiangnan in the future? Wouldn't they be criticized behind their backs every day? Thinking about this, he stepped forward and snorted. Zhao Yue, what's going on between you and Zhang Feng? Zhao Yue was annoyed. This Zhang Feng dared to ignore her? And his face was cold? She was worried about where to vent her anger, and now Gao Ming came. She raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, "What does my business have to do with you? Who do you think you are?" "You?" Gao Ming's eyes were about to spit fire, and his face was fierce. "You just rejected the Gao family's marriage, and now you're fooling around with Zhang Feng. Do you think the Gao family is easy to bully? Who's fooling around with him or her?" These words were said by Zhang Feng and Zhao Yue almost at the same time, because both of them were very unhappy with these words. Especially Zhang Feng. He was now in a period of war with Zhao Yue. When did he fool around? Zhao Yue was also angry. She just wanted to save Zhang Feng, and now Gao Ming said she was fooling around? She was very unhappy and glared at Gao Ming. "Gao Ming, watch your mouth. I have nothing to do with Zhang Feng." Nothing to do with him? Gao Ming couldn't help but sneer. If she had nothing to do with him, would she reject the Gao family's marriage for Zhang Feng? If she had nothing to do with him, would she bring people to save this guy? If she had nothing to do with him, would she help this guy? In his heart, he didn't believe Zhao Yue's words at all. He thought that this girl was just trying to cover it up. He glared and snorted. "Zhao Yue, you're here today for Zhang Feng, right? Do you want to destroy the relationship between the Gao and Zhao families because of him? Can you bear this responsibility?" Zhang Feng suspected that he had misheard. Zhao Yue came here for him? He just wanted to King take revenge. How did it involve the relationship between the Gao and Zhao families? This was simply making trouble for no reason. He turned to look at Zhao Yue, trying to get an answer. Zhao Yue's face was so red that it looked like it could bleed at any moment. She originally only wanted to save Zhang Feng and then take revenge. That was all. Who would have thought that Gao Ming would say something like that? Her beautiful eyes widened as she pointed at Gao Ming and scolded, "Gao Ming, don't slander me here. I'm here just. At this point she didn't know what to say. If he said that he was looking for Zhang Feng, wouldn't that be exactly what Gao Ming wanted? However, if they were not looking for Zhang Feng, then what would Gao Ming do to Zhang Feng? For a moment, she was stunned. Gao Ming seemed to have noticed something and sneered. "What? Can't say anything? What are you doing here? If it's not for Zhang Feng, what else could it be?" "You." Zhao Yue choked and didn't know what to say. Her pretty face turned red. Seeing this, Zhao Yue quickly stepped forward and snorted, "Gao Ming, why do you care what my sister is doing here? What does it have to do with you?" "It has nothing to do with me." Gao Ming smiled. He glanced at Zhang Feng and said, "Since you guys are here, it has nothing to do with me. Then, please step aside." As he said that, he waved behind him, "Everyone, break Zhang Feng's legs." Originally, he didn't want to hurt Zhang Feng for the time being, but these two women from the Zhao family were a bit too much. He couldn't bear it anymore. Zhao Yue saw that the atmosphere was tense and that the Gao family's servants were ready to attack. She quickly stepped in front of Zhang Feng and scolded, "Gao Ming, what are you doing?" Gao Ming sneered, "Zhao Yue, you said you didn't come for Zhang Feng. What do you mean by standing in front of him? Are you trying to protect him?" "No," Zhao Yue said subconsciously. Zhao Yue blurted out. She glanced at Zhang Feng out of the corner of her eye and hurriedly tried to cover it up. "I'm here because I can't stand your tyrannical behavior. The Gao family is used to being tyrannical, and now you're interfering with people selling paper. Do you really think the Gao family is the landlord of Jiangnan?" Gao Ming narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. "Zhao Yue, you mean you have to interfere in today's matter?" "That's right." Zhao Yue raised her eyebrows and snorted, "Since I'm here today, I can't let you be so domineering." As she said that, she glanced at Zhang Feng from the corner of her eyes. Naturally, Zhang Feng sensed it and shivered in fright. He knew that this girl was the kind of girl who wanted to take revenge on him as soon as possible. How could she be so kind? Protecting him? Could it be that she was playing hard to get? Or did this girl have some bad ideas in her mind? He patted Zhao Yue's shoulder and asked curiously, "Zhao Yue, what's wrong with you today?" "Shut up." Zhao Yue turned her head and rolled her eyes at Zhang Feng, then looked at Gao Ming and snorted, "Gao Ming, bring it on. I'll take it, but you have to think about whether you have a chance of winning."